in person this day. We had yesterday the online session. We decided to have this year a hybrid mode for the conference. Last year we had all the conference online because of the known reasons. Unfortunately, the 2020 we had no conference at all. So after 2 years, we are here in person, the second day of the conference. As I mentioned last night in the closing open mic session, it's our pleasure that we have all these kind of different disciplines in our conference, and so different papers. That's actually the mirror of the department. Theory, art, technology. And since somebody is watching the presentations, it might be believed that it's not very interesting in the first place, not his subject. But then you can see some topics that might trigger you to do something different. So I think this is the purpose of this kind of conference, and this is what makes us very happy to organize it each year. I don't want to say much. We will have later on at the Keynote Talk more details about the conference. I want to start this session, the first session of the day, new aesthetics, new dimensions. And the first talk will be from Mr. Rob Kessler. We know him many years here in Corfu. We watched his very interesting work. His subject is Unstructural Spectra, Comparative Approaches, Image Making in Social Art, in Science and Art. Please, Rob.
Hi everyone, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to read my presentation to make sure that I stick to the kind of 15 minutes and not kind of run over. So ultrastructural spectra really defines the territory in which the artist and the scientist create comparative images of complex microorganisms. Their results converge and diverge as defined by audience, their individual cultural and personal aesthetic. And the presentation is set against my background of a practice of over 20 years in which I've collaborated with scientists and made extensive use of microscopy as a creative tool. I started using scanning electron microscopy at the end of the 1990s to explore the structures of forms of plant material. And I realized that there was potential for creative interpretation beyond the conventional visual presentations of scientific data. The black and white images I created were transformed into more powerful plant portraits through the addition of multiple layers of color. My choices of color were based on the original source of the plant, the structural and functional characteristics of the form of the specimen, and my own intuitive response to its character. It was not false color, a term used by scientists when using programs to add color wherein any aesthetic response was limited by adherence to scientific authenticity, the limitations of any given program, and that of the user. This is a mixture of pollen grains and seeds. Over time, the chromatic inventions became more sophisticated, the images more powerful, and appreciated by the scientific communities with which I collaborate. And I'm dependent upon access to their very expensive microscopes. And they've come to appreciate that my work can reach audiences beyond the normal routes. So exploiting the supreme resolution qualities of scanning electron microscopes, I began to create complex multi-frame images to produce high-resolution works for exhibition, which extend the normal scientific practice. This is from a specimen collected here in Corfu of an asphodel floret. So I put it in ouzo, and I didn't have any spirit, so I took it back to the UK, where it was freeze-dried to remove moisture, coated with a microfine layer of platinum to deflect the electron beam without losing its form. And in essence, I'm using the data to create a highly constructed plant portrait. The images, I mean, this is one that was shown here, 2018, in an exhibition at the museum. And these images are quite large scale, so this is about a metre and a half across. So I'm trying to extend the process beyond what the scientists would normally use it for. So, moving on, in two recent projects, I've sought to explore processes and practices of the scientists I collaborate with more closely. And the first one is working with Ulla Neumann, who's a plant scientist at the Max Planck Institute for Plant Breeding Research in Cologne. And she specializes in pollen development. And the objective was to jointly develop a body of work suitable for presentation in the form of a lecture, exhibition, publication, and activities for a public event marking the anniversary of the founder of the Institute. And this is me working on the electron microscope there. I kind of insist on doing all my own microscopy. I don't want to work from someone else's images, unless it's absolutely impossible, but also it gives me greater control over how I develop the image, and a greater understanding of what it is that I'm working with. Before science, superstition and mythology played a big part in our relationship with plants and food crops. The character of John Barleycorn in the song is a personification of an important cereal crop, barley. And these are mutant pollen grains from barley behind it's a kind of backdrop behind some of their specimen plants which they use, which they breed to test. And mutation is often thought of as being an intervention of science. They occur through intervention of science, but mutations happen naturally. So these are naturally occurring mutations. And Ulla's research investigates how environmental factors impact on the development of the plant. In my version, I tried to create a scientific surrogate for a contemporary corn dolly, this kind of screaming, kind of mad plant kind of specimen. And this is not just an artistic indulgence. So the work I do has value for the scientists. And there it was used in a scientific paper produced very recently by one of the scientists there. So he called me up and said, "Can I use your image in our paper?" I said, "Yes." And then they said, "Actually, we're going to propose it for the front of the magazine, for the front of the journal." So it's published on the front cover of Current Biology, which for the scientists is a bit like getting your image as an artist on the front cover of Flash Art. It's really, it legitimizes what they do, and it gives them kind of kudos and status. Recognizing the potential for artistic intervention to create alternative ways of understanding scientific practice, a range of imaging processes, microscopic and graphic, of plant material were produced by both myself, the artist, and the scientist in their microscopy unit. And our challenge was to create a presentation that fused our work, placing it in the context of science and art. And this barley floret has a surreal sense of familiarity and disconnect when viewing from the same subject at a greatly different order of magnification. Collaborations with scientists offer opportunities for visual hybridization that sits somewhere between the two disciplines. How to respond to Ulla's transmission electron microscope images of barley pollen. How might it be possible to combine our two different approaches to add a new dimension? Ulla's abstract images have an empathetic resonance with the swaying fields of barley that surround the Institute, which seem to echo the swirling patterns of Ulla's TEM images, and brings to mind the work of other artists such as Van Gogh and his expression of turbulent bucolic landscape. And languages too played a role in our presentation. So expression is not just limited to creation, to artistic creation, but to gene expression, which is fundamental to kind of all life form. Many forms of expression become fused in these visual tapestries that were created. Complexity of reading chaos and abstraction occur both in art and nature and science, as in Jackson Pollock's drip paintings, in which the action becomes the representation. And it finds a similar challenge when viewing a slice of dried plant, or a slice through a tiny part of that plant. The abstract nature of all his images to the non-scientist take an alternative aesthetic dimension when placed back within its source. To render the invisible visible requires interventions such as staining of plant tissue so that its functional structures, normally transparent, can be seen better and better understood, as in its actions through the sections through the anther of a grain of barley pollen, and with pollen grains inside that. And cyanotypes are the earliest form of photography in which chemical coatings of paper render the specimens placed on top visible through exposure to sunlight. And the fusion of the two forms of imagining transcend time, application, and orders of magnitude to create a compression and expansion of the pictorial space. And dissemination for the scientist is through conference posters. Posters in science are very different to posters within an art context. They're very information rich. So this was a challenge for me to put a large poster together which kind of compressed our research. And it was also published within the Journal of the Royal Microscopical Society, who I now act as an ambassador and I'm a member of their Education and Outreach Committee. So again, it's about reaching different audiences to the conventional audiences, and they recognize that. This is the second project I just want to talk briefly about this morning. This is Louise Hughes at Oxford Instruments, a company that makes very sophisticated add-ons to kind of microscopic technology. And the objective here shifted to a closer investigation into how data produced from a single image could generate extensive versions and color expressions. And we were using energy dispersive X-ray spectrometry, sorry, it's a bit of a mouthful, EDS, I'll call it, and scanning electron microscopy in combination. And it's possible to identify any individual element on a sample, and additionally apply whatever color the user decides to that element. In this case, I'm not sure if you can see properly, but the bar along the bottom of the image, it shows that we're looking at carbon, aluminium, silica, magnesium, sodium, potassium, platinum, oxygen, and carbon. So all of those are present within that sample. And whilst scientific presentation is constrained by the orthodoxies of the discipline, new technologies offer the user a greater degree of creative expression than ever before. And within this framework, we developed a small project to explore how our responses to the same data might affect the outcome. So, working from leaf samples that I collected from sites of botanic research across Europe, we were looking to find evidence of airborne pollution. In this sample from the Garden Museum, which is on the banks of the River Thames, just opposite the House of Parliament, and on a very busy road, various extraneous elements were visible. I mean, you can see the crud on the back of the leaf there. And then when you investigate with an electron microscope, you see these things, which at this point, one can only speculate what they are. So I'm adding color here based on what I think they might be, whether it's aluminium particle, or in this case, salt crystals nestling amongst the leaf hairs on the back of that leaf. From a sample collected at the Botanic Garden in Padua, which is the world's oldest botanic garden, the SEM was transformed. Here, the SEM shows one pollen grain from the ilex, from the holly, and a load of other extraneous material. And just using the EDS data without the SEM, it revealed a kaleidoscopic array of elements. And that data can then be overlaid over the top of the SEM image to form this kind of colorful patina. I used that data to then reconstruct my own color version to create a slightly different quality, perhaps a more sophisticated quality in terms of its coloration. This was from a specimen collected from the Botanic Garden in Geneva, which was alongside a 4-lane highway. Much dirtier specimen, and this just shows how different levels of resolution within EDS affect the image. So this is the same specimen with different orders of resolution overlaid on top of the SEM. And then finally my own version using all that data, as it were, from scratch. So here, finally, using a highly polluted specimen from my front garden, in front of a very busy road, Louise is using two forms of electron microscopy. So primary electrons and backscattered electrons, which give two kind of different qualities. And then she's exploring different levels of resolution and different elements on the surface. And she's applying that over the top of her SEM. And the range of possibilities to the scientists are great, really. And it just depends on what she's trying to show, what she's trying to communicate, and actually what she likes. And that's an interesting area of discussion, really. But, and finally, working through these quite pointillist images, in a way, to her final resolution, which for me had a slightly candy-coated visual quality, both partly at odds with nature and of the subject, whilst at the same time seeming to be almost kind of radioactive. So within my version, I sought to interpret the information in a different way. So these are the separations of all the color separations of the different elements that are being picked out there. Probably quite hard to read. And those, starting from the same kind of grayscale SEM, I built up the color in a very kind of slow, kind of sophisticated way. And I tried to capture a quality more akin to the turmoil of a kind of micro-Bruegel landscape, or the kind of complex crystallized terrains of dystopian predictions of J.G. Ballard. And again, these we've published in another journal, so we can publish that as a debate about our two different approaches. And just to conclude, I'd say the advances in microscope technology have presented the scientists with the tools to create highly sophisticated images, tools which, it must be said, are difficult for the artist to access and to learn. But the increasing number of competitions like Nikon Small World, Olympus Image of the Year Award suggest an increasing appetite but unclear aesthetic. Perhaps the reason why their appearance in the context of art, and I use that in a commercial art world sense rather than in a research educational sense, but that context is still seems to be quite limited. But opportunities for cross-collaboration and knowledge exchange are enabling a better understanding and discussion of the nature of images within the hybrid territory, and encourage development of a more informed critique, hopefully. So I think I'll just stop at that point.
Rob, for your interesting presentation. Somebody wants to ask something for Rob concerning the presentation. I think it's better to have one or two questions after each presentation. So.
You go on.
Check. Hi, Rob.
Hi.
I love the way you do art history on both your images and the scientific images. It's so funny. People aren't laughing, but I'm like, oh, when you say this scientific image is too candy, and you prefer your micro Bruegels, like your micro paintings of obscurity or Ballard stuff. Is there a name for that, for the art historicization of scientific imagery?
I'm not sure there is. I mean, I think I've always worked within the, I've always been conscious and aware of, you know, sitting on the shoulders of the great, but also, you know, we constantly, what we do as artists is kind of reinvent the wheel, really. And it's quite good to look at the kind of the transport that went before. And I suppose when I'm communicating that to very different audiences, it helps to put it into those contexts. So, I mean, I only touched on surrealism here, but that was a lecture I gave to a science conference in the UK last year about colour, colour theory, colour perception, and how they use colour. So I think it's a really useful tool. I mean, I think it makes me look back at things which are fantastic artworks, in a sense, and gives me it always gives me a slightly different insight in what I'm doing, in a way. Sometimes, you know, it's not always as good as you think you are, and sometimes actually you think, oh, that's gone in a kind of really unexpected, interesting direction. So, but I think in terms of communication, particularly when you're communicating complex ideas within art and science to a general audience, it's quite good to give them some stepping stones to kind of enter into that. Good question.
Okay, Alexander.
Not yet. I don't think they can. Try again. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for the talk. Very interesting also the images that you showed us. When you create a new color version of an image, do you follow any specific rules that you defined before? For example, the same material with a slightly different or exactly the same color?
I think to take the last one as an example, in that case, the color was really based on those elements that we decided to kind of identify on the sample. It would be an interesting test to then go back and pick out other elements and see how that would affect the image. I mean, I'd started doing this just before lockdown, so all the laboratories kind of closed down, only just starting, you know, only opening up again to people like me in a way. But that's a good question actually, how that change in the elements would affect my approach to the image. Because you could see when it's probably quite hard to see, but there was a grid of different color samples, just picking out those elements. Sometimes it depends on if it's a plant sample, it may depend on where I was collecting it from. What is the context that it came from? And then what is the context it's going to be viewed in? So I don't think I don't have one set of rules which I always apply. I tend to come at it, you know, people ask about my research process. It's very meandering, really. It's not as focused as it could be, but actually I trip over interesting things, and it becomes focused as I go along. So.
Thank you.
Manos, I think it's 2 questions. Okay, don't take too much time because we want to be on schedule if it's possible. Okay, if it's a short one, okay, that's right. Okay, go.
Anyway, wonderful presentation and wonderful scenery. It was like alien planets or something. Sometimes one could travel to many thoughts from these images. I would like to ask, besides the artistic approach, is there other thoughts for a more pragmatic one towards education and towards raising awareness of these microscopic details in the field of, you know, in the audience of children?
Okay, so maybe there's a couple of answers there. One in relation to children. That's part of my work through the Royal Microscopical Society. So in terms of education and outreach, they do various events, from big conferences, workshops, which I take part in. Next Friday, no, this time next week, I'm doing an event at the Natural History Museum in London for, if you can believe the title, International Fascination of Plants Day. So we're working in the garden of the Natural History Museum with microscopes, from very basic through to really kind of quite big compound microscopes, just for whoever drops in. It's just a whole drop-in day. So that's one audience. The other audience is, say, the manufacturers of the technology, because they're interested to talk to me about color, because they come at it from a particular perspective, and they realize that I might have other views. So I've done presentations for them, for the company, which they do online presentations to inform scientists, and that's another ongoing conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rob. It's always nice to see you, your work. I want to invite now the next speaker, is Stephen Francis Deji. He will talk to us about video design and as artistic collaboration. Please, Stephen. Your microphone. Wait to the microphone.
Oh, thank you. I got a little glass right there. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hi. Can you, is this, okay. I'm just going to get started because to be honest with you, I do a lot of technical stuff, but I don't really use, this is the first time I've ever used PowerPoint, so I don't know, I think I've got this timed right, but I'm just going to start. Video as a medium is as diverse as any other nameable art form, like painting, sculpture, or dance, but it's often inscrutable at its core. This is likely due to the fact that we're accustomed to seeing the video or television screen as inherently programmable and commercialized. Video art asks us to look at work as proprietary to an individual screen or surface. So you would not expect to see another painting sharing the canvas upon which the Mona Lisa was painted. That canvas and the painting upon it are intertwined and inseparable. So with video art, we are being asked to see the work wholly integrated with the screen or screens in a similar fashion. And in the same way that the canvas used in paintings can be petite or massive, visually stretched into diptychs and triptychs, or prepared in all manner of ways, so too are the ways in which video art can be installed and presented. I fell in love with the technology behind video design and installation while in college, and I've continued to work in the field in a multitude of forms ever since. So I'm particularly drawn to the integration of video and other mediums, particularly with live performance and multi-channel synchronization. The format itself has proven to be profoundly malleable, despite, and at times because of, its overbearing technological presence and needs. In 2017, I was invited to work with Northern Cheyenne Indian artist Bentley Spang on the video aspect of what he was then calling a video worshart. It's a massive metal sculpture in the shape of a Crow Indian ceremonial worshart, upon which 27 screens would be hung and 21 of them needed to be synchronized. The piece, ultimately titled Worshart #6, premiered as a site-specific installation at a small 19th century school in Belgrade, Montana. Working on this project was a true turning point in my work in video design and programming. It was the first time I felt the full emotional impact of playing some small part in bringing to life a profoundly important piece that, at the start, was far beyond my own conceptual and even technical abilities. Since then, I've worked on a wide array of projects, including 2 other large-scale productions with Mountain Time Arts in Montana and a live video-dependent production of Benjamin Britten's opera Turn of the Screw at the Vizcaya Museum in Miami, Florida, which I'll talk about in a minute. So, I would like to speak in detail about a couple of these productions from the view of one artist working with the grand and ever-evolving ideas of another. My own work, outside of teaching and video, like the piece within a piece playing here, is primarily in painting and animation, 2 processes that, for me at least, require long stretches of time to myself. For this reason, the collaborative work I do in video is profoundly fulfilling, as it allows me to step directly into the processes of another's imagination with the goal of bringing some truly great creative visions to actual physical life. The first project I wanted to focus on is the aforementioned War Shirt number 6 by Bentley Spang. Oops, hold on a second here. Okay. Bentley Spang's work has been exhibited extensively throughout the United States, South America, Canada, and Europe. His multi-channel sculptural installation, War Shirt number 6 Waterways, was recently installed in the University of Montana's American Indian Hall and was also featured in a 2019 show at the Missoula Art Museum in Missoula, Montana. While I wasn't directly involved in installation in Missoula, I did play a role in the piece's original exhibition, serving as the video programmer and technician for its site-specific premiere in July 2017 at the Dry Creek School in Belgrade, Montana. As I mentioned, I have a long-standing interest in the technical aspect of video design and installation, but particularly with synchronized multi-channel video. This interest and my subsequent experience with the media players that make the work possible has led me to work on many video projects with professionals and with grad and undergrad students across the US. The collaborative aspect of working directly with another artist's vision is such an exacting, but also at times seemingly limitless medium is perpetually edifying and rewarding, and I eagerly welcome each challenge the work demands. So I should clarify these statements by noting that I'm not a company or a group. I'm an individual artist with certain technical skills and interests that mesh well with other artists who wish to bring big ideas to life via video. The projects I work on are usually really very limited in budget, and very often the most prominent role I play is in finding affordable solutions for extraordinary concepts. My involvement with War Shirt number 6 started in early June 2017. I was asked if I could assist Bentley with a project commissioned by Mountain Time Arts based in Bozeman, Montana. Bentley had designed a 27-channel video, but was looking for help segmenting and syncing the piece. I've been working with networkable media players for nearly a decade, particularly those made by a company called Brightsign, but I'd never done anything structured quite like this. The screens were laid out on a sculpture resembling a Native American war shirt, the subject of a series of photographic sculptures Bentley has been working on since the late 90s. The video sculpture I was invited to help with was large enough to hold 21 32-inch monitors along with 6 photo screens. It took a couple of conversations and images to actually understand what Bentley was envisioning. Eventually we settled on using the commercial-grade Brightsign LS4 players, as the video was shot with a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera at 1080p and would be split into 21 sections, negating the necessity for higher resolution playback. So for this project, I would be programming the players as a traditional server-client network, so one player initializing a synchronization command that all 20 others follow. Although I'd been hoping to do some of the work before getting to Montana, the editing took Bentley a considerable amount of time because he was also building the sculpture on his own. And I wound up doing all of the rendering and authoring while staying in a little house in downtown Bozeman. This might sound quaint, but the pressure was pretty intense. I had arrived 5 days before the opening and hadn't even had a chance to troubleshoot any of the equipment, let alone segment the video. To put it in temporal terms, I needed to export 21 20-minute HD video files, each taking 2 hours to export, format, and author onto its own micro SD card. The pressure was conviction enough to do everything by the book, double and triple checking each step along the way. Ultimately, and thankfully, the hard work and focus paid off. The moment we got the monitors up and running and saw that the videos were properly synchronized with less than 24 hours to go before the opening, I became very emotional. That's code for I started sobbing, something that is kind of a motif for me, which I think will become clear. The emotional outburst was in part due to the fact that the scale and scope of the piece was so enthralling, but also because the technical aspect had been uniquely challenging, and the level of focus needed had made it essential for me to internalize everything else. So the reward in this case was knowing that I'd been a small part of a powerful and profoundly moving work of art, and the honor of working with Bentley was immeasurable. Okay, I'm gonna move on here. So the second piece I want to talk about, the final piece I want to talk about is a production of Benjamin Britten's Turn of the Screw opera in Miami, Florida. So in late 2019, I was invited to work on a production of Benjamin Britten's opera Turn of the Screw at the Vizcaya Museum and Gardens in Miami, Florida. Lane Retmer, an actor and performer who was set to direct the show, was a grad student when I was teaching and working at the School of the Museum of Fine Arts at Tufts University in Boston. Lane's work in experimental opera was already somewhat voluminous by the time we'd met, and the opportunity to work with her was thrilling, so I said yes without question. The show itself would be delayed twice due to the pandemic. After each delay, the producer of the show, Amanda Kreider, contacted me to ask if I was willing to reschedule, and I said yes each time, again without hesitation. While performances across the globe were being canceled during this time, I could sense Amanda's determination to bring this particular production to life. I felt equally determined, and each delay only served to solidify my resolve to do whatever I could to make the show happen. Okay. When the final dates were set, however, they fell right into the middle of my college's fall semester. I teach at a college in central Pennsylvania. I had originally agreed to work for 2 weeks on the project, but the chair of my department told me that this would be kind of difficult. She did agree to a week, however, and I managed to work and fly between Pennsylvania and Florida for 3 weeks, often arriving to classes with mere seconds to spare. On my final trip back to Miami, I packed a suitcase with the final load of gear and cables and discovered later that night that I'd forgotten to pack my clothes. As is often the case with unconventional productions, the budget for video was quite small and expectations grandiose. I consider financial limitations a challenge, however, and have made a habit of pushing whatever equipment and knowledge is available to its limits. In this case, it helped to have a director with a clear concept of the technical challenges, and the sheer creative force behind Lane's vision allowed me to look beyond compromise in order to bring this vision to its full potential regardless of budgetary restrictions. Along with ground level staging, there were 3 16:9 screens set up for this production, one above the main stage inside the museum and 2 others outside overlooking Biscayne Bay, where seating was set for 300 people. In the 3 weeks preceding the show dates, the director and stars filmed scenes from the opera in rooms throughout the museum. These scenes, along with archival images and drone footage, would ultimately be edited and used to accompany the live footage projected onto the screens. The live camera would be sharing the stage with the performers. In this sense, the camera person became an integral part of the staging itself, as her position needed to be choreographed in tandem with the movements of the singers. In addition to the live camera, 2 additional cameras were used, one standing stage right for a pivotal scene in Act 2, and another on the museum's second-floor hallway for a scene in Act 1. There was also a conductor cam for the conductor, as the conductor was also ultimately setting the pace for everything. In my studio, oh geez, sorry. In my studio, I found that mixing pre-recorded footage with a live camera feed through my own Blackmagic A10 Mini and set onto a laptop via QLab caused significant delay. However, when turning everything around and using QLab solely as a media player going out into the ATEM, the delay was almost entirely negated. In Miami, there was some initial hesitancy on running the board in this manner, as it required the board operator, who would also be me in this case, to operate the laptop, 2 switchers from start to finish. So while it may have made the operation a bit more complicated, this method would ultimately prove to be essential. In practice, with a borrowed Teradek, the live feed from the main camera showed absolutely no noticeable delay with this workflow. The final step was switching from QLab to Isidoro, which is a program that I hadn't used in over a decade. So this image is a sketch that I made for a proposed workflow, and that's like what it looked, the mess that it actually wound up looking like, at least before dress rehearsal. I had some help with programming effects in the days leading up to the show, which gave me some time to tweak the physical setup, which was sprawling and subject to restrictions within the space. The Vizcaya Museum itself is an early 20th century villa comprised of expansive Mediterranean-styled gardens and containing the vast collection of its original owner. It's not really designed as a performance space at all, and the challenges of working both inside and out were compounded by a limited amount of time we had to set up and rehearse. In practical terms, the main screen would have to be, was 75 feet away from the board. The two outside screens were just shy of 100 feet away. The museum itself is home to a great variety of rare and exotic plants, which we would need to work around. The staff at the museum was understandably very protective of the space and its inhabitants, but also willing to work with us on finding the clearest and safest paths for the cables and equipment. This was the biggest challenge in terms of budget limitations. I had to think a lot about how to run cables over these great distances, both inside the museum and out. Ideally, I would have used these things called extron scalers to extend the signals, but they're pretty expensive. To get around this, I suggested using this Pearstone 100-foot HDMI cables with built-in Redmere chipsets. I'd used these in the past, and although they're heavy and pretty clunky, they carry a clear signal with no delay and no need for boosters or adapters. They also cost about 1/10 of what the extenders would have cost. So there were only 2 shows open to the public, and naturally there were some issues the first night. The second and final show, however, which occurred on Halloween, was as close to perfect as anything I've ever been a part of. There had been 2 days off between performances, and the nervousness of the first night had turned to palpable excitement in the interim between shows. I felt confident with the board and setup, and was also beginning to sense the emotional impact of what we had managed to produce. The opera itself featured award-winning singers, and their performances were thrilling to see and hear. The hybrid form of live staging and pre-recorded footage felt entirely seamless and deeply immersive, very often causing a true sense of technical wonder. As the final show commenced, I could feel my emotions welling. My behind-the-scenes jitters had all but vanished, allowing me to listen to the voices and music more intently. I'd felt the power of the opera at various moments over the course of the previous 3 weeks, but at this point, my immersion in the show and the production itself felt profound and complete. I was on the verge of tears all throughout the first act, and as the second and final act came to a close, I found myself sobbing almost uncontrollably over the board, my fingers shaking as I pressed the final cue. I was humbled and overwhelmed by the power of the music and the joy of having played a small role in bringing this unforgettable production to fruition. So in closing, while I've worked on an array of other pieces and productions over the years, the 2 described above were formative, not only in my career in video design, programming, and installation, but in my understanding of why I'm compelled to take on such roles. I owe a lot of gratitude to all the artists mentioned already for allowing me to take part in their visions. There are countless others I will eventually thank, but there's been no one more important in bringing shape to my life and career than video artist and educator Mary Ellen Strom, whose guidance and trust in my abilities have granted me the confidence to say yes to any job that might broaden my skills and my views. Mary Ellen taught me to recognize that true artists are not limited to their preferred mediums. They can do anything, and you will recognize their signature in everything they do, even if their name doesn't appear in the credits. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I wasn't even aware of this kind of video thing, technical stuff. I had no idea, actually. Very interesting. Maybe we should invite you to show your work here, maybe having something like a performance.
It's a great, the technology, I think the media players and the technology, all that, it's a great teaching tool as well. I think, you know, students really kind of, it's when you go from 1 screen to 2 screens and then to 10 screens, it's like, oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Anybody wants to ask something?
Yes.
Presentation.
Oh, thanks.
I'd like just to notice that you presented a technical slide on the stage with the monitor and etc. And as far as I understand, you focus a little bit on the technical part with many rehearsals that you do during your preparation of the work. I would like just to understand if there is any design document that you use to communicate with directors and artists. Is such a thing, or you have to just talk with them?
You know, that's a really that's a great question. It's really interesting because I think what happens is, you know, I wind up working with artists to. It's like, here's a big idea. I don't know how to make it work, and I try to lay out the possibilities. You know, there's usually what you want to do is absolutely possible, but it's going to cost $1 million. Right? We could also do this for 500. And then there's this middle part where maybe we can get some funding and do something that's actually even more, you know, in line with your, just something that's even beyond what you might have thought of. So, and it's a little different working on art pieces. You know, I do work with artists that are just doing like 3 channels where there's just a bunch of screens working together, synchronized. But very often I'm working where it's part of a performance production. Not that opera was the first opera that I'd ever worked on, but I've worked on a lot of you know, performance pieces that had a lot, very video heavy, but there was 5 or 6 different pieces throughout a show. That was what you asked, I think?
The artistic view of the director and via if there is some systematization, something that is a formal design document, but as you say, you just try to get the idea and make it feasible. That's the method.
Yeah, and I wind up being a part of like a lot of, you know, I wind up. It's a pretty amorphous position and title, I think, as well. So, you know, I'm very often involved in the editing of work and also the filming. I mentioned that some of the footage for the production in Miami, they had actually filmed scenes inside and I did lighting and you know, whatever I could do to help, but also help with the editing, adding effects and stuff like that as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now I think we are ready to go to our next talk. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Steven.
yeah.
Our next speaker is Adam Zareski. He will talk to us about what is in the data. He has some fruit together.
You want to say a word? We want to see if we can hear you. Can we hear the computer? It's plugged in, I think.
Hello, good morning.
There, we hear you a little higher. is good. Okay, welcome. Hi, I'm Adam Zareski, I'm pretty sure, and I'm here with Tanya Sedidu. And hi, Tanya. Let's hear a sound check.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
A little louder for Tanya. Welcome to What is in the Data. What I'll say is we're working together. Tanya and I are working together on, well, we're a part of HAL. HAL is something here at the Ionian University. It's the hub of art labs, and we're working in data art and video projection mapping and immersive environments. And at the same time, I'm a bioartist, and Tanya and I are both really into theory, so we end up kind of looking at different things, conceptual scripting, right? Am I right, Tanya? Flamingos, octopodes, wind, seismic data, different kinds of data, bioinformatics, developmental biology. And so while we're doing that, we start to think about what can we do with live code translation, sonification, et cetera? What can we do, right, to make this a public installation and have collaborative workshops and design immersive screens? It's a lot, but it doesn't start just with that. It starts also with theory. I mean, like, so some of what we're going to talk about today is the theories we've been talking about, what we try to conceive of in order to arrive at, you know, some sort of process. So Tanya, you want to take it away with this?
Yes. So, as Adam said, more or less, our question is, to what extent can data give answers in science or art? In this discussion, we take for granted that our anatomy, our senses are limited. At the same time, we want to understand and to explain the universe. Given the fact that our senses are limited, in order to observe, to be of use to curiosity-based research, we construct models, codes, and tools that produce and correspond data to the obscure forces that are beyond our perception. It seems, at the end, data is all we have when something is, for example, too remote, too big or too small, too slow or too fast, so that it escapes our observation and our perception. As Philip Closer states, at some point, we realize that our world is indescribable and not directly representable, but at the same time, we realize that the world is something we can compute. Next slide, please, Adam. So, obscure forces are everywhere around us. Chemistry, gravity, magnetism, chaos, geological, and so many other processes in nature, just to name a few. Next slide, please. So we make better and better and more sophisticated algorithms in order to fill the gaps in our knowledge and to construct more accurate models of what we don't understand, of what is often mythic or unknowable about the universe. Next. But data are abstract, numerical, impersonal representations of descriptions of reality. They remain abstract constructions that need to be interpreted, of abstracting nature somehow. As Matthew Fuller says, that turns a live thing, dynamic, or an object into something that exists as a numerical representation of its properties, or that has such an abstraction of itself embedded with it. So, But data representation seems to be all we have in many cases. All it is mediated through some kind of symbols or codes after all. All of our technological tools are based on symbols and codes as well. Sensors are the only tools we have for remote sensing, and sensors produce numbers and give us back data by digital means. In art, working with data is a new way of dealing with abstraction. And here is the function of metaphor. Abstract data can possibly make sense by transforming it into image, sound, or motion. And by doing this, we translate them to a human scale. Next, please. So numbers, myths, metaphors are kinds of analogies after all. They are mental constructions that allow the understanding of abstract situations. They all relate dissimilar objects or phenomena and transfer meaning from one field to another. They are analogies. They all belong to a specific context, and they are part of complete structure of meaning, a complete structure of meaning of a culture. They create and shape worlds, and they must be interpreted. Next, please. We can only hope that patterns hide behind the abstract data. Patterns that promise to be some kind of a message from the mystical universe. They are containers of possibility that give us the chance to make projections and make models and to recompose the world. Visualization and data sonification make the abstract code visible or audible and transform the abstract nature of code into entities perceptible to us. Data visualizations and sonifications function as a metaphor. Next, please. So, data needs metaphors to be contextualized. Curiosity measurements are converted to novel concepts about the universe through data visualization. Next. We can only hope that patterns hide behind abstract data. Hidden patterns that promise to be some kind of message, as I said before, from the mystical universe, waiting to be demystified. To this demystification is Lev Manovich referring when he talks about the anti-sublime nature of data visualization. As Manovich says, in contrast to the romantic art, data visualization art is concerned with the anti-sublime. If romantic artists thought of certain phenomena and effects as unrepresentable, as something which goes beyond the limits of human senses and reason, data visualization artists aim at precisely the opposite, to map such phenomena into representation whose scale is comparable to the scale of the human perception and cognition. And finally, next please. Well, of course, we have to take arbitrariness for granted. It is easy to make arbitrary choices in data visualizations. A main question concerning the function of metaphor: do abstract data make sense by transforming them into image, sound, or motion? Even more, can we admit that this remote kind of sensing is meaningful? This plays with the limits of the notion of arbitrariness and the role of metaphorical mechanisms in data. But there are some good news for artists. They do not need to hide arbitrariness, as scientists so often have to do. As in all forms of art, what makes a good artwork has to do with conceptual sophistication and elegance, rather than the obsession in reason. So you can take over, Adam.
Okay. I love this anti-sublime data visualization. I think that's called data beautification. And it happens a lot in science. You don't want an ugly image in Nature magazine, you won't get in. It has to be beautified. But there's different kinds of beauty. Okay, so yes, we don't need to hide arbitrariness. I think we had this nice lecture from Rob that sort of brought this about, which is that we can beautify differently, but we can also, I don't know, we can ignore the idea that the universe might be elegant. We can be more abstract. And sometimes that coincides with reality better. So my first thing I want to say is, do metaphors have to be reasonable at all? In other words, a lot of the use of data is using logic and symbols and numbers and some sort of abstract domain, but data, I think, talking to Tanya, data is just numbers or just symbols without any reading. You have to put the reading on it. And this analogical reading of information is, I don't know, Tanya, actually you looked this up. This is crazy. It might be a form of matter itself. So like this hard drive has data on it. When it had no data on it, it was lighter than it is now. It's heavier now. The data has weight. And this may be the fifth kind of matter, is the data on this hard drive. I'm not sure if SSDs weigh the same or different with information in them or not, but this spinning hard drive weighs more with the data. I'm really into what qualitative data is, and this is sort of hilarious to me. There is no true, how do you say this? There is no true translation of data into actuality without some kind of analogy or some kind of metaphor, and that metaphor itself is never the exact mirror of the universe. It actually is always mythology, it's always literature, and in some ways it can tell a story, but it cannot live perfectly as a mirror. It always leaves a remainder, it always leaves an artifact. It's part of observation. I think physics is better at this sometimes. Let's see, so, we still have to observe things. And this is the one thing that Tanya gets on my case about. She's like, you still have to observe. How are you gonna look at a black hole? How are you gonna look at something that's, at the level of the molecular? How are you gonna judge wind patterns on the Earth at a global scale with your little perceptual universe of eyes and ears and smelling, this sort of thing? So we have to interpret. I'm a little worried in general. I think of this versus this. This is mushmulu, mushmala. Well, more than one is, this is mushmula, this is mushmulu. And this is the Death Star, right? Like Darth Vader runs this sort of closed world where everything is digitized. Every action you take, there's a meter on your bed, there's a camera in your room, and your face is being tracked. This sort of feeling of there's no such thing as privacy anymore, that the data has become a behavioral control format, right? And so there's this feeling like maybe we should have socio-media phobia, some sort of fear of social media or being evaluated by social media. And even at the level of the molecular, people are starting to realize you get a COVID test and there's a little thing that you say, I accept because it's free, and then they own your genome. They're studying your population. Your ancient relatives may get arrested because of your COVID test. No act is going unnoticed. In fact, we're suffering from too much data. We'll get into that. But I actually think that the universe is actually made of fruit, not so much data. I mean, data is material too. In fact, this hard drive is made of stuff, right? I think that stuff is more important than trying to make order of the stuff. I don't know how to say this. It's possible that the universe has no order. And so all of science is trying to make order out of what's actually jazz, right? Maybe the best tool for studying science or studying the universe is not science, it's actually action painting, like Rob was talking about, or saxophones and clarinets. Maybe we should give the same amount of funding to the clarinet players as we do to, like, scientific research. It's possible that we live in a place that is free and somewhat playful and somewhat spontaneous. And then we have to figure out, which do we love more, the data or the actual fruit? And maybe we can figure out how to get the fruit into the hard drive without digitizing it. I have this sort of anti-digital bent. It may be because I started as a digital artist. I still am one, but I started working with biology, and I think part of that was that I wanted to get wet. I wanted to avoid just being a computer science and art person. There's so many other forms of science, right? Like biology is a wet science. You do wet lab work. There's things growing, there's things fermenting, there's secondary metabolites, they turn into drugs and we make them into little pills, but it's actually bug poop. I mean, like there's a it's not dry, it's slimy, right? Everyone knows biology's slimy. We've seen all these movies with green slime and biology. I love slime as part of the universe, okay? I think that science was trying to replace religion and superstition with some sort of empirical process, which makes sense because you can find repeatable things, but it ended up that we gave our power over from religion to a sort of scientism that's based on the concept of being really, really obsessive compulsive, a very anal order of things. And the universe is defying that sort of empirical logic. And it's defying mystical explanation. I'm not saying we should return to religion. I'm just saying that it's not logical or mystical, so then what is it, right? What is the universe without ataxophobia, which is fear of disorder, without atelophobia, which is fear of imperfection? What if the universe is untidy and imperfect? And then we have this really weird time right now, because I'm into bioinformatics, I'm into particle physics. There is no place at the cutting edge of science where there is any way for humans to read the data that we're collecting. In fact, our hard drives aren't fast enough to collect the data that we're making. At CERN, when they break a particle apart, they record like little samples, maybe 7 seconds, or 7 microseconds or picoseconds, but they can't get the whole particle disruption because the hard drives aren't fast enough to keep up with the data. And in fact, everyone knows this from experience because they're trying to organize their photos on their phone, and it would take 3 lifetimes with all the photos that you've taken to organize the photos on your phone. So a lot of people are feeling this data sets, they're feeling, oh, I have an overload. I don't even know. I'm going to just throw away everything or stop using that platform. And then what happens in science is you need to set up some sort of artificial intelligence to read the data that you've made. Oh no, now I'm in a rush. Hey Tanya, if we get disrupted, I'll start it again. So look.
Don't worry.
I think we're getting close. We're not going to get cut off. We've got 8 minutes. I don't have 8 minutes for the show. Listen, what I want to do, because I actually think that data is wet, not dry, that first of all, lots of little kids built this hard drive in mines that they mine special, anyway, it's child labor, but I don't know how, I want to get close without destroying my computer, of course. I'm going to try to shove this marshmallow into this hard drive, okay? Yeah, it's happening. I'm getting the data from this fruit direct, like non-digital. This is analog data. I'm putting the data into the hard drive, okay? this is a metaphor and an analogy, but it's also, it's wet. And I think it's important to get the data into the hard drive.
You can do that, Adam.
Did I do it?
Do
Because then you can lick the data too.
But we can't see you.
This is slime bias, okay? I love data, but I love my data slimy, okay? I think.
Show us the result, please.
So look, if data is just a representation of things, like you've been saying, Tanya, right? It's a process and a theory, and there's some sort of knowledge, but what about the digital wisdom? Is it possible to make digital wisdom? Where is the data in wisdom? What's actually inside of data? Is it just numbers? Is there more to it? That's it. I think we're good. Thank you, Tanya.
Show us the plate.
I'll restart it for questions, okay, so you don't get cut off, but we're good. I think we can take a couple of questions right now. Don't make fun of me, Tanya. I did wear a glove, yeah, right?
It was fantastic, Adam.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Adam, for your messy presentation.
Look, I brought my own thing.
As always, it's kind of messy. Actually, we are a lot out of schedule, so I don't think we should. It's not a nice idea to have a discussion now. I think later on the break we can discuss anything else we need. I will make a slight change in the program, since it's not that all the speakers are here, and let me see. And since let me see. Okay, since Eleni Christopoulou is going to present both presentations, because not all the speakers are here, I want to invite first Mr. Panagiotis Yanacolopoulos for his presentation, and after Eleni Christopoulou will present both presentations. So Panagiotis will talk to us about teaching transmedia storytelling with a studio approach, a design curriculum.
Thank you very much. As you see, my proposal here comes from the education realm, so I need to put a little bit order to present it to my students in in a form that it is not artistic at all. So thank you for the previous presentation, because you show to everybody how it's messy there. So we have to present it in our educational work in any definitive but always open description. So my presentation is on teaching transmedia storytelling with a studio approach, because I come from a design department. So we need to work with a systematic presentation of what we do in the digital storytelling part. And we try to simulate the professional experience of creative teams that cooperate in the development of transmedia projects. And this is done with the use of world-building techniques that aim at the creation of multiple representations destined to multiple media platforms, transmedia storytelling. And we have to talk about the paradigm shift in storytelling as explained by methodological frameworks to draft adequate design documents. And we need also to work on these frameworks with specific questions that need answers. We propose to our students via individual and group assignments to prepare work in teams of 3 to 6 persons, the way that professional creative teams, the writers, directors, producers, art directors, technical directors, game designers are working in the industry. And the students should be able, at the end of the course, to prepare transmedia design documents and produce prototypes in video and in at least another medium, such as comics, game, even board game, not only digital games, books, radio shows, internet platforms, escape rooms, etc. And I will try to give you an overview of the course that we tried out during a period of 3 years, starting from the academic year 2018-19 in Syros. And I have to go first to the industry field to see that Henry Jenkins, a Hollywood writer and the inventor of the term transmedia, has given to us the rationale to do such an exercise in education by saying that when I first started as a writer, you will picture a story, because without a good story, you didn't really have a film. Then, in the television time, later, once sequels started to take off, you pitch the character, because a good character could support multiple stories. And now, you pitch a world, because a world can support multiple characters and multiple stories across multiple media. So, what changes in the field is the audience. There is a younger audience, more interactive. You see that they seek at collaboration and co-creation. They need personalization of the media and the content, and they are fragmented. They are not look at the same work, even if they are in the same room here in the photo. And the creative process changes because it is extended to include multiple user experience, and you see that we pick up to different territories such as narration, interaction, participation, and reality, because we have also the possibility to play roles in the real life. And of course, design approach is imposed because these narratives should be tested with user groups, and we have to empathize, define, ideate, prototype, test, and then we complete the whole design cycle by 2 or 3 interactions in order to have a final project working in the real world. And the design effort is performed by a creative team, and it is a collective one. No one in a transmedia project could do it alone. And the roles that you have to play are a transmedia producer, a head author or story architect, an art director, a technical director, and in some cases you need specific knowledge that comes from a programmer or a community manager for social media awareness, and game designers for level design and other play game activities. So an extended design document is delivered by the creative team because you don't need only to focus on narration. This is the theme, concept, setting, genre, characters, and conflict part of the slide. But you need also to create rules and character profiles and a timeline in the chronology of the media, the different media that you will use, maybe a map, a geography of the world that you propose, and of course a style guide. A designed world is always more understandable than one that it is not thought in the beginning. And the characteristics of various media are considered also because they have the possibility to just to be just linear, like in the core TV series, but they can also have a filtered, shared, and open dimension. And now we need to take account of these characteristics in our activity, creative activity. So the curriculum comes from the merging of two previous courses. The one that was based on audiovisual techniques like script and mise-en-scène and editing, etc. And another one that was focused on multimedia design and technology, and interactive design in the core aspect, that they merged into one to have only a theory part of 2 hours per week during 13 weeks, a semester, with theoretical considerations, and the laboratory part with individual assignments for 7 weeks, and then a collective work coming out for the next 6 weeks. The theory subjects are a little bit focused on audiovisual, because this is the core of narration in our times. The audiovisual video world is the core of the narration right now. Think of YouTube, etc., or TikTok, and so on. And we focus a lot on design documents with guidelines for transmedia. And this theoretical part, we are right now writing a book with my colleague George Papakostadini, who will give another talk in the afternoon session for the academic libraries in Greece that will be free online for all students in Greece, because this is done in Greek anyway. And on the individual assignments part, they have to pronounce the top 10 list of their favorite films, and this is to present the self to the class, so to start having discussions for the making groups for the later exercises. And you will notice that most of the films are coming from the 2000 released dates and so on, but there are a lot of animation included in the feature films that they are mentioned our students in their favorite films. And the second individual assignment concerns the research for character design through creative writing techniques. For instance, you can just take what you have in your pockets or in your bag, throw it in a table, and try to understand what is peculiar and try to get out of this object a story and a character. And this is how to empathize in your research in narrative techniques. And they have also to make a visual narration exercise that is giving to them the notion of mise-en-scène, the rhythm of the time and the space, and they have to present the story through only 3 photos. And they transpose a classic tale just to get inspiration. The Red Riding Hood, for instance, is one of the classical tales that they are loved to write about in different transposition forms. And they do also analysis of the hero's journey. This is something that is coming from the book of Joseph Campbell, The Hero with 1,000 Faces. And it is questioning about the integration of the character in the plot design, the classical plot design of the Aristotelian plot with Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, but you have to put the journey of a hero in these 3 acts consecutively. And they have then to produce a collective work, and they need to deliver a questionnaire that defines the framework of the design with the premise, purpose, narratives, world building, the characters, the extensions in other media, the media platforms, the genre that they use, audience and market, the engagement, the structure, and the aesthetics. And they provide a transmedia design document, a presentation that they support also at the end during the exams. So there is more or less a pitching document. And 2 prototypes, one audiovisual sample. This is obligatory because the core of the course is on audiovisual techniques. And the second medium is chosen by the team, and it may be anything from radio show to escape rooms. And this is similar to other detailed design studios that we have in our department, like the one on the human-computer interaction that is called 7A, and I have the reference for you at the end. And I have some examples to show you from the electronic educational platform of our department, but I will need maybe the help of Michalis Vanagopoulos to go into the internet, and you have at the end the references for the presentation here. Just to see what our students produce with this kind of teaching. Okay. So. Okay, we'll try to do it online. Okay, we are in. We go to the digital storytelling course. See never here. And we go to the documents part, the past design documents presentations, to see just one presentation from the basement, for instance. And you see that this is a team of 6. This is the maximum that they can achieve in a team. They have to give a cover and the synopsis. This is the case of a new house where a young girl will learn about the story of the apartment, and they have a lot of understanding of the setting and the world in Syros, Hermopolis. The characters, the protagonist girl, and the spirit that is in the script, and the car driver that is using a role, a mood board with the aesthetics from several thriller films, as you see, and some elements that they will put inside in the work. The subject with just one word, one phrase, the target group and the market that it's teens and up. The equipment they used for the sample they had, and the second sample they presented, that is escape room in the apartment that they use for the video show. So there, I think I can close down this one. Just try to show you this time design document from another project. No. Just to understand what kind of contents they have in the design document, with the project overview, the brief, the influences they had, the target group, the marketing, the locations, the genre, and the different user scenarios, because they need to interact with the users, character, storyboard, media, and a comic. This is the second sample they used for this kind of work. And I go very, very briefly to just show you a little bit of the images included in the documents they provide at the end as their exam work at the end for the pitching. This is the entire script and also the characters. Because this is an animation work with a comics sample for the second one. Okay, and I will invite you to go see further if you want in the class platform other elements. Sorry, but I see that this doesn't want to terminate. Yes, it does. And to see that more of options than an audiovisual animation or escape room works are available in the designs provided. Every year we have from 15 to 20 groups that present a work at the end of the semester. Thank you very much, Michalis.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. As I mentioned before, we are a lot off schedule. So I invite now Mrs. Eleni Christopoulou to present us both presentations. The first one is Mapography, a mobile crowd-dressing application for smart tourism, and designing, the second one is designing outdoor museum experiences for city dwellers and tourists.
Me? Yes, now you can. So, I know that I don't have a lot of time, so I'm trying to put both of our presentations together. And I'm going to present you the works from graduate and undergraduate students of mine, and when they were working on their thesis. This is the work from Ilias Janis. He was an undergraduate student, and for his thesis he created Mapography, a mobile application that aimed to be like a crowd sensing, sorry for that, and aiming to do something about the smart cities and with a focus on the smart tourism. The aim of our work is on the intersection of the fields of the smart city, the smart tourism, and mobile crowd sensing. And the idea is that we wanted to design an application, a system that could join all these fields together and see the impact in society and in the user. And of course in the cities and the whole business environment. This work is under the frame of a vision that we have with my colleagues since 2014 about the sociable smart city. The definition that we have given about this term is that we want to extend the notion of smart cities because back the last decade, smart cities was just about infrastructure, data, or anything like that. But we always forget about the human and the people that actually live in cities. So we said that the sociable smart city is a city one rich in infrastructure which combines and exploits both people and artificial intelligence, empowering and engaging people in activities where urban social interactions thrive, aiming to advance the quality of life and culture. So the idea is that we have the infrastructure and all the technology that we can have. We have the media, but we want to exploit the intelligence and all this for the good and for the people, and how to advance the quality both of life and culture, because the culture is a very, we have seen that in a city, all cities are not the same, but it's actually the culture that it's the difference that gives the cities the history, civilization, and the cultural infrastructure. With the notion of the smart tourism, we see the tourism as a social, cultural, and economic phenomenon, and we think that smart tourism can collect and aggregate data derived from both physical infrastructure, from the government sources, from social connections, from humans themselves. And of course, we can advance and exploit the use of advanced technologies. And all this have an aim, a goal to transform data into on-site experiences and business value proposition with a clear focus on efficiency, sustainability, and experience enrichment. Our aim is we see the smart tourism like a smart destination concept and of course like a smart experience for locals and visitors. When we talk about mobile crowd sensing, it's a data sharing and information extraction process based on the collaboration of individuals with sensing and computing devices to measure and enumerate mutual interest phenomena. And the concept is how we can collect and integrate these concepts. So we came up with the idea of Mapography, which is a mobile crowd sensing application that can empower and engage people in social interactions via data sharing for hidden local spots in a smart city. Our aim is to invite both locals and tourists to participate in a process of sharing interesting locations, supporting both the concept of smart destination and smart tourism experience. So the conceptual architecture of this system is that we have users, they log in, sign up in our system. They can see all the data and information represented on a map, list, and with other views that we have. All photos and data are created by the users, so it's not something that we put all the material, but we invite people to come and share their photos, stories, whatever they want. And of course, all of these are related with the context, especially with the context location, and we work on the time and whatever the concept of context is, because as earlier we said from Ms. Tanya Tsirid and Adam Zareski, the data is actually what you have about the context on this data and not just the data themselves. So the architecture, it was a front end for the mobile application designed with Expo, with the React Native, and the back end with Amazon Web Service Amplify, exploiting two services, the Amazon Cognito, about which the authentication service that manages and synchronizes users' data securely, because security is, of course, and privacy, very important thing in these applications, and the Amazon Web Service AppSync, which is for deploying GraphQL APIs and connect them to the databases, and we have a DynamoDB database. So this is too technical for some of you. So this is the architecture that we have. You can see that we have our mobile app, which is the interface, and then we have all the back end with all the systems that we needed, so users could actually use this information. The idea on the GraphQL is that we have an open source library which manages all the data queries, and we can define the structure of all the necessary data and the context in this data, so we can have all the appropriate information that we want. The splash screen, when the user starts our applications, is just very simple. We want to keep it simple. So we have the search bar where you can search where are you going. You can have a place or location or whatever. And then you can have the search results both in a list and map view. Of course, we are in Corfu. Students live here, so they put a lot of things about the city of Corfu. And then you can explore all the nearby locations, and then from your mobile location sensor you have the actual location, and you can see things and posts nearby you. You have the same views, list and map, but you not actually search about them, but they just come up based on your location. And of course we have the tab navigator where you can add a new post. For a new post, you can add an image, a location, a title, description, and we're working on more things on that. But at first, our task was just to keep it very simple and easy so more people would exploit and use it. For the evaluation process, we have a questionnaire survey of about 60 participants. Our idea is just to see how useful such application is, and if it can highlight some touristic areas or if it's suitable for this kind of target group. And the results were very positive. Almost all of them, almost the 19% said that it actually would be very useful for something like that. As a visitor, all our participants said that they could actually explore such, use such an application to explore new locations and spots, but in other areas. For example, if someone came up here in Corfu like a visitor, then he could use it. But we saw that locals would be less willing to add post and share locations for their hometown. And this is actually all the main issue of all the crowd sensing applications, that people want to see and view, but they are less willing to share things and add posts. However, one of our key questions was if this application could highlight not known areas. Locals have many secret spots, we can say, and we wanted to see if with this kind of interaction could share these areas, and they said that they would. So we could highlight not known areas and not very common areas that are not in the most tourist guides and stuff like that. So I think I was very happy. But the conclusions for this work was that mobile crowd sensing applications like Mapography are innovative and novel paradigms. They can advance the collective awareness of a crowd. And of course, smart citizens and tourists can interact with each other and share data for tourist locations, both implementing the vision of smart destinations for some for tourist areas like Corfu and other in Greece, and not only in Greece, and of course the smart experience for the tourists and the visitors that come. So, and we think that it's a very good case study that embraces our vision of the sociable smart city, because all participants said that it could change the way that they interact even each other, and change the actual space from a city to be more attractive, and even places that are and manipulate and send tourists not only in the very crowded places, and understand and find secret places in the new environment. For our future work, we are working on putting some functionalities like rating posts, ranking posts, because we saw from the survey that users appreciate others' opinions, so they want some ratings. And of course, to work on user preferences and more context actually on the data, and some notifications based on users' location. But the challenges that we have is, of course, as in this kind of applications, the recruitment of users. We have the privacy restrictions, and we are working on how can reward users to encourage participation. And of course, to deal with the curse of sensing, which is a tendency to collect too sparse data for certain locations and too dense for other locations. For example, when we gave it for use in many students in our department here in Department of Informatics, we saw that they put things about for a very specific places, for example, Corfu for the Liston, the fortresses and stuff like that. But there were some places with actually no data, no post, but they have very useful things, and it would be more attractive for newcomers to the city to visit. So this was the first one. So we thank you very much. And now I'm going to, I'm going to go to the second one, in a hurry again. And here is the work of Chrysoula Gournara. Chrysoula is a graduate student. She is working in the service of modern monuments and technical walls of Western Greece, Peloponnesus and Southern Ionian Sea, which is located in Patras, I'm from Patras. But we met here when she came for her master program. And when we were working on her capstone project, we came up with the idea of designing outdoor museum experiences for city dwellers and tourists. And you see how we came up with the idea. I'm skipping this, we don't need it. Well, our idea is that she was working on the cultural sector. She was in a very close relation with the Archaeological Museum of Patras. I think it might have, I don't know, 100% users per year. I don't know, it doesn't have a lot of visitors, but it's a very populated museum, has many exhibits, and the whole idea is that the majority of the exhibits located in the museum was actually excavated from the city center of Patras. But actually no one knows that, even the locals. But only people that actually have a connection with the museum, but an interest, a personal interest with this kind of history. So we said, and we tried to find how we can go on and use smartphones and, of course, design something not actually like a museum tour guide or a virtual and augmented cultural or something with a cultural route. We want to go beyond, and we wanted to do something that would be an interaction between the city of Patras and the Archaeological Museum of Patras. I think that almost none of my relatives in Patras have actually visited the museum, okay? Because none goes there. Okay, I don't know why. It's a very beautiful museum. Actually, the new one is a masterpiece, I think, for architecture. So our motivation is to find and to make a dialogue between the city local spots and the museum exhibits that are just located in the museum, so that everyone can get familiar to the history and the archaeology of the city of Patras, which is not very known. Patras is not in a touristic town. No one knows that it's a very ancient town. And all this, we wanted to do it by just walking around the city, because we have many people that walk around the city, because it's a very big city with a very big campus, so have many even younger ages there. So the aim is both citizens of Patras acknowledge the history of their city, and visitors learn about the museum, even if they do not actually visit for the time or whatever. Both city dwellers and tourists want to locate the places in the urban fabric where museum exhibits were excavated, and to involve younger people to more creative and educational activities with their smartphones, because they all have one, and motivate elders to describe the secrets of the museum by just taking a leisurely stroll in the city center. The idea is that no one, as we know, and not a lot of people go to the museum, so we wanted to find this way to interact and to welcome them to the museum, just by using a mobile application. The design process was a user-centered design. We followed the user-first design methodology. So we have some scenarios. The first was Orestes. Orestes is a 45-year-old guy. He's a permanent resident of Patras for the last 20 years. He's not from Patras, okay? He works there, and he's just working in Psylla Alonia, which is a very main square in Patras, and has just half an hour for his appointment. And he decides he doesn't know what to do for half an hour. He doesn't want to go for a coffee. So he decides to just create a route with our mobile app from Psylla Alonia to Germanou Street, which is a very small distance. And following this route, he discovers places that have been excavated and observes all the archaeological findings of its excavation he encounters. And the thing is that he realized that these exhibits were found in very central parts of the city, through which he passes many times a day, and he used to live in this area. And the next scenario is Iphigenia. He's a 28 years old. He's visiting Patras for the first time for her work. He has a very particular interest in museums and history, but he's going to stay in Patras only for 2 days, but actually days with a very heavy program, so he doesn't have the time to visit the museum. And the night when she settles in her hotel, she decides to spend creatively her free night, and exploit this mobile app that she came along. And as she's getting closer from her hotel to Vasilios Georgiou Square, she can view all the museum exhibits that have been found around the square. And she explores the museum exhibits photos, chooses to listen some more information, detailed information. And the next morning, she shares this with her co-workers, that they haven't actually been in the museum, but they were very thrilled to hear whatever she said. And the idea is that, of course, at the end, she's looking forward for her new trip to Patras and visit the museum this time. The mock-up for our mobile app, it was designed in paper at first. I just want to mention that Chrysula has no background in computer science, none experience in programming. She created this application with an educational program with the App Inventor, and we working on it and changed it, but the first version was very simple. So we have the splash screen. We have two modes of functionality, the cultural roots and the points of interest, and some guidelines, because we targeted also in elder ages, so that people won't have guidelines how to use this. When the user selects the cultural roots, he can select 2 points of interest from where he's going to start and end the point of the route, and then a cultural route is created, aiming to include as many points of interest as possible, and of course to keep a straightforward route, not to making a circle around the user. Okay. The idea is that you just stroll around the city and you see some exhibits there. So this is a very, you can see that this is a very central place in Patra, and all the exhibits were excavated in this area. Okay? And when the user selects either when he selects the point of interest on the map or he's approaching a location, then it came up a pop-up window with just the exhibit image and some limited information. And if the user wants, he can select to see the detailed info and listen, of course, the audio for this. It's the same text in audio. And the other mode of functionality is just to select points of interest. First, by selecting an area of interest, or by just selecting their location and see the things that are near to you. And we have, of course, the map view and list view. We have 3 areas of interest because the majority of exhibits were in these places. We have more than 30 museum exhibits that were integrated from a book from the Archaeological Museum. It was a demo, so we didn't put many of things. But the main thing, it was about our survey that we did on 145 participants. And we have 6 sections about the interest to the Archaeological Museum, the interest to cultural sites and events. We wanted to see if people have an interest on this stuff, their experience on technology and smartphones, their acquaintance with our mobile app, and the evaluation on usefulness, usability, and aesthetics. The results on usefulness was that they actually would learn about city history. They thought that they would promote the city museum, and they would use it more than once around the city, and definitely propose to friends. They found our application easy, friendly, straightforward. The guidelines were very useful. The audio guide was a plus, and they were very rich in photos and information. The negatives was more on aesthetics, colors, graphics, because, as I said, Chrysula has none experience on that, and we didn't actually put a lot of effort in that, but we just wanted to see if it can be feasible and if it could have an impact. And many told us that it would be a very innovative city tour guide, and they could raise awareness on the city history and definitely attract visitors to the museum, which was our ultimate goal. So we think that it would be a very interesting idea to have this interdialogue between the city center and the Archaeological Museum. And we have many archaeological museums in Greece that all the items and exhibits are located in the city center, but no one knows that. So this was also a case study on the social smart city notion, and I would like to thank you very much. We have some future work on that. It's working on a next thesis that we want to put some more functionalities and some gamified educational activities there. Thank you very much, and I think that I was very fast. Okay.
That was fast. Thank you for the speed.
Yeah, I can
speeding
do
up.
that. My students say that I talk too fast.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to thank everybody for all the speakers for this session. We are off schedule, of course. It's the third time I say that. So it's let's have a short coffee break, about a quarter, I think. So we won't be off schedule too much later on for the keynote talk. All right. So we'll be here in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Είμαστε έτοιμοι. Λευτέρη, όταν είναι να ξεκινήσει το streaming, μου λες. Okay. Nice. So, I want to welcome you here to the main keynote talk of the conference. We had some interesting presentations before in the morning session. We will have some also interesting presentations in the next sessions. And I'm really happy that we will have this keynote talk today. But before inviting Professor Iosifidis for his speech, I want to invite the rector of the Ionian University, Professor Andreas Soros, for a welcome note, please.
That is organized by the Department of Audiovisual Arts and aims to bring together technology, art, and culture in the digital era. Founded in 1984 and located in 4 islands at the very west part of Greece, Ionian University is an academic institution that has adopted a particular multi- and interdisciplinary approach as a key objective for its strategic academic evolution and development. The DCAC conference is a practical demonstration of the rapidly growing scientific and artistic potential that is now taking shape at our institution. A regional multi-island institution which proves that excellence is possible with systematic work and realistic strategic planning. Its evolution, the topics of interest, as well as the significant number of the high-quality representations included in the technical program of the conference, determine the high-quality attempt that our university is following for its growth. We do hope that the DCAC conference will continue its important academic journey in the future, allowing new and significant discoveries in their respective scientific areas and spotlighting the relative state-of-the-art trends in the service of digital culture, creativity, and art. We'd like to express our sincere gratitude to all the persons that contributed to the organization of this year event, especially to Professor Michael Panagopoulos, Agnes Papadopoulou, and the head of the department, Andreas Yanacolopoulos, all distinguished colleagues for leading this effort in a very effective way. Last but not least, many thanks should be targeted to the faculty members of the department and the volunteer students. We hope that you will all enjoy this year conference, a memorable scientific event. We would also like to hope to be able to welcome you all at the next conference next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas, and for your very kind words. I would like now to invite the president of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, Professor Andreas Yanacolopoulos.
Good morning, dear. It is my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the teachers, the students, and the community at large of the Department of Audiovisual Arts to this year's edition of the International Conference Digital Culture and Audiovisual Challenges. It is a conference that underlines the characteristics of the department and enriches, supports, and highlights its scientific profile. The Department of Audiovisual Arts, according to its founding act, has the mission to cultivate and promote audiovisual expression through teaching and research on the applications of modern audiovisual technology in the wider field of art and media. On the basis of its interdisciplinary characteristics, our department combines art with science and technology. And since the first years of its operation, it has already undertaken very important activities both at the artistic and at the scientific level through the organization of festivals and conferences. Today, we are at the heart of the biggest yearly event in the Department of Audiovisual Arts, the annual Audiovisual Arts Festival, in the wider context of which the DCAC conference is held. In parallel with the other conferences of our department, namely taboo, transgression, transcendence, and art and science, DCAC is one of the main gateways of extroversion of the department, both in the purely scientific part and in the intersection of art and science in the digital era. And it is really a challenge, as it is mentioned in the title of the conference, to try to combine the artistic with the scientific element in the set of the department activity. The scientific conference is the place and time where the research work performed in our academic department is presented. It is the place where young researchers meet, demonstrate their research, discuss and interact with each other in a productive dialogue that helps everyone, those involved and those watching. The presentation, the ideas, the thoughts, the proposals, everything that happens in such a conference constitutes the corpus of an unformed knowledge that it begins to take shape and form precisely during this dialogue. In its fourth year, DCAC has already begun to establish itself as a dynamic and promising conference covering the space occupied by interdisciplinary creativity, technology, arts, and culture. On behalf of the Department of Audiovisual Arts, I would like to deeply thank and warmly congratulate the organizing committee for making happen the DCAC 2022, and especially the head of the committee, Assistant Professor Yanacolopoulos, and the founding member, Assistant Professor Yanacolopoulos, as well as the other members, namely Assistant Professor Zareski, Lecturer Ionnio Akademia, Dr. and PhD candidate Sophia Blackwood and Isidoro. In addition, a big thank you to the technical and web team for the precious support to the conference and the festival in general. Thank you, Nicholas Farkas from Iconum, Inasper Dadis, Isidoro, the Deji, and Mrs. Louise. I would like also to express my thanks to our keynote speaker, Professor Zareski, for being here to share with us his experience and his wide interest in research. A special thank you message is reserved for our sponsors and supporters. Aspect of the conference, and especially their supervisors, Sophia Pascu, Ionnio Akademia, and Xenia Kaiman. I was saying the other day, during the opening of the festival, that art and science, with the aid of technology, are the two main pillars upon which modernity has built the evolution of mankind. And quite importantly, it is the combination of the two which leads to transcendental art. It is exactly the kind of research that we've been experiencing so far, and we hope will continue to experience in the works presented in this year's DCAC conference. My only closing remark would be a wish to all of us to have a fruitful conference and to keep stirring, optimistic, at the digital horizon of a bright artistic and scientific future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. I also want to thank all the people that Andreas mentioned for organizing this conference. And now I'm very happy to invite Professor Alexandros Iossifidis for the keynote talk. I have to say that I was with Alekos at the laboratory of artificial intelligence in Thessaloniki for some time. He was then a PhD student, and he was everybody could say that he was a promising scientist, and his evolution was extremely fast. At the age of 38 years old, I think, right? 37. He's a full professor at the Aarhus University. He has more than 90 publications in journals and more than 120 in conferences. He has more than 4,000 citations. He's young, but he's an expert in the field, and this makes a very big honor for us for having him here and giving this keynote talk. The title of which is Using Machine Learning for Automatic Visual Content Analysis in Photography Studies. So, Alekos, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, and especially the chair of the conference, Professor Michalis Panagopoulos, for inviting me to give this talk today. As Michalis already mentioned, my name is Alexandros Iossifidis, and I'm a professor in machine learning and computational intelligence at Aarhus University. I would like to start my talk by trying to provide a short and high-level description of machine learning as a concept that can be useful in many fields of science and technology, and later as a tool that can be readily available in helping conducting studies in different fields of science. As it stated here, machine learning is the process that we follow in order to make machines learn a new task. When we use the word learning, we refer to the adaptation of the variables, or as we call them in machine learning, the parameters of a specific machine learning model to the characteristics of a specific task that we would like to solve. This process is often divided in two parts. We have the training phase, in which we use a set of data and appropriate annotations in order to perform the adaptation of the machine learning model so that it will be able to learn the association of the input data to good responses dictated by the annotations provided by experts. In this particular example, we use a set of images and object labels provided by annotators, and we would like to optimize the parameters of the neural network of the machine learning model to learn how to associate an input image with the correct object class. The result of this process is the trained machine learning model, which later can be used, and we can introduce a new image as input, and the trained model can give us, hopefully, the right object category. The performance of these models has improved dramatically during the last 10 years, and now they are very reliable in providing good responses in quite difficult tasks. There are several key ingredients in making the process effective. First of all, we would like to have a comprehensive and representative data set for training the machine learning model. The model should be a good model for solving the problem at hand, and we would like to have effective methods for training the model, as well as powerful processing equipment, so that the training process can be completed in a reasonable amount of time. Almost everything that we hear today about artificial intelligence is in some way connected to a specific type of machine learning models called deep learning. Deep learning models are able to receive in their input unpreprocessed signals and perform multiple hierarchical transformations to identify patterns that can help in solving the task at hand. In this particular case, the model receives as input a set of measurements. On the left side, on the neurons which are indicated with red color, it performs multiple data transformations at the hidden layers of the neural network, which are shown with a green color. And then it provides as output the response of the neural network, and this response can be in the form of probability values which indicate the likelihood of the input to belong to as a class from the pre-specified set of classes defined in the training dataset. The power of deep learning models lies in the fact that all the data transformations are optimized jointly, and this makes each of these transformations to contribute as best as possible for providing the output of the neural network. Several types of deep learning models have been proposed, each focusing on different types of data. For example, here we can see a convolutional neural network, which can receive as input an image. We don't need to process the image before introducing it to the neural network. And we can see that multiple transformations are performed. On every layer, we have a new transformation of the input, and the transformations on the different layers of the neural network are trained in an end-to-end manner. This means that we allow the neural network to learn what are the best transformations possible for solving our problem. The combination of new deep learning model types with effective ways to train them on large available datasets and using powerful equipment based on graphical processing units has led to remarkable results. Here we can see two examples of our recent research in an EU project which focuses on proposing efficient deep learning models for robot perception and cognition. Both models have been designed and trained to recognize human actions in videos. The three most likely actions on each video are depicted in the top left of the video frames, and as we can see, the performance is quite impressive. Both models are able to run in real time on small embedded GPUs. Such models can be used as reliable off-the-shelf solutions for tasks in a variety of applications. One of the nice trends in machine learning community is that for many of the new methods, researchers provide their code and sometimes the trained models to the public. This is done usually through the researchers' websites or profiles in online platforms like GitHub. For example, if you visit my profile in GitHub, you will see that I have uploaded more than 50 of our recent methods, and many of them also contain the trained models that can be readily available for researchers worldwide to use in their work. And this brings me to the application of focus in this talk, which is visual content analysis in photographic studies. We have been collaborating with our colleagues in social sciences and humanities for close to 4 years now. And we have seen that data analysis in this field is mostly conducted using manual and text-based tools. To the best of our knowledge, there are no widely adopted methodologies for analyzing and accessing large digital image collections. This limits the amount of the number of images that can be analyzed in such studies until now, and this number is commonly between 400 and 1,000. The lack of automated tools for reliably analyzing visual data makes scaling the number of images used in such studies to thousands or even millions extremely difficult. We believe that it is important to scale up the number of analyzed images in such studies for several reasons. Content-based analysis of large image collections can provide answers to research questions that are not possible to be answered in a satisfactory manner using non-visual data. This is because often culture and social, economic, and political life is encoded in photos and images captured during a specific period of time. In this sense, photographs can be seen as a type of data storage which encode a variety of different types of information. Thus, when we want to retrieve the rich information encoded in the photographs, efficient and effective methods should be used in order to reliably analyze large amounts of data to be able to provide statistical responses to complex research questions. Finally, depending on the set questions and the methodologies used to provide the answers, the visual data archives can be potentially analyzed in various ways. Automated visual data analysis methods can really help in scaling up processing of large visual data collections, as they can provide the ability to process 100-fold greater number of photos than has been possible until now in existing research studies. Another reason why the use of automated methods are now is now more relevant than ever before, especially in Europe, is due to the new EU Accessibility Directive, which came into effect on September 2020. This directive requires textual descriptions of image content to be present in all public online image archives. At the moment, there is no efficient and inexpensive methods for this purpose, and addressing this directive seems to be the biggest bottleneck that is hindering the public service providers. All these reasons motivate us to work on the IPALIA project. IPALIA stands for Improving Public Accessibility of Large Image Archives, and it is a research project anchored at Tampere University in Finland. It brings together experts from machine learning, information retrieval, and visual studies. Moreover, external collaborators of the project are the Finnish Defence Forces Photograph Archive and the Vapriiki Museum in Tampere. Within this project, we have conducted a large-scale analysis of the Finnish Wartime Photograph Archive. This is a photograph archive containing around 160,000 photographs from the Finnish winter, continuation, and Lapland wars captured between 1939 and 1945. We used and adapted off-the-shelf person detection methods and showed that they can provide reliable results, even though the photographs in the archive are not of quite the same style as those forming image collections used for training deep learning models nowadays. We also did the same for deep learning object detectors, and we also saw that they can lead to reliable results. Moreover, we trained a neural network to recognize the identity of the photographer who took a photograph. And we saw that such method can lead to good results. We believe that this shows that such photos capture photographic styles of different photographers, which are very difficult to describe and detect with other means of visual data analysis. Here we can see the visualization of the subset of photographs that we used in our experiments, plotted in a two-dimensional space here at the center. This space was obtained by applying a machine learning method called TSNE. We can see that the plot is very complex, but we can also observe that photographs captured by the same photographer tend to cluster together. By taking a look at some photographs which are close to each other in the two-dimensional space, we can see on the left side and on the right side, we can observe that they contain similar content, which is very interesting. This is a very interesting result for us. This shows that the deep learning model was able to create an abstract description of the content of each photograph, and similar contents are described in very similar ways. We recently published this study, and we made our code and trained models publicly available. We hope that this can be useful for researchers studying similar problems, and we try to make the code as easy to use as possible with several explanations. Moreover, we went a step further and tried to understand which are the challenges making the use of research of recent machine learning methods in humanities and social sciences difficult. Maybe the most practical one is the use of different terminologies by the machine learning researchers and practitioners and researchers in humanities and social sciences. This is the case in many interdisciplinary research topics, and it requires effort from both sides to have successful collaboration, which can lead to interesting results for both sides. Another challenge is the fast pace of proposing new machine learning methodologies by the machine learning community. This pace is extraordinarily fast, and it is challenging also for many machine learning researchers to be up to date with the latest developments in the field. Another challenge is related to different interests and level of programming skills for efficiently adopting new methods and applying them to research problems. In order to help in addressing these challenges, we proposed a new framework for automatic image content extraction using machine learning-based automatic search for analyzing large image archives. Moreover, we developed a software tool which implements many of the functionalities included in our framework. We have made the preprint version of our paper public in Archive. This paper provides an in-depth description of related research in photographic studies and describes our proposed framework. We also provide our views on how recent machine learning methodologies can further help in advancing the use of large numbers of photographs in photographic studies. Central to our framework is a description of different types of information that can be potentially extracted by following an automated machine learning-based process. Based on our experience in machine learning and computer vision, we also categorize the different types of information based on their level of difficulty, and we provide the related machine learning terminology so that researchers in photographic studies can use it for connecting the specific type of information that they are interested in with research problems studied by the machine learning and computer vision communities. We also created a software tool which implements many of the functionalities included in our automatic image content extraction framework. The software has the graphical user interface shown at the right side of this slide. We tried to make the software as easy to use as and intuitive. We also tried to use effective solutions which can provide accurate results. The tool can be applied on any image collection in an easy way. And we made the software tool publicly available. Here we can see the link of the code. So the code is open source so that researchers worldwide can use it, adapt it to their needs, or even extend it by including more functionalities. This is an ongoing work. It will be updated with more functionalities that we will include in the near future. And let's now see some examples on how the tool can be used, and let's have a view on its level of performance. In this video here, that I will play just now, the main researcher of the Palia project will show how different functionalities in the automatic image content extraction framework can be easily combined in order to retrieve images with complex search queries. Let's play the video.
I'm a machine learning researcher from Tampere University, working in Ipalia project, and I'm the main developer of this image search tool that you are seeing on the screen right now, and I'm going to be doing a short demo of this search tool to show you how it works. Alright, as you can see here, we have many different filters that we can use, but you can see here on the top we have this content-based search, and this feature is basically the main feature of the search tool, where the users can simply type out the kind of image that they want to see, and the search tool will hopefully show images that match with that description. So let's try a couple of sentences. So let's type in woman at work in the home front, and then let's hit the search button. Now we can see we have 115 images here, and this search operation is being done on a subset of the SAQA archive. So we are using 25,000 images as our search corpus. And you can see how fast the search tool was. We only waited a couple of seconds to find these images. So let's take a look at some of these. So for example, let's take a look at this one. We can see some women working. Let's take a look at this one. It's correct. This one as well. We can see that most of the images do fit the description that we wrote, woman at work in the home front at the wartime. And then let's do another search. So let's type soldiers in front of a lake. Maybe we can even say soldiers standing in front of a lake, just to be more specific. Yep, and now here we have 356 results. Let's take a look at some of them. So as we can see, we have a soldier here who's standing in front of a lake. We have other images. And then let's maybe take a look at this one. Here we have two soldiers, again standing in front of a lake. Even if it's a frozen lake, it's still detected by the machine learning tool. You can see that even here, the lake is quite in the background and barely visible. It's still detected. And then we can apply more filters on top of this. So let's say we again want to see images of soldiers standing in front of a lake, but we want exactly 2 people to be present in the image. So we can go to the search by number of people filter here and type in 2, while still leaving the description here. This means that both the description we wrote here and this filter are going to work at the same time. So let's do a search. Now we can see that the amount of result images we have is reduced from 356 to only 42. Let's take a look at this one. Yep, and we can see 2 soldiers standing in front of a lake. Maybe let's take a look at another one. And again, here we see 2 soldiers standing in front of a partially frozen lake. And now let's try to combine as many of these filters as we possibly can, and let's try to do a pretty advanced search. So let's say that we want the image shot type to be long, meaning we want the entire bodies of the people in the image to be present. And then let's say we want the image to be taken at an outdoor environment rather than an indoor environment. And then let's say, again, we want to see exactly 2 people in the image. Now looking here at the search by object feature, we have a long list of objects that we can choose. So let's say we want to see 1 or more horses in the image, for example. So we can type in horse, choose that. And then let's move away to the filters here at the top right. Here we can specify information about either the main character or anyone in the image, or we can specify filters for everyone in the image. So if I were to choose male everyone, it would show me images where all of the subjects in the image are male. If I were to choose anyone male, it would show images where at least 1 person in the image is male, but not necessarily all of them. And then if I were to choose main character male, it is going to show images where the most important, the subject who is the center of the focus in the image, is male. So let's try to use all of these filters, and let's keep the main character selection here. Let's say we want the main character to be an adult male who's looking directly to the camera and has a happy face. And then finally, let's say we want the image to be a vertical shape, and then let's say we want the color to be grayscale instead of color. And now when I do a search, the tool is going to apply all of these filters. I think it's about, it's 10 filters here. And it's going to try to show us images that fit to all of these filters at the same time. So let's see what we get. All right, as you can see, again, it took about only 2 seconds. We were very specific with the filters that we chose. So let's take a look at the results and see how good the search tool did. All right, so here we see an outdoor environment, and we have 1 and 2 people in the image. And there is a horse. That is correct. And the main character does seem to be an adult, but I think the tool got the gender wrong. So it's a female in this case instead of a male, I think. And then the image is a vertical shape and it's grayscale. So except for the main character's gender, it got 9 of the filters correct, and just 1 of the filters didn't work. And now let's move on to the second result. Here again we see an outdoor environment. Horses are present in the image. There are 2 people. So all of that is correct. And then we can see that the main character, or main characters in this case, they are both male. They are looking to the camera, and as you can see, they are slightly smiling, so that would make them happy. So the emotion filter is also working. And this is a vertical image that is grayscale. So as you can see, this image fits all 10 of the filters we applied, and this one fits 9 of them. So even though it is not perfect, as we can see here, it is pretty good and it's quite close to perfect. It tries to get almost all of the filters correctly at the same time. Even if not necessarily all of them would work at the same time, it's still quite close to being perfect. And again, taking a look at the filters we have here, except for the search by shape and search by color feature, the other 8 filters are all based on state-of-the-art machine learning tools that we either found online, that are like the best available models right now, and some of these algorithms were developed by ourselves, like the search by gaze, search by shot, and finding the main character features. So thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Okay, so here we can see that we can perform very complex searches on a large image collection. It took almost 2 seconds, and the number of images included in the collection is 25,000. So this is a remarkable size for being included in a photographic study. As I said before, the number of images used in such studies is between 400 to 1,000. And this is done mostly manually. So we can see that we have some errors, but it is extremely faster to have a subset of all the images which can fulfill the requirements and then discard a couple of them than to go through the 25,000 once to do a search, then twice to do a second search and so on. So I will close this talk with a discussion on some of the challenges and risks in automatic data processing that we have identified. Maybe one of the most practical challenges is related to that many researchers in humanities and social sciences do not have strong mathematical and programming background. This might make it difficult for them to find and apply new machine learning tools in their studies. Another issue is related to the fact that machine learning models are not error-free, as we saw in the previous example. We expect that when such automatic methods are applied to hard tasks, they are likely to produce some errors. Moreover, different machine learning models can lead to different levels of performance when they are applied on the same task. Low performance may result from non-effective training of a machine learning model, while some other machine learning model can provide better or even excellent results. We should be aware of all these issues related to the use of different machine learning models and their performance, as errors produced in the first stages of a study propagate to subsequent and higher level stages. This is also relates to comparing studies that base their analysis on the results provided by different machine learning models. As results of different models can lead to different outputs, comparisons of the final outcomes of the high-level studies may not be valid. Two other challenges that are actually correspond to open research problems for the machine learning community are related to the interpretability of the results provided by very complex machine learning models and potential biases that may be introduced in the results provided by machine learning models. All machine learning models are, in general, not biased by nature, but they analyze data which may contain biases, and they tend to learn patterns that can make the solution of the problem that we want to study very effective. This means that they might highlight bias cases and might lead to results that we would like to avoid. If you would like to get to know more about the work of my group and the work that we conduct in the context of the Center for Digitalization, Big Data and Data Analytics at Aarhus University, please visit our websites. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to receive questions and to try to provide some hopefully good enough answers.
Thank you, Alexandros, very much for your very interesting talk. Allow me first a question about the 25,000 data set. is pre-processed or not? So you said not at all. There is no annotation. There is nothing at all.
Exactly. So this is part of the data set that I described from the Finnish World War archive. It has 160,000 images, and we use the subset of them with 25,000. The annotations that are included in the data set are tags.
Are?
Tags. And they are related to the color of the image. So we perform automatic analysis by receiving as input the raw image data and performing all our neural network deep learning models for extracting the representations which encode everything for the image.
I ask that because in the tool that you have, there was a part about some predefined keywords. How did these words came up?
What do you mean?
You said they were predefined.
These are the classes of the neural networks that we train the neural networks on. For example, if you want to detect in an image a spacecraft, and you don't teach to the neural network what is a spacecraft, it will not learn.
Okay,
so these predefined categories are the number of objects that we use in our training phase, and these are common objects appearing in many image collections for deep learning models. But they are not those defined by the data set that we apply the sets.
They were from the training set.
Exactly.
And the 25,000 were the test set.
The 25,000 was a new image collection which has nothing to do with the training of the neural networks.
Amazing. Okay. So anything? Okay, Panagiotis, you want to ask something? Okay.
Like just to imagine, for instance, that I am a film historian that would like to use this kind of techniques in order to study the action, the praxeology of the film, by depicting the protagonist in among 1,500 shots that a feature film contains, for instance, that are moving images, not still images, and try to find also who else is there, antagonist, neutral milieu, etc. So just depict parts of the image in every shot of the film in order to make a quantitative analysis of and then try to relate it to the quality of the film, the mechanism of the narration, etc. Is it possible with your techniques and moving image and pattern just of definitive protagonist, etc., they are corresponding to your research?
Okay, so here we need to distinguish between what is the functionality that we want to perform and what the specific tool implements. So the tool works on images stored in a folder. So if you take the video, there are automated tools, for example, VLC, I know. You can load the video and say store as frames, as video frames. Then you can apply the tool on the folder where you have these images. The tool has functionalities on the content of the image, on finding who is the main character. You saw that there are, we have more than 20, it might be 50 filters. In order to use the tool, you need to describe what you said in a set of filters. I want the main character to be that and to do this. In that case, yes. But you cannot use a free text saying that I want the main character to be blah, blah, blah. Okay? And this needs to be described in a sense as a binary search of different quantities and qualities. Did I answer or?
DiCaprio as a protagonist. And so you can describe the protagonist and make a research and have in how many shots he's presented. And if I reapply the research with the same tool, I will have the same answer.
Yes, so when we say main character, we don't mean I want you to find Alekos, because we didn't define what is Alekos, okay? So we mean in the image, we find the persons, and then we have proposed a method in order to quantify what is the likelihood of different people in the image to be the main character in the image. Not the main character in a high-level image video, for example, okay? This is the first. The second is that the methods have no randomness. This means that if you apply the same filters on exactly the same images, you will get exactly the same outputs.
Okay. Anyone? Andreas, yes?
Thank you for a great presentation. I would like to ask about the Web Accessibility Initiative. You mentioned in the beginning of your talk that this is a project related to the demand of alternative text for all images on the web.
This motivated us to try to get funding to do this research.
Okay. We do know that alternative text is the holy grail of web accessibility. That was impressive, the number of results, how fast the tool worked. I would like to ask what's going on the other way. I mean, we give to the tool descriptions and returns photographs. For accessibility to work, to provide alt text, we need to provide images and get the descriptions back. So the question is, to what level of progress is this part of the project?
Now, I think now you refer to image to text generation. We don't have this functionality in the tool. There is research in this direction. There is research which does visual data captioning. For example, given an image, I want you to give me a text describing the content of the image. We will work on this problem in another European project that we run in the group. At this point, we don't have something on this particular project, but there is research and there are some very good results already available. So there is work, but we don't have such work yet in the group.
That would be of great help to the web community. Thank you very much.
There.
Do you think that at some point this tool could reach the capability to be applied also to illustrations and drawn images, or can it only understand photographs?
We treat the photographs as images. So the photographs are digitized, and they are now MPEG, MPG, or JPEG images. And we use these images as input to the models. Now, if you refer to images which have the style of standard images that we collect now with our smartphones, this is something that is already done. The interesting thing in this project here is to see if the models, the methods which work very well on images of our era can be applied equally well on images which come, photographs which come from a war photograph archive. But there is a lot of work and there are a lot of results showing that these tools work remarkably well on standard images.
I'm asking because illustrations and drawn images can have much more abstract forms. Could it detect those filters as you have put them in there as well?
Can you give me an example?
I think she's talking about illustrations of not photographs, right? Design pictures or animated pictures or something like that, not photographs, not taking photographs. From a painter, from a designer.
Yeah, if the content of the image has something which can be recognized as an object, which is similar to objects that we can see in the real world. So if it's something that the model has learned what it is, it will perform very well. If now you have a set of a collection of images and you define annotations, you say that this image shows that, this image shows that, then you can train this model in order to detect patterns on these images which are specific to the problem that you want to solve, and then you can apply this new model now to other images which have similar characteristics. And actually this is the power of the deep learning models. Before, deep learning models were, now they are the mainstream in machine learning and computer vision. So before the era of the new era of deep learning, we had to design specific descriptions for images. So it might be the case that we described descriptors, for example, the shift descriptor, which encodes specific characteristics of corners, of some shapes in the image. And these shapes might not be suitable for the new type of images that you refer to. But now we have the deep learning models. So the idea is that, so in that case, you would introduce here in the input an image collection which has the characteristics of the problem that you want to solve. You will train the neural network, okay? The neural network receives as input the image and the output, which is a class, okay? And it learns everything by itself. It provides an output, and then if the output is not the output that you would like it to learn, it updates everything in between, so that the next time that you introduce the same image, you will get an output which is very close to what you wanted to give as output. Okay? So this is why now we can see such remarkable results in many applications with deep learning. It will adapt to the specific properties that you wanted to learn.
Yeah, it might be a nice idea, maybe, that the user could also train the model.
Yes, yes.
You could give your own corpus for a fast training in order to have more annotations and more keywords.
For example?
Yeah, for the sample that you will give later.
Exactly. For example, in this project here, the OpenDR, we create a tool which is public, and then we give both the training process and the inference process. And the user can use the images or videos that he or she wants to train the model, just train the model using the code that we give, and then you have a model which is specific for the task that you want to solve.
This is amazing that these are free tools for everybody, right, Alexis?
Yes, we have several licenses which don't allow the commercial use, but everyone who wants to use it and build research on top of it or use it for personal use, it is open.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was quite impressive. I would like to ask specifically for the project in Finland, if they had used photographic specialists to evaluate the cultural value of the filters. As an example, when you say which is the main character in a photography, it is suppose that's the figure in the first level, which is not always the case. The second right, an example, could be the general, and the front one would be a less high-rank officer. And for every different time in cultural history, different photographic art movement, you have different ways of composing a picture. So you have to feed, to train the system to understand. If you had a photo from an Yanacolopoulos film, the main character would be just a point in the depth coming forward. So you never know you should always have a system of cultural evaluation. Is that so?
Yes, okay, so there are 2 points here. The first point is that in the project we have experts of photographic studies. So the first author in this preprint that I show here is an expert on photographic studies, okay? So, and in this paper actually we give also a historical overview of what is the value of visual content analysis in photographic studies, how the different authors approached the use of automatic tools. Some of them were in favor of it, some of them were not, and so on. Okay. For the specific data set, we didn't have such an analysis as you described it. The second thing is that in the example that you gave, we have a video frame, okay, and there is someone moving, coming forward. We can understand that this is the main character once this person came forward. If we see a small figure of a person far away, personally, I don't know if others are more trained than me in this respect, I would not imagine that this person there would be the protagonist of the video frame that I'm seeing. If I have the temporal information, so nothing else moves, but this person comes closer and closer, I say, now I think I need to focus on that person. So this type of information is not well described in a way that can be used by automatic tools yet. And this is why we need to have the intuition, we need to have the knowledge of experts in the topic so that they can introduce these concepts, and hopefully at some point these concepts can be learned by models. Now, you might want to apply video analysis methods. For example, the example that I showed there with the action recognition, it operates on videos. So this also encodes the temporal information. But you need to have a data set which has consistently this type of information for many examples, so that the model, the machine learning model, can figure out that, okay, the expert told me that all these videos have the same label, they are the same. I need to find what are the common characteristics of these videos which are correlated with a specific label. And then hopefully it will figure out that it is the movement of a character coming close to the camera, something like this. So we are good, but not so good yet. This is the idea.
Yeah, I had a question, kind of based on what you were saying about the. Okay. What she's saying about using images, because I know it's a couple years old now, but the Google's Deep Dream neural network kind of used just any kind of image whatsoever from like the internet, and it created these like super surreal images. It wound up being like a surreal image generator. So are you saying that like your network, I'm not sure if it's a neural network or not, but are you saying you need to be really specific about the sources that go into it so that the machine can learn from them? Like you have to be specific, the source needs to be specific. I think that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so I think now you refer to the neural transfer, neural style transfer.
Right.
You have an image, you have a neural network which has been trained on paintings, and then you say that I want to take this image as input, and I want you to give me an output which incorporates in the content of the image the characteristics, for example, of Van Gogh. If Van Gogh was going to paint it, it would be like that, something like this. Is this what you refer to?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So, in order to answer this question, I think we need to go back to the way that neural networks learn. Okay. So, the neural network that did this, the neural style transfer, was much more complex than this, but the core characteristics of all networks are quite the same. So you need to have a collection of images in the input. In that case, it was a set of paintings, okay, with specific annotations. For example, the paintings of a specific painter were having the label of that painter, okay? And then you were training, you were learning how the transformations of this image should be done such that the network will identify what is the style, what are the characteristics of making the lines, or what are the colors of the painting, okay? And then you would have the network trained, and then you would have as input other images. These images would propagate in the network, so you will transform the images in smaller images as you see here in the different layers. And then every layer will add something on the image and something else, okay? Depending on the way that it was trained, the output of each of these layers, okay, would be slightly different depending on the style that you want to incorporate to the image, okay? So this process requires very good annotations and very good data set. If you have this, then you can train the neural network to do this style transfer, okay? These networks that we use here, they don't do that. But it's not very difficult to take a method which is publicly available now through a GitHub repository, for example, and use it in a tool so that you will do this style transfer, okay?
Congratulations for your work. It's very remarkable. I was intrigued at some point by what you mentioned about, if I understood it correctly, that the system may inherit some bias. And since there's no description accompanying these images, how does that work? Does it have to do with decoding the perspective of each photographer? Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
When I talked about biases, I talked in a general manner, because using automatic tools which receive as training collections data, images, measurements, anything, time series, whatever, then these networks will try to find the details that make the classification the best, okay? I will give you an example which is quite widely used in these cases. So imagine that you have an area where you have only Greeks living there. And you have a bank, and the bank will give loans, okay? So for the Greeks, you have all the information for the past, you have CVR, you have measurements about their life, which is normal for the specific location, okay? And then I come, I'm Greek, but I live abroad for several years now. And the information that the system will have for me will not be a normal type of information because I have some different measurements, okay? Now, the result that this model will give would be based on the assumption that I should have had exactly the same type of information as the training set, okay? So I would be a very weird person to give a loan, okay? But this doesn't mean that I might not be eligible. It means that based on the training data that we had to train the model, the characteristics of this data were identified and used to create a model which can give very good results for people who have these characteristics. But now you have someone who is an outlier. This outlier might be eligible. I might have nothing wrong, let's say, okay? But because I'm an outlier in this set of data, the model will give an output which is not expected. And this is a bias. It's a bias because it doesn't cover all possible information that we would need in order to make the decision correctly, okay? But if for the training of the model, we had an infinite number of data, having all possible combinations of situations, then the model would be neutral. the model would not have any bias because it would know all the information it needs to give good answer. The problem comes when the training set is not comprehensive enough, and it has maybe more data from some categories. Okay? In the example that I gave, it didn't have any data from people coming to Greece who lived in Denmark for a few years. Okay? But if we had 8 billion of cases, all people in the world, this model would give a hopefully better result, something like this. Does that make sense? So the models by themselves are not biased. The data and the ways that they are trained might lead to some biases. And it's very difficult to encode what is bias. There is research in this topic, and there are several definitions of bias, and several of them are contradictory. So when people want to make a decision, they debate with themselves. Say, should I do this? Should I do that? I should do this because I have this in mind. But if you consider that, maybe I should do that. Okay? So this debate is not very clear on how to include it in training the neural networks, the machine learning models. And this is because they need to use the information that we give them in the input. They cannot have a very abstract information that might be a rumor that we heard 10 years ago about a specific situation and include it in our decision, something like this.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we had a very nice discussion after your very impressive talk. I want to notice that these tools are available for everybody to use them, right, Alekos?
Yes.
Any researcher from all disciplines, for humanities, for people that work on humanities, they can upload their folder with images.
They should download the tool.
No.
And they should download the tool
of course.
and run it on their folder.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for this. You can use this tool and extract the information, or you notice the images you want, specific with the queries that you will give to the system. So I think this is very, it's not only that it's impressive your work, it's impressive that you can give it to the other disciplinaries to use it and produce their scientific work. And this is amazing. I want to thank everybody. Thank Alekos for this talk. Thank you all for being here. Now we have a larger break, and we will be here at exactly at 3:30 for the afternoon sessions of the DCAC 2022. Thank you very much.
age, following the literary and cinematic narrative of 19th and 20th century. Of course, most of you may know his seminal work on the language of new media, which has been recently translated in Greece, and also his article database as symbolic form that was written earlier but then was included in his book. Speaking of database as symbolic form, he refers to the book Gothic Architecture and Scholasticism of art critic Erwin Panofsky, where he considered that perspective was the symbolic form of modern age after Renaissance, considering that it was an organization of human glaze that obeyed to both cultural and historical values. So the database is a form that has historical and cultural dimension, and it's not only a way of organization. And he referred, Lev Manovich, he referred, speaking of databases, to the cultural multimedia I referred to before, and to internet websites. He used, as an example, Dziga Vertov's, perhaps you know, the documentary film Man with a Movie Camera from 1929. Peter Greenaway's work. Peter Greenaway is a director, artist, exhibition organizator, and many other things that tries to replace usual cinematography linear narration with alphabet order, arithmetic order, and so on, like what he does in the film Drawing in by Numbers, where each plan is numbered either in as an icon in the plan, like the one you see, or in the dialogue and so on. And also, last but not least, Jeffrey Shaw interactive installation, Legible City. When he speaks about the database as narration mechanism, Lev Manovich concludes that database and narratives are natural enemies because he takes in consideration narration as a linear form of storytelling. In relation to Lev Manovich's approach, we can see about the Japan Hiroshi Achuma book Otaku, when he speaks about manga, the approach of Steve Johnson about interface culture, and the Greek writer Iulia Pedazou, who is a very good designer of historical information. Her book about history and exhibition and digital design practices in Greek Open University editions a few years ago. And what you see is that Hiroki Azuma speaks about the depth of data and postmodern data, speaks about visibility and invisibility, and he concludes that a database deconstructs narratives in order to reconstruct fragments. Because modern, postmodern culture of the digital era is full of fragmented narrations, which can be reorganized through scenarios, digital scenarios that organize the navigation through the corpus of the data in order to propose different ways of looking at them. In recent years, a few decades, the notion of narration has spread in many disciplines, in architecture as well, where we use narration and scenario and event to speak about a different way, a different notion of space, in contrary to the old ways of speaking about space in a geometric way of describing. Modern writers like Bernard Tchoumi, a well-known architect who designed the Museum of Acropolis, and Antoine Picon, a French theorist of architectural history, speak of architecture as a dynamic discipline that considers space created by the human movement. Also, interface as a new visual language, as it is considered by Stephen Johnson. It is a new way of constructing our digital media environments, a new way of communicating information. The other reference of Lev Manovich is that interface is a cultural form. That is that it takes old codifications that come from painting, typography, and moving image. It transforms it with new meanings, but if you see a computer application, we see that we still have the way of organization of a page, of organizing, of having tools like in painting, and we have moving image like cinema codification. To these three codifications, a fourth one is added, the new one, which is the codification of navigation and organization of interfaces. Our department, the architecture department in Volos, and our laboratory, LECAT, has for a long time has been interested in databases as mechanism of narration, has organized a symposium and both workshop together with Roy Ascott and Francois Pens. So I will give you some information about the multimedia interactive DVD-ROM that was created together with the Multimedia Laboratory of the University of Crete and with financial support of the European Community and with the Museum of Nikos Kazantzakis in Crete. It was organized in, these are the basic credits. You see that Julia Pendazou was a basic collaborator of this production. Life and work of Nikos Kazantzakis was organized along 6 sections in the 6 categories according to different ways of looking at his life, proposing to the reader, to the user, 6 different ways of visiting the database of his work and his life. Together to these 6 sections, we had in the back of the application the database itself, which we can call it annexes, and was his work and a list of biographies of persons related to his life. This is the diagram of the content, and you can see it transferred to the annexes of as a navigation plan inside, organized in 2 screens inside the application. The entities of this organization map were hotspots, and you could change the subject using the organization, the navigation map. The decision about the character of the content was to create a digital environment about Nikos Kazantzakis' life that is a unique case in the European literature. He's not so much a national writer and intellectual, but he's more a very unique case. One could say that he's more oriented towards 19th century. It was at the first time that information about his life was organized in the same application, not even digital, but also broader in a book. So we wanted to create something that could be supplementary to the Museum of Nikos Kazantzakis and also to serve as an educational tool to schools in Crete and all over Greece. Our aesthetic approach was based in his case that he was, his personality, that he was esoteric and very closed and very peculiar case, so that we chose a dark black field where texts and other articles were inscribed and came out of the black background. The terms that came to our mind studying his personality was used as keywords like intensity, immersion, and so on, that you see there. And we used symbolism and allegorical forms that came out also of his works as things that could orient the user inside the application. We used also things and aesthetics that come from the first half of 20th century, the textures of the papers, the card postals and so on, this kind of aesthetic, so that you will see. We put in the center of our approach the two notions of intensity and immobility, which refer to this double side of his character, the very dynamic way of seeing the things, but then his drawing back and his immobility, something that we use as a way of organizing the interfaces. So I'll present you the way of organizing the interfaces and some basic types of screens. So we used a zone of different photographs of him, portraits of him from the young age to his elder ages, as a way of entering into different periods of his life. And of course, his handwriting was used in the typing of the interfaces and the information. You see the introductory animation sequences that used the original photo of the period with a turning like a spiral and the arrival to the final typical screen, which organized with a central text with containing words that could afford additional information. And on the right side there is a type of movie that you can choose several images to get more information. And you will see the presentation of the navigation organization of the screen. We have the navigation interactivity that is spread around the center area where is organized the information. And on the lower part, we have the word taxidi, which is traveling in his own handwriting. That is a composite button that comports all the information that you need to navigate. That's the sound level, the navigation map, and so on. On the left and right side, we have the additional information. In the left side, we have his name written in capitals coming from his books that get you in the database. So very quickly, I will show you some screens to get an idea. This is about his travels, where he's organized with card postals and letters. His companions, his outline, his profile outline, and the people he loved and worked with. Here you see just an image of the storyboard creative of preparing the application. His presentation of his own character, his writings, because here it's more text-oriented because there are not any images. It's referring to his writings. His character seen by his collaborators and other people. We used an interface using the idea of work of Andy Warhol, multiple portraits. And here you see the pop-out window that gets you to the database. We have a timeline in the bottom of the screen and 6 ways of looking at his work. Biographies, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do you have any questions? So, I would like to make a short question.
Yes.
Do you have any plans for a transition maybe on the web? Because you said it is on a DVD-ROM, the application.
As it was produced by the Museum of Nikos Kazantzakis, I don't know their plans. I was not more involved about that. The problem with all this production, because we have too many multimedia production in Greece, they were produced, financed by the European community. And after the productions, the Greek institution, did not give following about that, yes. And that's a pity, because we have made rather good works.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are going for our next presentation. Manuel Rovithis is going to present us CK's Corfu Cultural Adventure Game. I am glad to be part also of this team. We have designed and developed an immersive adventure game to showcase the history, tradition, art, and local creativity of Corfu. Manos, I'm sure you can keep it a little bit short without sticking to the details, okay? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Rovithis. I will be presenting you today our latest project. It's now in the last phase, in the testing phase. It is called CK, Corfu Cultural Adventure Game. And essentially, it is an augmented reality game that offers a playful exploration for the visitors of the old town of Corfu. This project has required the contribution of many departments of the Ionian University. Of course, the Audiovisual Arts Department, the Department of Archive, Library Science and Museology, the Department of Tourism, and the Department of Informatics. Now, before diving right into the topic of today's presentation, which is the process of designing the scenario of the game to meet its needs, I wouldn't want to tire you with the theoretical background. It will be in the paper that will be in the conference proceedings published, and you can read it there. But first, I would like to start with mentioning a shift in the focus of research that has occurred in the last years and has served also as one of our main motivations. Now, much of the discussion that was relevant in the beginning of this century seems now to be a little bit outdated. Topics such as, for example, can the older generations keep up with the younger generations in using technology? Or is it feasible or even plausible to use technology, let's say, in the classroom or in informal education? These things seem to have been resolved now. Now the question is no longer whether to use technology, but how to do it, and how to do it in terms of enhancing and achieving personal and social well-being. Now, as researchers and also as consumers and as citizens, we have been sculpted through three, let's say, eras of digital technology. We have the era of multimedia, the era of internet, and the era of mobile technology. And now we are marching towards the era of, at least we were marching before the pandemic, but I'm very optimistic we're still marching toward the era of ubiquitous learning. Now, ubiquitous learning is a condition in which our living spaces, personal and social, domestic and urban, are intelligent. The environment is aware of our actions and our movements, is responsive to us, is also very discreet, but very targeted, and essentially it can be customized according to our needs, our wishes, our interests. Now, in that context, augmented reality seems to be an ideal medium because it adheres to three basic principles. It mixes real with virtual elements in 3 dimensions and allows for real-time interaction. Plus, it's very doable with a standard smartphone. A sophisticated system can be in our smartphone. This potential was first acknowledged in the field of games. We had this social phenomenon, the Pokemon Go, for example, game. We have seen players cover long distances to play and discover monsters. We have seen players forming large networks. And this potential was also recognized in the field of cultural heritage. More recently, we have museums all over the world which adapt strategies to make the visitor's experience more interactive and more enriched with information that would not be possible in previous ways, like, for example, reconstructing the past form of an exhibit. Now, what we are focusing on in CCAIDS is a combination that is still under-researched. Mainly, it's the utilization of augmented reality in order to gamify the tourist experience. Now, we would like to combine, to exploit the benefits of both fields. We would like to create an experience that motivates players, engages them, gets them to be emotionally attached with, immersed into the process and become emotionally attached with the place itself, with the site, while also leaving a very subtle signature on the site, but receiving the most out of it. Now, how would we do that? These are our goals. First, the promotion of cultural heritage, then
the support of local businesses, and third, an accessible experience. When we set to design that, we used three basic elements from the field of game design, and these are structure, content, and mechanics. First, structure. So the way the game is structured aims to encourage players to explore, and also to encourage players to connect with the local community. So we have intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Then the content must embrace many aspects of Corfu: social, political, historical, mythical, and form these aspects into storytelling elements. And then we have mechanics, which we have to keep as simple as possible, but still to the point. Now, we kept in mind that our audience are the tourists, okay, mainly, but not necessarily just the tourists. Visitors, citizens, children, students, anyone who wishes to learn the history of Corfu in a playful way is welcome. Now, some of them may devote a long time, some of them may wish or may have to keep it short. So we had to be versatile in the way we structure the game. And of course, some of them may be experienced in technology, some others may not. So at the core of our design lies the quest. And quests are attached to points of interest. Quests are non-linear. We can play them in any order we wish, or we can play just one of the quests. There are 10 quests in total. One of these 10 is the tutorial, let's say. But all of them have three, let's say, parts. First, players go to a point of interest where they accept the quest, and they learn, also they receive the context of the scenario. Then they go to another point of interest where they play the game, let's say. They participate in the action, they complete the objective. And then they go to a third point of interest where they deliver the successful quest, and they get their reward. They are rewarded for that success. So here we can see a map of the old town. Different colors are different quests, and the icons. So the question marks lead to the arrows, and then from the arrows we go to the houses. And so these routes are formed. Sorry about the colors that did not match the previous ones, but these are the same quests. These routes are formed, and players are encouraged by the plot itself, by the structure of the game, to travel, to explore the town. Now, how do they find the points of interest, and how do they find the virtual objects that we have hidden, or we have enriched reality with those? The first and basic mode of interaction is to scan the surroundings with the device in order to locate objects and points of interest. Now, once they find something of interest, they have two other options, two other ways to interact. The one is to aim at something and keep it steady, keep it on target in order to collect it. And the other one is to aim again and make this movement, this abrupt hit, in order to do any other interaction besides collecting it. So we have the points of interest, we have the mechanics. What do we need now? We need scenarios, we need narratives. So 10 narratives in total. Players get to assemble the island's emblem, destroy the Book of the Nobles, announce the union of Corfu with Greece, gather flowers and then witness a love song under a balcony, deliver medicine to a hospital, measure water from a well, assemble the pages of a manuscript in front of the Reading Society, fight in a horseback combat tournament in the old fortress, demolish houses in the big square in order to fortify the town against a siege, and also neutralize bombs during a siege in front of the theater. So we have historical figures and facts, we have traditional elements, we have myths, we have social acts and revolutions all together merged into 10 narratives. Now, let's say a couple of words. I think I have a little bit more time. Okay, let's say a few words about the technical aspect. We followed the bring your own device approach. We kept it as simple as possible. The application runs on both iOS and Android, and it can be played with the standard sensors that are in a smartphone, GPS and gyroscope, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, regarding the accessibility, it is like we have two parallel modes of the game. One is enhanced for people with visual impairment, and the other one is enhanced for people with hearing impairment. This includes audio stimuli for extra audio stimuli for proximity and distance, earcons and auditory icons to serve more, and magnified graphics and flashing icons for the people with hearing impairment. And of course, narration, soundscapes, and vibrational signals are standard for are there also for the standard mode, as well as audiovisual information. At the end of each quest, we have a video that presents some historical elements in a more efficient way. And last, the rewards. The rewards are our main vehicle to connect the players, the tourists, the visitors with the local community, with the local market. There is an in-game reward system, and players can go and collect their rewards. These may be prizes or special offers. Businesses that are near the places where a quest is completed or relevant to the theme of the subject of the quest may offer these prizes. And moreover, there's also the option of reading through QR codes information about the stores and the businesses. So for the local market, it can serve as a tourist guide promoting their local businesses. And for the tourists themselves, it can serve as a game. I think that's about it. Yes, I hope we play the game sometime soon all together outside. And thank you all.
Thank you, Manos. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from our audience? Yes? Can we have a microphone?
Ήθελα και εγώ να ρωτήσω γι' αυτό.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like just to ask if this is in relation with other projects in virtual reality that you had to represent colorful areas I've seen before here in the conferences, or it is an independent project?
No, this is an independent project. It has to do with augmented reality. Of course, in our publications that refer to this project, we have made a research about projects that have been implemented elsewhere, virtual reality or augmented or mixed reality. If I may, one of the conclusions I have come to is that most of these projects are funded and implemented for research, but once this research comes to an end and the data is collected from the participants, etc., they stop. So if I was to just name one, the basic problem, let's name it like that, I would say our sustainability of the projects. But this is, yes, this is independent from others.
I would like also to add on this that yes, this project is independent, as well as all the other projects that may seem relevant, but there is an agenda behind all of this. We have established communication. We are all working on the same university. So yes, there are projects on virtual reality, on cultural heritage, or augmented reality, or transmedia storytelling for tourism promotion. But yes, we have a common goal, and we go according to this goal.
Yes, and another project we completed quite recently, audio augmented reality. It was augmented reality only with sound.
Can I make two questions? If this game is, Manos, if this is available to the public, if someone can download it and test it, and if you have already made some testings on it.
We haven't made any testings yet with players, just among us to make things, to optimize some things. Now, whether it will be available for the general public, this is our intention, but this project has to be delivered first, and from one point, it will be no longer up to us to bring it to the general public. Of course, we apply it to, in order to get the data. This will happen for sure. Whether it will be sustainable, it's our intention, we will see. Thank you.
Also, I think Nikos had a question.
Can you hear this? Okay. Just one small thing about the infrastructure. This, we have a demand about resources, right? How is the infrastructure going to be established with servers all over the place, or is it going to be all over the network? How is the communication will happen?
Well, this is GPS based. You mean the infrastructure for the for connecting with the local market? That's
Data,
what you mean?
database, and all that.
We're going to have to go with the simple solutions like QR codes or GPS based info, because we want to keep it as simple as possible. I think there are no more requirements other than that. Yet I'm not in the, I'm in the creative department, not the technical department. I may forget something now, or I may not.
I can add something to this.
Yes, please.
You mentioned servers. No, we don't need actually servers, because it is an application that you can download so that you don't need any service running on the web. So you download the application and you can use it without having a network. That was a basic requirement, so that we don't have to spend the data, the roaming that our visitors may have or may not have.
Fair point.
Okay, we can proceed to our next presentation, if there's no other... sorry.
This is a wonderful project, and I was wondering how... This is a wonderful project, and I was wondering how easy would it be for it to be altered to go to other cities as well, outside of Corfu, or is it just exclusively for this city?
Of course, it's not exclusively for this city. Once we have the skeleton, the structure, then it's a matter of content. It's like empty boxes that you fill with different content. Of course, you can modify some things according to the new content. But it would be very, very interesting to make a research on local stories and the history of other places, and create similar quests in order to educate in an entertaining way.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And we also hope that the design documents and deliverables, as well as the publications that we have, will be a tool that can help replication of our results.
The methodology, the design methodology, of course.
That's right. Too many questions for one presentation. Okay, Manos, please. Yes.
Thank you.
We will proceed to our next presentation with Sofia Fanariotti. Sofia Fanariotti is a collaborator of our department. We hope that she will soon be a PhD candidate. She is interested in developing and designing virtual reality and mixed reality applications, and she has a special interest on storytelling, so she's going to present us the preliminary design of a mixed reality live storytelling platform, exploring the content presentation and interactivity issues and challenges. Thank you, Sofia, for coming. And you are ready.
Good evening, everyone. My talk today is entitled Preliminary Design of a Mixed Reality Live Storytelling Platform, Exploring the Content Presentation and Interactive Issues and Challenges, which is a joint effort with my colleague, Dr. Athanasios Tsipis, and my supervisor assistant, Professor Vasilis Komianos. This is a short description of the presentation structure. First, we will talk about what is mixed reality storytelling, and then we will focus on some initial requirements for realizing mixed reality storytelling platforms. Then, we will present some key enabling technologies through a simple use case. And finally, we conclude with some future directions. The main objective of this work is to understand the functionality requirements of a live mixed reality storytelling platforms and to provide a preliminary design that could be then used for the implementation of the separate modules in such platforms. The goal is to provide a set of instructions for designing and developing a software with modules that can be used for different purposes and contexts, such as educational, entertainment, or role-playing games. In recent years, many researchers and professionals have explored applications with storytelling. As a stepping stone, storytelling with mixed reality integrations can become a bridge between students of new media technologies for professionals working in the world of mixed reality applications, with those engaged with the art of classic storytelling in order to immerse the participants in a virtual world which is a part of the story itself. But what is storytelling exactly? And what are the key differences between the classical and mixed reality storytelling environments that make the latter such a promising and appealing approach? Different from classical storytelling, their storyteller and the audience have to be located in the same place, and the scene is usually static. In the mixed reality storytelling platforms, the participants could very likely be in a different locations. And the storyteller may be able to design and alter the perceived scene in a lightly dynamic fashion. Further, in classic storytelling, there exists usually a set of object constraints. Similarly, in mixed reality storytelling, such limitations can be easily embedded, but the object can be added by the storyteller at any given moment to offer the participants new way of interaction in a user-friendly and entertainment manner. An initial requirements analysis for mixed reality storytelling realization shows the need of the following function: the existence of an environment that will have the tools needed to create a virtual space and the placement of objects in the space, the presence of the storyteller who defines a number of features such as what the participants see in the virtual space, what are the allowed actions, and other qualities of the participants, and the presence of the participants as it will be determined by the storyteller. After the initial user's requirement analysis, a specific use case is studied. We consider that role-playing games are a well-fitting scenario for our case. Some key, first we have the game master, who essentially acts as the storyteller here. Then we have the players, we have the players who are the participants that engage with the mixed reality environment. And finally, we have a set of objects, possibly virtual, like different enemies, various obstacles, or even some ordinary items that players can interact with. We consider here 3 general layers of functionality for such use case. Let us examine each layer more closely. The first layer, that is the top layer, includes the verbal or even written communication that is established amongst the participants and the storyteller, who, as already mentioned, may or may not be at the same location. In addition, we must note that all users may engage through different devices, such as smartphones, laptops, or even sophisticated hardware like virtual reality headsets of augmented reality glasses. For example, imagine a use case scenario like the one shown in the figure, from the viewpoint of the storyteller. As stated, the storyteller first welcomes the player and then begins the story. To this end, he may use toolboxes with some object or operations perhaps relevant to the story itself. Centrally, the storyteller can see the virtual space, and on the right, he can see the participants who may have some qualities, depending on the characters, skills, or background. For the storyteller could also be used some predefined script, as shown on the left side of the figure, which is accessible only to him and may contain some notes regarding to the plot. The second layer is the layer on which the storyteller creates a shared space in which the storyteller and the participants will be immersed. Returning to our example, in this figure we can see that the storyteller has clicked on the toolbox and a menu has opened. The tools from the toolbox may, for example, contain some basic scene manipulation operations such as move, rotate, or scale. Moreover, specific mixed reality models could be provided in order to visualization the current scenario. For instance, here specific 3D objects are provided at the bottom of the scene, so the storyteller can make a selection and place them into the virtual space, and in this way create an immersive environment for the playing to witness. For this scenario, depicted in the particular figure, the storyteller first clicks on the Move button and then drags the 3D model of the palace into the scene on a location of his choosing. Note that the 3D models of the palace is the St. Michael and St. George Palace, very close to here. Next, in the same way, the storyteller places a fountain inside the virtual space. For simplicity, the virtual space here is designed as a grid with selectable squares. Finally, on the third layer, the shared space is enriched with objects added by the storyteller, possibly according to a predefined story script. Available to the storyteller can they interact with the object according to the given functionality in order for the story to unfold. Back in our example, the storyteller, back in our example, the story revolves around a fire incident. The storyteller suddenly chooses what fire item from the object toolbox, which opens at the top of the scene and drags and drops it at the shared space. As the storyteller narrates the story, the participants listen, exchange information, and act or appreciate based on the own abilities or the attributes and constraints offered by the virtual objects and controlled by the storyteller. Because the object and the participants are characterized by specific abilities, attributes, and limitations for the implementation of storytelling platform, we could use object-oriented methods that realize the different interaction between the available story and titles. For instance, we could employ the open libraries and capabilities of existing game engines like Unity 3D and Unreal, or even program this relationship in web-based mixed reality platforms such as A-Frame. For instance, the fountain, in our use case, may be used to interact with bucket object in order for a player to fill the latter with water until its maximum capability is reached. Moreover, the participant can make decisions and interactions that will drive the story forward, according to the defined functionality that have been given by the storyteller. In the figure, you can see that the avatar of Sophia has gathered water from the fountain, which she will drop into the fire in order to execute it and bring the story to an end. In conclusion, mixed reality storytelling platforms can prove to be the stepping stone for future generation storytelling by bridging the gap between classical storytelling and mixed reality immersive applications. In this work, we conducted a preliminary analysis of fundamental design and implementation requirements for the realization of such platforms. In the future, we plan to design mock-up prototypes and develop a realistic mixed reality storytelling platform, and then conduct interactive experiments under diversified use case scenarios, like, for example, in educational, gaming, culture, or other contexts. We will also perform a live evolution and quality testing with multiple users and study their emotional impact and stimuli. Thank you for your questions, for attention, and we are open to any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Do you have any questions that we can quite briefly answer? I hope that in the near future we can use such platforms, not only for storytelling, but also for presentations.
Of course.
And we can project holograms instead of slides. We're looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Sophia.
Thank you.
Ah, there was a question. Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yes, yes, please.
I would like just to ask if in your future work you will be in touch with a special game engine pipeline to prototype things or not, if you will do research also in technological forms of prototyping with I don't know, open source software maybe, or using something that is available in the commerce, like the Omniverse initiative. I don't know if you have any technological evaluations to do with your...
I can add to this, Sophia. Do you allow me?
We would like to have these platforms for another context, or educational, or another mobile phones or everything. And we will have a mock-ups from this state we have now, and everything for educational, yes.
And also, according to our design phase, we see that there is an entity component-based architecture that we could use. So we can use a game engine as Unity, Sophia, I think already mentioned. But also we would like to explore open source and free solutions, such as the A-Frame WebVR platform. It's an open source library, quite new, that also provides compatibility across the WebXR spectrum. So we can have mobile phones, PCs, any type of computer, and also headsets, virtual reality or mixed reality headsets. Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad to invite our postgraduate student, Marinos Pavlidis, to present us videogrammetry for cultural applications. Marinos has a drone, but I hope that he won't try to fly it here inside now. No, you don't fly them in here, please. What is your material that we need? Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Today I will present to you videogrammetry for cultural application, which is a work of our team, Dr. Ioannis Delianis, Mr. Athanasios Koutouridis, Mr. Leonidas Koufalis, and me, Marinos Pavlidis. At first is where 3D models can be used, and this is some examples. We can use them in various situations and applications, such as 3D assets for visual environments, augmented reality like metaverse, etc. Also for cultural representation, as holographic displays, 3D printed items, to use them as souvenirs or cosmetics for various reasons, and for cultural preservation and restoration. And this is in case of damage in a monument or an archaeological site, or even restoring details in a war monument. And from there over, their possibilities are infinite. Literally, sky's the limit. You can do anything with the 3D models that will be that you will have. I will show you a mini video now, because this presentation, it was to be a video, but we sorted out, so I can show you from here. Okay. Do we have a sound from the computer? Μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε ήχο στον υπολογιστή. Okay.
In this work, we present to you various issues that arise when 3D modeling is used for cultural representation. We discuss the optimization of the digitization process and the wide array of possible uses of the produced models, including the development of 3D assets for use within metaverse applications and virtual environments, including holographic displays, their use as real-life objects through 3D printing, and the cultural preservation and restoration aspects. In addition, Videogrammetry is proposed as an optimized version of photogrammetry via the use of programmable drone plans, a process that presents various advantages. At first, we'll raise the need for cultural representation using 3D modeling methods. The technical aspects of the process are: the advantages of this approach are shown through real-life examples where a 14-minute aerial video is sufficient to create a fully featured 3D model of a specific point of cultural interest using only 3 frames per second. Simply by storing the original video, one may reconstruct the model at any time, and if further sampling is required, then a further extraction can be performed effortlessly. The next objective focuses on integration of 3D models as digital assets into virtual or augmented environments is important for the process. Games, virtual worlds, mixed reality or augmented reality application domains are ideal environments that can be benefited by the use of digitized assets. Although in general, model optimization needs to be performed in order to use them efficiently, the evolution in game engine technology allows their direct inclusion, a development that is highly desirable and shortens further the workflow process. The third objective focuses on the creation of digital to analog representations of edited models and the development of products, experiences, and sustainable process. One example would be printing appropriately designed 3D models of cultural items using recycled filaments in an attempt to create new cultural products, such as souvenirs and wearable fashion items. Those could be marketed both as physical items or NFT that can be used virtually. The method used to describe the processes combines literature review and the discussion of practical research methods. We present how the two already established processes for 3D modeling can be combined in order to cover different developmental requirements that arise later in the process. The first one is by using multiple photographs and combining them through software. Also known as photogrammetry or videogrammetry, the result is a photorealistic 3D model of the object made by a computer that can form a solid and accurate basis of representation. Alternative modeling methods include the combination of the above approach with LiDAR sensors, which enhance the representation performance, as the combination of image and topologic information enables the minimization of visual errors. The photogrammetry or videogrammetry model can then be used to fit the original architectural files or photos of a building, enabling augmented or virtual scenarios to be implemented. The photogrammetry or videogrammetry model can be simplified in order to enable 3D printing and other digital to analog features to be added, such as the development of wearable souvenirs, educational 3D puzzles, and game items. The use of videogrammetry today offers a wide range of advantages and can produce high-quality captures that can later be used for multiple purposes. We present the videogrammetry process for large and small-scale captures. This includes the introduction of automated flight paths when using drones that simplify and can automate the capturing process for large-scale areas such as archaeological sites and open spaces. Then the modeling optimization process is presented, the difficulties that arise and the solutions that can be applied. Finally, the integration of the 3D objects into virtual environments and as holograms is presented as a process, while their 3D printed reconstruction enables the application of innovative uses and applications in the fields of entertainment, learning, and tourism. More specifically, we propose a methodology where 3D learning activities can be implemented. Souvenirs and wearable cosmetics can be produced using sustainable methods, 3D printing and recycled materials. We are confident that modeling of monuments of historical importance can be used and be useful in numerous scenarios that extend the complete range of representation technologies and methods. Hence, the optimization processes described here can drastically optimize the developmental workflow.
Okay. And the second thing I wanted to talk about is how we get these 3D models and to use them as I said previously. The first known way was to make a 3D model from scratch, just to take a software, 3D modeling software, and build something. The second way is a known way, it's photogrammetry. For those who don't know, photogrammetry is when you take multiple photos from different angles in a building or in an object in general, and through software you get a very good 3D model. And we take this a step further, and we propose an optimized version, the videogrammetry, which is actually a video through an already a plan from a drone that you can take 3 frames per second or 4 frames per second and give it to the photogrammetry software so you can have the 3D model. And if you need more details, there's the video. You can take all the frames of a second, maybe 60 frames per a second, I don't know, the detail that may need the particular 3D object. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Marinos. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes, please.
For the presentation, I would like just to ask if in your way to model things via photogrammetry or via videogrammetry, do you need to have several phases of development for different resolutions of the images that you would like to take from instance for movies, 4K analysis, or for web-based application that needs to go on real time? You have development phase that you make all these kind of parameters for different kind of resolutions?
The steps are that you make a plan. If it's a monument or a building, a programmable drone plan, and you make it on the max resolution in video. 4K is more than good. And from there, it depends on the need. I mean, if the project is for web-based and it needs something small or with not a lot of details, you can export the particular 3D asset to be in the, I don't know, in every scenario. It can fit the needs. That's the good. You don't need to go more than 1 times on the field to shoot the video or the photos. Or yes, because you can take just 1 frame per second or 1 frame per 3 seconds and have the bare minimum analysis for the structure. Thank you.
Is there any other question? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marinos.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Despina Tsavalou. Despina is our student. She is interested in designing and developing applications of cultural, educational interest, and with a special interest in user interaction and usability issues, I think. So, Despina is going to present us BioBot, a speech recognition web application for communication of biological information. You're ready?
Hello, everyone. The application I'm about to present is called BioBot. It is a speech interaction web application that was created in order to communicate biological information. First of all, we should talk about the reasons that made us create this application. In the recent pandemic, the learning experience changed drastically. It shifted from going to school to distance learning. So, with that in mind, we wanted to create a tool that could potentially help both teachers and students. And so, BioBot was created. But what does this application do? How does it work? As we can see here, first, the user has to open the application on their browser, and then, by clicking Activate Voice, the user has to allow access to the microphone. And then, the user can talk to the application. By saying a biology term, the results come back in both auditory and written form. I had a small demo to play here, but it doesn't appear to be here. That's okay. Oh, here it is. Okay, let's see.
B.
This section includes the following: bacteria, blood, botany, biomass, biological organization.
N.
This section includes the following: natural selection, neurobiology, neuron, neurotransmitter, nucleic acid sequence.
Infection.
The invasion of an organism's cells or tissues by a disease-causing pathogen.
It's not showing there, the demo? I can see it here.
Okay, Despina could see something that we couldn't. And now...
yes, this is it.
Growth and/or multiplication, and the reaction of the host organism to the infectious agent and the toxins it produces. The variety of biological pathogens capable of causing infections includes certain bacteria, viruses, fungi, protists, parasitic worms, and arthropods.
Virus.
A submicroscopic, infectious, parasitic particle of genetic material contained in a protein coat and which replicates only inside the living cell of a host organism.
How do I remove this now? Πώς βγαίνει?
I thought we could dance.
Okay, now that we're somewhat familiar with the application, let's see how the system works. So for the application's ability of speech recognition, we used the Web Speech API. And that is because it has both the ability of speech recognition and speech composition. As for the application knowledge-based, we typed in manually biological definitions from Wikipedia. As an educational tool, BioBot is meant to contribute to the enrichment of educational technologies and support students and teachers who prefer a combination of educational method. It is created with a purpose to offer support to students, providing answers to simple questions. It can also support the needs of auditory learners or students who prefer to receive audio or written information due to other reasons. So we can draw the conclusion that BioBot is a rather flexible application. It has the ability to change the given information according to the subject or the student's level, thanks to the way its knowledge base was created. It can also cover most students' needs by giving both auditory and written information. And so, at this stage, some testing was required in order to examine the application's performance. In this past year, we presented the application to our local teachers association, and after the participants experimented with the app, they filled in the evaluation questionnaire. The age group we addressed was 50 to 60 years old, and they all used their computers as educational tools. From the questionnaire, we learned that 21% of the participants were not properly educated about educational technologies, and even those who were wished there was more training available. All of them also expressed the need to have access to more educational technologies. Specifically about the application, we can see more results here. Half of the participants were unable to interact with the app, and around 40% did not receive enough results. As for using voice commands, roughly 35% were not successful with their input. When asked their thoughts about students using the application, around 40% stated that it could be easily used in specific cases, and 7% stated that it was a rather difficult application to be used by students. And when asked the same, but about students with special educational needs, most of them, 78%, were positive that the students could use the app. So, as we just saw, the application may be far from optimal, but the teachers' community is eager to learn and use similar tools. And as for the application's future, we plan to expand to other subjects and naturally make BioBot a dynamic application, meaning it will be able to draw content from the web. It is important to improve the user's interaction with the application, making it more natural and easy. And finally, we plan for more testing in a real educational environment, including both teachers and students. Thank you.
Thank you, Despina. It is always interesting to see such works from our students. Do you have any questions? No? Then, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter, faculty member of our department and colleague, Dionysios Katerelos. And his subject, he's gonna talk about virtual musical instruments, construction using structural design and physical modeling, sound synthesis.
Feli. What does it mean now? What's that? Για δες λίγο αυτό που βγάζει στη μέση, γιατί δεν... Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear Vasilis. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our presentation is entitled, as you can see, Virtual Musical Instruments Construction Using Structural Design and Physical Modeling Sound Synthesis, co-authored by Dr. Anastasios Kokinos, Dr. Manuel Rovithis, myself, and Dr. Spiros Polychronopoulos from the Department of Informatics, National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Musical instruments, as most of you, I'm sure you know, represent the most ancient, if not the most important interface between arts and engineering. Artistically, they play a dominant role in the music composition and performance, and technically, they represent one of the most complicated and polyparametric mechanical structure ever made. What's the aim of this work? The aim of this work is to construct a virtual musical instrument that simulates a physical one. And the motivation behind this is based on the necessity to reproduce the sound of important musical instruments that are nowadays kept in museums or collections in a so-called static way that nobody could actually hear what they sound. It's a quite worldwide accepted idea nowadays that the musical instruments museums are not as they should be, because musical instruments were never made to be hanged in walls or put in as exhibitional objects, but they were made to be heard. So behind the whole situation, the idea is to hear them again. How? By giving them the possibility that everyone who wants to obtain a special or specific musical instrument to build it, taking decisions about the material selection, the geometrical design, and listen to the sound that the instrument can generate. The hunger, also the hunger of musicians, composers, and others concerning with electronic musical instruments for better digital instruments. Thus, the desired instrument can be manufactured following final design decision, ensuring that the result is quite near to the desirable, and at the same time by decreasing the manufacturing costs and time as well as materials used. It's really difficult if somebody wants to rebuild or to renovate or to somehow rehabilitate an old musical instrument, to do it for various reasons, depending on the materials used or used at the time, or the material situation nowadays, etc. The methodology we followed actually is based on two steps. The structural analysis first, that will give us the necessary data in order to use them for the physical modeling of the instrument and the production of sound. The structural analysis is conducted using the method of finite elements, which solves numerically the partial differential equations described the structural problem. The problem that should be solved in our case is the sound generation from either vibrating strings and plate systems, in addition to a Helmholtz resonator, which means a string instrument, or from vibrating columns inside a mostly cylindrical tube, which refers to the wind instruments. A flute was chosen as an example for the proposed methodology. The flute belongs to the Philharmonic School of Lixouri of Pali. The material is that was made of is wood. It was constructed almost 120 years ago, at the beginning of the 20th century, in Milan by the musical instruments manufacturer Ferdinando Roth. And the mechanism of the keys is the Ziegler style. Here you can see the geometry as was introduced in the FEM, in the finite elements model, and the meshing. In the finite elements model, we introduce the geometry, and after that, we go and mesh, design short pieces of the instrument in order to solve numerically the differential equations in each one of these small elements, and then to integrate it in order to get the final result. Here is a picture showing the interface of the program used, and the physics we used, among other physics modules that are available in the software, is the combination of pressure acoustic frequency domain, which solves in the frequency domain the problem of pressure acoustics, and the pipe acoustics frequency domain, since we are talking about a flute, which means we are talking about a vibration within a pipe. Then, a few words about physical modeling. The motto of physical modeling synthesis is that when a model has been designed properly so that it behaves much like the actual acoustic instrument, the synthetic sound will automatically be natural in response to the performance. This motto was introduced by Vesa Valimaki and his colleagues back in 2006. Trying to comply with this motto, it was concluded that the best way to design properly a musical instrument is to follow the above-mentioned finite elements simulation. In order to conduct the physical modeling, we use the MATLAB software in order to produce the sonifications corresponding to the results from the finite elements for each individual musical note. Since the finite elements results include the instrument spectrogram for its specific conditions, meaning material geometry and fingerings, additive synthesis should be conducted for all peak frequencies, that is, for fundamental and all the harmonics. Here you can see the results as produced by the finite elements for the case we were discussing previously. Here is for the note C3. Experimentally, we had the instrument in our hands, and we used the bias measuring system. Bias are the initiatives of Brass Instruments Analysis System. Is produced and provided by the Artim GmbH company in Vienna, from the Musical Acoustics Institute of Vienna. And we applied we used it to measure the spectrogram produced by the instrument, the instrument we had. In order to do that, we designed and built by 3D printing special adapters that you can see on the bottom of this picture. Here is the comparison between the FEM results and the measured results. You can see that there is a quite not good matching between the experimental and numerical data that we're going to explain about it now. In the FEM results, we have the vibrations modes, eigenmodes, and the frequencies, eigenfrequencies, of the vibrating system with blue. The eigenfrequencies calculations include the magnitude in which they appear in the simulated vibrations. The next step is to use these FEM results as an input data in the sound synthesis in order to generate sound. The differences appeared are mainly attributed to specific condition of the instrument. In the situation we have is prior to rehabilitation. Also, the instrument is at the situation, as I said, received by the owner, and that is not yet repaired, so that is why we have this, as I mentioned before. Now, completed the structural analysis and having the results, the remaining was to use the MATLAB in order to get the sound. The results here, I can, we did it, the procedure was followed for all possible notes that could be produced by the instrument. In our case, I mean, from C3 to, I think, Do7. But here, I have as examples only 5 of them in order to hear what we did, where we concluded. That's the C3. Do4. Mi4. And Do5. I'm afraid that you're going to agree that we didn't hear a flute. And I'm sure that is not a flute, what we hear. So, what happens? Yes, we didn't hear a flute, yet the results are still promising, because the proposed procedure, we found in the during this situation that the procedure is applicable. We can do it and works. So we have to just optimize the whole situation. We hear sound. This sound was made using the results of structural analysis. I think it's one of the very first times that this is happening, and that makes us optimistic about the situation. But we have to introduce the time-dependent variables, which meaning the musical note envelope. We have to improve the structural modeling, and we have to improve the sound synthesis. Design and construction of a virtual musical instrument with maximum possible correspondence to an acoustical one was described here. Finite elements method was applied in order to build the instrument spectrogram for each musical note of a set of notes produced by the flute. And the spectrograms became the input for the physical modeling algorithm and synthesis, as you know. Thank you very much. Could be.
To what we think as a flute. Thank you very much again. Do you have a question? No? Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
We have to close our session. I typically would need about an hour to sum up this fruitful conversation, but we don't have time because we all have to watch the next session. So, thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for being here. And let's take a break. Thank you very much.
There is no break here.
No break.
It's after the next.
Okay. We call Apostolos to chair the next session. Thank you. Hello. Just need 5 minutes, I think, because we need to do
Θες να αφήσω το δικό μου. Κόψουμε τον ήχο.
Okay, so
Ακούγομαι? So, I'd like to welcome you to our third session, titled Digital Culture and Technologies. So, I'd like to ask in advance all our speakers to be as short as possible, because we have a limited time frame, so try to keep your time and be as short as possible. So, the first presentation is titled Fundamental Themes in Maths from the History of Art. Nymfodora Bulgari and Michalis Panagopoulos.
Good afternoon. I'm a PhD student in Department of Audio and Visual Arts of Ionian University. And I am here to present you some fundamental themes in maths from the history of art. In the very beginning, let's say when we start in school education, we are forced to have a choice as students, the choice between arts and science. We believe that when you have to make a choice what to choose to study, you want to learn about music, or you want to learn about literature or painting. And if you are forced to choose science, then you have to answer questions that where we come from, and to find out things about future, or to create new technologies. And we think that arts and science are not linked at all. But we think that it's different languages to express the same culture. Similar sources and structures, but different languages to understand these structures. What we want to do in this presentation? We want to argue that mathematics is a useful link between the two, arts and science. There are many examples of this link. Math links to music, math links to literature or architecture, but also links to visual arts. Also, we want to deal with questions such as, are artists more mathematical than we think? Are mathematicians more artists than rigorous scientists? And is mathematics more of an art than a creative science? Languages dies, but mathematical ideas not. Art not. You may or may not agree with that, but if we, in recenses, artists brought up mathematical shapes and geometrical shapes and mathematical objects that was forgotten in a quantity. Let's say about Platonic solids that Euclid and Archimedes deal with them. But since recesses, we didn't have an image of them. Then Leonardo came and gave us an image of that. Leonardo was a collaborator of Luca Pacioli, who was a mathematician, Italian mathematician, and his notable work was the Divina Proporzione. It deals with proportion in mathematics and arts, and also he deals in that work with perspective that the artists used in their works. Leonardo drew the illustrations of regular solids in Pacioli's book. At the time, he was living with him and learning mathematics from him. Da Vinci drawings were probably the first to allow easy distinction between the front and back faces of solid shapes. He was one of the first that consciously used mathematics in his work, but he wasn't the only one. So here we are to present some of artists in the 20th century that they used mathematical shapes in their works. One of them is Salvador Dali. He loved to use mathematical shapes in his artifacts. He used to say for himself that he was a carnivorous fish swimming in two waters, the cold water of an art and the hot water of science. Let's see some examples of his work. Dali's crucifixion it's a four-dimensional cube unwrapped in 3 dimensions. Well, let's start from a cube. If we unwrap a cube, we can see a figure, a cross figure, that are 6 squares on a table. That means that we have a 3D, a two-dimensional presentation of a 3D cube. In this artifact, we have the representing of a 4-dimensional hypercube. That means that we can see actually in 3-dimensional space that all we can see around us, the development of the hypercube, which lives in 4-dimensional shapes. We can see that there are 8 cubes, 4 in this direction and 4 around them. Another example of Dali's work is the Sacrament of the Last Supper, where we can see that he used an empty dodecahedron as a symbol of God. It's known that Plato said that the dodecahedron presents universe. In that way, the symbol was the God for Dali. And it's placed around Jesus as a virtual embrace. Another artist that consciously used mathematical shapes in his works, and not only, is Escher. He had both the mathematical as well as artistic abilities to create optical illusions and other mind-provoking pictures. The regular solids held a special fascination for Escher. Let's see first example. The 4 regular solids, a woodcut of work of woodcut Escher, has increased all but one of the Platonic solid. The puzzle is which is missing. If we have if we can to answer this question and be very how we call it? To see with a very the observation be focused on it, we can see that tetrahedron is that what's missing. Another example of his work is a lithograph, Order in House. It's a beautiful example of cellated dodecahedron. To cellate a solid means to replace each of its faces with pyramid. And with this transform, the polyhedron gets into a pointed three-dimensional star. Till now, we've dealt with artists that consciously used mathematical shapes in their works. But Jackson Pollock, he used unconsciously mathematical structure by using the dripping technique. Due to the artist's idiosyncrasy, his creations acquired a fractal structure. Pollock was able to create fractal paintings by isolating the different layers of color and show that each layer corresponds to a fractal shape. And therefore, as the layers increase, the complexity of the work increases too. Here's one of his work. Some of the works in the literature that we consider important shows that Hughes transformation is an algorithm that is used for line dictation, and after extended to circles and ellipses until today, when its application to 3D data highlights its effectiveness for features recognition in archaeological objects. Hughes transform-based methods and edge-following methods have become the two most important curve dictation methods. Our research is based on the theoretical approach to artworks from both art history and history of mathematics. Their combination conveys information about mathematical knowledge and how the artist applied it to his artifacts. With Hughes transformation, we assess the accuracy and/or repeatability of this knowledge, and is still in research. Thank you.
So you have any questions? Yes? I'll give you this.
Okay. Maybe I can use the other one.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My problem here is that I don't see very clearly the methodological approach behind your examples from the history of arts and the history of mathematics. And I would like to ask you if you have any anthropological reading in your sources, in your bibliography, for instance, André Leroy-Gourhan or Bruno Bachimon, for instance, that they combine the work of artists from the scientific and artistic part, but they also include practice and technology, you know, because it's a technique also. It's not only, you know, notions. There is some practice behind. And I don't know if you are in the beginning of your research, but yes. Just to understand the corpus of your research.
Okay. We are in the very beginning. I am PhD student since June 21, so I'm still in literature, biography literature. So we've started with history of art and history of maths and the connection of them, and then also we have started with some experiments about using Hughes transformation to detect curves, and we have started with circles and ellipses. But we don't have any yet something to present, so we've just started this with the theoretical place, let's say, of our research. Thank you.
Okay. Time is pressing, so we have to go on to our next paper. It's going to be presented by Yannis Zanos. It's a paper by Vasilis Argyomirianakis and Yannis Zanos. And the title is Exploring Scientific Data Through Dance, an alternative approach to sonification as form of artistic expression.
Quit. Okay. And okay, PowerPoint. So here, right? I'd like to make a short sound check to see if the volume is correct. We need this, yes. That's the whole point. Okay.
And recycled materials. We are confident that modeling of monuments of historical
now we are
importance
listening to
can be
this.
used
So what
and
can
be
we
useful
do?
in numerous
Shall we
scenarios
get out?
that extend a complete range of.
This is not my video. Some YouTube, maybe from here. I don't know. The stream. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so let's continue to see the sound. No sound? Why? Okay. Perfect. Keep it like that. Thank you. Excellent. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yannis Zanos, and I'm presenting a paper on behalf of Vasilis Argyomirianakis. And together we form a team belonging to one of the nodes of HAL, Hub of Art Laboratories, which is a research project run at our Department of Audiovisual Arts. And we are the hub that specializes on telematic dance in performances. I'm going to report on the research that we did during the past years regarding this topic. Outline of my talk. It has three parts. It starts with a theoretical background, discussion about multimodal data exploration through the senses, the difference between visualization, sonification, oralization, which is not the same thing as sonification, and the question of movement. In this respect, I want to also connect with the talk of this morning by Adam Zareski and Tanya Tsiridou, who are colleagues also in the same lab, in the same project. in the same research project as HAL. And they worked on sonification, on data visualization. We work on data sonification. I think there is a thematic bridge there, which we can discuss about later. One important point in the theoretical background is the question of embodiment, body movement, of course, since we're talking about dance. In the second part, I'm going to talk about the implementation of our system and show you some examples. And finally, very briefly, an outlook, what we want to do in the future and what our inspiration is, what our far-reaching goals are. Okay. Starting with the conceptual framework. In the first row, you see something more familiar to people from classical natural sciences and classical philosophy or cognitive sciences. It is more or less this first row is the classical Descartesian body-mind or empirical route from senses to meaning. Senses are equated to measurement. So as we, with our eyes, see light, so a machine through a camera sees light and measures the intensity of light. The interface between the physical world and the machine is measurement. And measurement results in number, which is a quantity. Then there is processing, which is maybe thought, maybe sensing. In German, it's called apperception. It's a special notion that started in the 19th century and the beginnings of phenomenology and cognitive science. And finally, we get back to sense in a different sense. So sense is just measurement, and sense at the other side is meaning, is understanding. And this is the route that we are supposed to go through. In our case, in our example, we start with sensors or cameras. The measurements are translated into data channels, as you see. And then in the processing, at the processing stage, we have an interesting split, as you see here. There is processing at the numeric level. Through numeric data, it is like a Python program or like a JavaScript program, TensorFlow, or whatever you like. And then there is also processing at the signal processing level, which actually runs through a sound engine. We're going to see this later on in detail. Finally, we go into rendering. This is the output. This is the sense aspect of our setup, the experimental setup that you're going to see. And this is very interesting. So I have finally, at the bottom left of the screen, I have analyzed it a little bit. Here we have a variety of concepts arising, which form the focus of our investigation from a philosophical point of view or a conceptual point of view. It's the idea of a grapheme, which is just a graphical, visualizing data through graphical interpretations like we have in the natural sciences. The semanteme, on the contrary, is a node that represents a notion, the content, in the field of semantics. And the word is the semiotic aspect of the object that represents that notion in linguistics. Finally, we have the notion of icon, very well known through little icons in the web, on the visual domain, and icon also in the sonic domain. There is the International Conference of Auditory Display, where there is talk about auditory icons. This is the direction in which our research is going, trying to understand how we can emerge icons that represent meanings. And the last notion here is the notion of gesture, which is again something that has not been included in research so far, and this is introduced through the present study. This is the first time that we encounter it and present it in public. This is a technical setup that resulted in our research so far. It started from the challenge of doing presentations in different locations in the world at the same time with the dancers, as we see on the left and on the right part of the graphical representation here, of the diagram here. There are two dancers dancing in different places. It could be Lisbon, it could be Sapporo in Japan, it could be, as we shall see, it could be Stanford, and another place which could be Athens or Corfu. They dance at the same time, and they produce sound, and also they produce graphics. And they communicate via OSC groups, which is an open source software that transmits data with very fast speeds, free through the internet. So we only transmit data, we don't transmit sound, and we don't transmit video, which makes it much faster, but also abstract. And this is what this talk is about. Going on, this is the technical infrastructure that's needed to realize our system. For sensing, we use two systems, a SenseStage system by Marije Baalman, a pioneer in interactive arts residing in the Netherlands, and it's an IoT protocol-based system using XB and Python. And alternatively, we use a system developed by Vasilis Agimiogennakis, the prime author of this paper, which is based on Raspberry Pi Zero, a very small model, portable model, and is equipped with a gyroscope, an accelerometer, and magnetometer. We're going to see recordings of both of these on video. These Arduino-based light wearable systems of the SenseStage systems use XB wireless mesh networks to transmit OSC, which is then transmitted to the computer via Python. And from Python, it is sent further to SuperCollider, and SuperCollider relays it to OSC groups to go onto the internet, and also uses it to control locally the system, as well as to perform sensing. And the OSC group server communicates the OSC data to any participant over the internet, so you could have as many as dozens of people joining and receiving the same data and sharing data. What it amounts to is what was about 10 years ago a focus of research in European projects, the idea of multimodal sensing, because we have camera as well as sensors of different types. Then we have processing both on the numerical domain, on the digital signal domain. And finally, we can have a rendering architecture, as you see, which could be sound, could be graphics, or it could be other rendering. It could be machines, it could be robotics. What is interesting in this challenge is the central point, as we see in red color. It is the multimodal integration engine, and that runs on SuperCollider. It does semantic processing, for example, to decide whether the dancer meant for the camera to move forward or backward. That is a specific semantic sense. Forward, backward, left, right. Direction is semantic. Or to do event detection, a new onset, or to qualify what that event is. That would be, again, semantic. Or just to do numeric processing, which would be to map the data received from the sensors onto parameters expected by synthesis. So in a nutshell, this is a multimodal sensing processing architecture centering on a hybrid numeric and symbolic processing engine in the center, using an object-oriented programming language and a digital signal processing engine running various digital signal algorithms. And it sends the output into several different rendering engines, which can be, again, very diverse. It could be Maximus P or PD. It could be C++ running on open frameworks, or in future applications, we're thinking about using simple web-based game engines like A-Frame, or it could be any other rendering engine. This is the basic philosophy of our system. This ends, I think, the first part. In detail, we have in the center both numeric and symbolic processing at both ends, the receiving end and the sending end, and they also equally communicate with the signal engine, SE-Synth, the synthesis engine, in both directions. It's quite a complicated architecture, but I'm giving an outline here. We won't go into details because of time limitations. So our milestones so far, the first telematic dance premiere was at Linux Audio Conference in 2019, in March of 2019, between Palo Alto in California and Corfu, Garage Performance Center, and the National School of Dance in Athens. 3 dancers at 3 different locations. Then in January, there was a local performance, which was more to actually develop the narrative of the artwork that we wanted to present. Then we had some rehearsals and local demos between Jerusalem and Athens. Our next telematic performance was in September 21 between Japan and Corfu. And finally, there was a telematic performance between Lisbon and Corfu. And lately, just 2 weeks ago, we tried also between Tokyo and Corfu. But yes, it's ongoing. This is now an excerpt from the performance in between Hokkaido, Japan, and Corfu, and we'll see the recording made locally. Here in Corfu, it controls graphics and sound, and you can see how the graphics correspond to the movement of the dancer, Merirando, in this case. The white blob is one of the hands of Mary, and the other colored blobs are from Japan. You can clearly see the white and yellow blocks, left and right hand, responding to the movement of Merirandu, and also in more detail the sound. This is our first excerpt. The second excerpt is a dialogue between Natalie Mandila in Lisbon and Merirandu in Corfu, and Merirandu is in the background being projected via Zoom. It's a little bit dark, but it just gives you an idea of what happened. Here we are. We are listening to the movement from Corfu at this point, and the answer from Lisbon comes now. Okay, another brief excerpt. Next example is from the latest experiment which we did, which was performed by main author Vasilis. Our data source is genome from SARS-19 COVID-19 virus from the National Health Institute of the United States. And in this particular sample, we counted 8,538 something thousand single nucleotides, which we go through. The idea is to use X and Y data from the glove provided by Vasilis to navigate through the 8 million nucleotides in different speeds, and the same data to modulate the correspondence between each single one of the 4 nucleotides available in the sequence, and frequency or amplitude. Also, Vasilis used live coding to introduce more complicated algorithms, which we will hear in the next example. It's spectral-based processing algorithms that filter the actual sound and produce a more interesting, rich sound. This is an example from a studio session recently done in Athens with Tassos Papassos, member of our team. Some technical details, and I'm skipping over these in the interest of time. This is our current roadmap. In September, we will repeat the experiments with Japan and Corfu at a greater level with the same team, going back to the same place in Sapporo. In December, there is a huge event planned for us, by us. I mean, for our scale, it's a huge event. It's the Xenakis Network Performance Marathon, lasting more than 24 hours at the Athens Conservatory multi-purpose stage, which is going to be inaugurated in November. And we are inviting participation from several places worldwide. We have some confirmations from some places already. And finally, in October of next year, there will be a final performance between LFCINA and Japan in the framework of the Cultural Capital of Europe, LFCIS 23. Ending again conceptually as we started, there are 3 pictures instead of words that I wanted to bring here. Okay, this is a picture from Hokusai from a book that he made that was never printed, so we have the original picture by his hand. It survived. It's in the British Museum now, produced a book, and it represents actually an episode from the life of Confucius, where he is spending a night together with his student scholars in the egg of a giant bird, which is the sacred phoenix of Taoist philosophy. And it turns out this sacred bird connects to something else. It connects to this sacred bird, which is probably, I'm positing here, the inspiration also for the Chinese sacred bird. It's the fire bird that we know from Stravinsky. It's a bird built by fire through bricks in the course of a 12-day ritual. It is supposed to be one of the more ancient live rituals in the world, and it has been documented also on video and is now an object of research in relation to the emergence of artificial intelligence and numerical computing, which is a far cry, but that's why I'm bringing this. And finally, this is these bricks here that we don't see relate to these bricks. This is Harappa, one of the most ancient cities found archaeologically, part of the Indus Valley civilization, which was a huge civilization before the Mesopotamian civilization and of huge extent. So these are kind of my sort of our multicultural, intra-continental dreams driving communication between people dancing in different places in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Yannis Zanos, for this fascinating experience. I've seen this happening, and I am proud to be part of the department that does these things. And we are now so international. So I'm wishing the best for your how to go on. If there's any questions for this telematic performance presentation, please.
Thank you. Thank you, thank
you. I'd like just to understand if during the performances the dancers or the performers, they have already a choreography or a partition that they shared before, or it's just the inspiration that you saw here in the last 3 images?
Yeah. Okay, we started with improvisations, and for the most part it was improvisation. But in the course of this, we have started also choreographing this. And we have a choreographer in our team, which is part of HAL. Mary Randu is a choreographer. And in Elefsina last month, we did basic choreographies, but we have not yet actually decided on the gestures, and this is the next step. That's why in my talk there is talk about gestures. A big part of our research is how to get inspiration from maybe Greek culture about what positions or gestures can symbolize what and to bring meaning around through these. This is our next step. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no more questions, we can go on to our next presentation, which moves on to game design, and it's titled Another Day, Another Designing Game Mechanics to Communicate Major Depressive Disorder. Paper by Konstantina Gabrielidou, Polixenia Kaimara, Andreas Karambas, and Vasilios Komnianos. Just give us a second to solve some minor technical issues. Just change the computer. Δοκίμασε πρώτα το μικρόφωνο σου, να δεις αν ακούγεσαι. Θα το ανεβάσω. Okay, we have image. Εντάξει.
There we go. Hello everyone, thank you for your patience. In this presentation, we are going to show you our game in development, Another Day, Another, and our work with designing game mechanics to communicate major depressive disorder. Let's specify first what game mechanics are, because we are going to be referring to them a lot. By the term game mechanics, we consider all the processes that include the user's actions as well as the game's actions, which are controlled by game's rules and results in new game states. Our goal for this work was to explore the degree to which the human experience, in this case specifically of the symptoms of a mental disorder, can be translated into something as straightforward as game mechanics. We use the word translate as the reason behind our goal was to provide a way to communicate the experience of major depressive disorder to non-familiar audiences. To test our hypothesis of whether video games can be used for communicating symptoms of such disorders, it became necessary to develop a prototype video game that would be able to create an environment for cognitive, emotional, and compassionate empathy. To this end, a transdisciplinary research team was created. The team consists of game and content experts, in particular, 2 game developers, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist. The ultimate goal of the game is to implement as an educational resource for psychoeducation in different contexts, so that end users have the chance to understand the disorder and empathize with the person who has or is experiencing it. Most of the structural elements of the game that is being created differ for each minigame. However, the storytelling axis, and most importantly, the goals and objectives, remain the same throughout all 4 of them. The objective was to form a resource for psychoeducation, the term referring to the components of treatment, such as active communication of information, empathy, exchange of information among those afflicted, and treatment of general aspects of the illness. We will elaborate on the objective of empathy in a little bit. The necessity for such a tool was amplified by the stereotypically negative portrayal of mental illness in video games. Patients are often given the role of the villain or a very dangerous individual. Examples can be located in both AAA titles and indie games in the gaming industry. Games such as Far Cry 3 and Outlast perpetuate prejudices that portray those with mental disorders and locations associated with them, such as mental clinics and asylums, in a negative way. At the same time, on the level of the affected individual, it is imperative to a person who suffers from mental illness to have a support circle that understands their struggle. This is where the psychoeducational aspect of this work comes in. After careful consideration, we picked major depressive disorder for the needs of our research. Out of the symptoms that indicated depressive disorder, as listed here by the ICD-10, we found interest for a research question in the one about energy and activity reduction, also known as fatigue, ideas of guilt or worthlessness, loss of interest and pleasurable feelings, also known as anhedonia, and loss of concentration or interest. We also included the aspects of anxiety and clinophilia, which are often met in the experience of depression. According to the number of symptoms we have amassed, the presented experience is categorized as a moderate depressive episode. This leads us to something very interesting, the category of empathy games. Empathy, in and of itself, is the ability to sense other people's emotions, coupled with the ability to imagine what someone else might be thinking or feeling. Empathy games, in turn, according to Johnson, are games designed to immerse the player in a particular experience so that the player empathizes with the game's subject matter or protagonist. She elaborates that they differ from simulations due to their more artistic character. In this genre, we find games such as Depression Quest, an interactive text adventure that illuminates the limitations that mental illness brings to one's life, Elude, a single-player game to inform loved ones of people with depression of the latter's experience, and Mainichi, a game about the day-to-day life of a trans person. Bellman and Flanagan have defined 4 principles designing games to foster empathy. They consist of insights, such as the necessity to invoke the player's empathy from the very start of the game, to provide the player with recommendations about their actions properly to address the issue at hand, to integrate both cognitive and emotional empathy if the designer's goal is to cause a core shift to the player's ideology, and lastly, to make use of relatability, but not to the extent that provokes defensive avoidance out of the player. So, now that we have established our goals and the principles we move in, let's talk about the game. Currently, we are here at the alpha stage. Most of the pre-production step has been completed, and we are currently going back and forth the stages of production and testing. We use the Unity engine and the C# programming language. We would like to clarify at this point something important. The experience of going through a depressive episode is something very personal and can be expressed differently with each case. Thus, we deemed it important to make explicit that this game presents an experience of the disorder and cannot be considered as a general rule to every patient's narrative. So, 4 mini-games were designed and developed to compose the prototype game, each addressing a different facet of the selected mental disorders. The aforementioned empathy games served as a source of inspiration for the design, along with artworks of a variety of media, online testaments from affected individuals, and personal experience. The events depicted in the mini-games are derived from struggles found in a patient's daily routine. They take place in everyday settings, such as a classroom or during a bus ride, in situations as seemingly simple as a social conversation or the start of the day. To better encapsulate the nature of the everyday occurrence, we implemented the narrative frame of a diary, with each minigame serving as an entry. Following the fourth principle of empathy games, this particular narrative allows for the experience to be framed under a familiar light to the audience, and aids in the goal to have the latter resonate with the avatar, since the players interact within backgrounds and roles that they have most likely found themselves occupying in the past. The goal to have the player empathize with the game character is further accentuated by the clear-cut intentions of the mechanics. The objectives are not overly complicated or specific, thus allowing enough vagueness to afford the player to relate with the avatar. Each minigame implements different mechanics, with the exception of two that are encountered throughout the game, namely the stress response and the thought bubbles. Both constitute visual feedback for a spike in feelings of anxiety and internal thoughts, respectively, meant to articulate the game character's reasoning behind their choices and reactions elicited, as well as the emotional state they are in. Addressing the symptom of fatigue and clinophilia, the quest showcases, on one hand, the infamous state of can't get out of bed, an image that is frequently used when one describes their experience with depression. On the one hand, it is structured as a video game quest will, on the other hand, it is structured as a video game quest will be, a step-by-step guide to achieve a goal. To get out of bed feels like an impossible feat. Breaking it down into smaller tasks makes it more manageable, less daunting for the person, but also emphasizes just how taxing each movement can be. To emulate the amount of effort required by the character, and I hope here the video plays, we sought to have the player put effort in the stage as well. We emphasized on the capabilities the hardware provides us with, namely the wide movement of the mouse and the space key, how it allows one to press it with multiple fingers. To go through a step of their quest, the player needs to build up their wheel by continuously pressing down on the key and moving the mouse with wide strokes until a barometer is full. The pacing of the progress is purposefully slow and tedious. The minigame of graphic novel IRL strives to cover a number of symptoms, focusing on the way they affect the social life of the individual. The player is required to complete an online chat with a friend by picking a message from the sets of multiple choices provided for each reply. Aspects of difficulty in expressing their struggle to others and attending social gatherings dictate to the player not to go with the correct or honest reply, but the one that a person with depression would likely use. This game was heavily inspired by Depression Quest and its mechanic of limiting the player's choices. In our case, even though a reply is offered, it cannot always be selected. If the player picks the wrong choice, the stress response mechanic is triggered, along with a message of why that response will not work. The game has a win state, the completion of the chat, and yet it feels anything but a success. The lack of truthful responses has the intention to elicit feelings of discomfort or uneasiness out of the player, but also understanding about the game character's reasoning behind their approach to the social interaction that just transpired. We can move on. The mechanics of the energy management minigame are centered around the symptom of fatigue, indicated through the conveying of energy into a limited resource. The player is given 4 tasks that are to be performed during the day, each requiring a certain amount of energy. The energy points are not enough for all tasks to be fulfilled, thus the player is asked to pick and choose. However, even if the player goes with a selection that is within the confines of the provided amount of energy points, the selection will still get rejected. This occurs due to the anxiety that stems from indecisiveness and excessive guilt, other symptoms of MDD, which does not allow for any of the tasks to be left unattended to, while fatigue won't allow for all to be completed. The game reloads and offers the chance to the player to try new combinations, only to arrive at the same conclusion. This minigame has no win state. It instead presents an example of a vicious cycle of fatigue versus anxiety, a frustrating and further exhausting reality that people with major depressive disorder have to face. The symptom of anhedonia is also referenced here in the form of one of the tasks being one of the character's hobbies, the painting. now rendering a tiresome Monday, as well as how tiring to cover basic hygiene needs can occasionally be and tend to get skipped. Last but not least, the labyrinth is dedicated to the symptom of feelings of worthlessness, of excessive or inappropriate guilt. With the backdrop of a boss ride's duration, the player is moving inside a labyrinth with the goal to find the exit and get out. The labyrinth, serving as a visualizer for the game character's headspace, is at the beginning of the game void of any walls. As the player moves deeper down, they trigger the train of thought step by step. Each thought turns into a new wall, and the sequence intensifies in severity and negative connotations. In contrast to the image of such feelings being portrayed as disembodied whispers inside a person's head, we sought to present them as an internal monologue that is perpetuated by the person themselves. The game has no end state. The premise of the boss ride coming to an end, with the premise of the boss ride coming to an end, the timer runs out and the game is over. What it takes to pull the character, and by proxy the reader, out of their head is an external force. Here, it's serving as an auditory cue, more particularly the head announcement of the character's bus stop approaching. We are currently going through the stage of internal playtesting. Our focus, firstly, was set on the accuracy of the narrative content. The elements that make up the aesthetic values of the game, like the environments and audiovisual components, ought to introduce the player to the mood of the game. Further on, we paid special interest to the gameplay and the reactions it took out of the contributors of the project. With that, we also checked for the efficiency of the game mechanics to convey the symptoms, and lastly, the flow between the scenes to be consistent. Regarding the pre-production and production stages, the following results are provided. For the pre-production, we succeeded in designing mechanics to develop 4 minigames, mainly addressing the symptom of fatigue. We also shaped the game's distinct aesthetic based on a palette of black, white, and purple, harsh lines, and sharp angles. We are satisfied with our current pre-production results and how the desired messages are communicated to the player. During production, the labyrinth had to go through many changes and additions, namely elongating the playing field downwards, making adjustments to the stress response mechanic to amplify the game's mood, and others. We also had to make a number of small adjustments to the design to tackle challenges with the code in the chatting system of graphic novel IRL, to find out it worked better as a mechanic that way to begin with. The games are at a playable stage, with some light configuring of code left to do. Our next step is to hold an assessment of the game by people who suffer from the disorder through means of questionnaires and interviews. Their feedback would also serve as a way for us to enrich the game through participatory design. We would also like to develop more mechanics in order to expand our list of addressed symptoms. As for the advancement of the player's experience, we seek to complement the narrative frame by adding diary entries that take issues we haven't had the chance to through our games, like how easy a day is for the person with depression feel like, or the matter of their medication. Also, enhance the visual elements by adding cinematics and tutorial screens, and insert the element of audio through soundscapes and sound effects. Here are our references used for this presentation if you would be interested. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Konstantina. I have to say it's a very interesting presentation and very interesting development of a game. Before I ask you if there are any questions, I have a question. So is this going to be published for someone to be freely to play with?
Well, firstly, once it is completed, it is going to be published as my thesis. And afterwards, I will be honest to you, I have not considered it, but I will take into consideration the feedback from our team. We would very much like to have it used as a tool, maybe, for loved ones and closed ones of people with depression, of course.
Yes, and this is the second part of the observation, my observation. It's interesting that it's a game, but it's for a purpose, for a certain purpose, to help people, and that's very interesting. That's very good to develop in our department. So you have any other questions? No? No?
Okay, together. So I'm the psychologist behind all this game, and this is a need for us in the clinic because we need tools, because relevance and the friends, they don't know how a patient feels. So it's a very good tool for us. That's why, Konstantina, please, we have to go to the beta and to release phase. We have to do it because it's a good tool for us and not just for public.
Okay, thank you. And your question?
Vivid and tonifying presentation. Thank you for this tonic at this time of the symposium. I would like just to be clear on this. Do the depressive patients like to use these tools alone, or do they need anyway some help to go through these experiments?
Are you asking about our future work with the feedback and the interviews? Of course, we have, as I mentioned, a psychiatrist and a psychologist in the project that will be there with the patients while they're getting it tested, getting their feedback and making sure they are in a comfortable and safe environment.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. I have to say no more questions, please, because we have to go on. And if we have time at the end, we'll be glad to listen. So we have to go on to our next paper presentation titled Cultural Modeling and Cutting-Edge Technologies, Enhancing Corfu Old Town Visitors' Interactive Experience through Holographic Modeling, 360 degrees video and augmented reality. That's a paper by Sofia Poulimenou and Xenia Kaimara, which are here to present, and also written by Katerina Rizou, Stella Laboura, Andreas Yanacolopoulos, and Ioannis Deligiannis of our department. If you're ready, just because we have two presenters, so we have another microphone. Okay.
Στο χέρι. Είναι ανοιχτό. Everyone, I am Sofia Poulimenou. I'm sorry for the delay. We had 2 minutes with the technology issues to settle. So my name is Sofia Poulimenou. I'm a researcher at the Laboratory of Fine Arts at Ionian University, and my colleague here is Xenia Kaimara. We are working together in several European projects, one of which is called Hologrammatic Corfu, and we are going to present you a game that we have designed in the framework of this project, which has not yet been digitized. At the moment, we will present it to you in its physical form, but eventually, at the end of the summer, it's going to be digitized so that it can be used also virtually as well as physically by the users. So just a few words for the project Hologrammatic Corfu before we go to the presentation of the game. This project has been, it is called Hologrammatic Corfu. It is an application actually which is designed to cover the functional requirements of the densely visited UNESCO monument of the old town of Corfu, which is here in the island of Corfu, Greece. The project's main goal is to introduce cutting-edge technologies for sustainable management of the touristic flow in the old town of Corfu, which has been inscribed on UNESCO's list of World Heritage Monuments since 2007. So the application is designed to allow site exploration according to different user requirements. And those requirements are covered before, during, and after their visit. It features several transmedia content, which has been designed and produced during the implementation of the project. And this includes photographs of 80 points of interest, which are included in the site, in the cultural site, 360-degree videos, augmented reality videos, as well as hologrammatic videos of about 20 points of interest, which are included in the cultural site. Those transmedia contents can be viewed through purpose-built displays, which are placed at different points of entry for visitors, as well as on users' mobile devices with special equipment, such as small-scale pyramids, 3D holographic pyramids, which we are going to give freely to users and to visitors of the town to be used during their stay in Corfu. So, the content, we have the holographic information, which is for selected information points, which are transformed into holograms used within the system, and their added value is also substantial for further exploitation. We have videos and photos, which are traditionally styled photographic 2D content and videos, and in addition, 360 videos, which are available for specific locations, such as buildings which are not easy to visit because they are closed during visiting hours. So you can see 360 videos of the interiors and gather more access to these buildings. Also, our content includes animation, holographic animation videos, which are being created and allow visitors to explore often inaccessible elements of the featured monument. And also, we have validated historical content, which means that the historical texts that are used for the 80 point of interest has been validated by historians of Ionian University, archaeologists, and also the Ephorate of Antiquities of Corfu. So, we have several access points for the information and for the application of hologrammatic Corfu. The first access point is through those pyramids. When you reach your destination, for example, the Corfu port or the airport or the city center, there will be a holographic pyramid that you can access via mobile device. There will be a QR code that grants immediate access, and the user can control what is displayed. Accessing the pyramid automatically allows you to use the system, and you do not need to download the app. You can use the application directly through the pyramid. Also, the access option B is while you are at the hotel. When you reach the hotel, you can use a flyer information, which will have a QR code customized, unique to each business. And the C action, the access option C is via tourist guides that will have their unique access QR code and will give the visitors that they have on their groups the possibility to access the system. So, let's go to the gamification approach. We will present you now with Mrs. Xenia Kaimara. I think I need to give you the microphone. The game that, as I told you before, is going to be digitized in the future.
I Okay. So, gamification approach. Our cultural route has particular characteristics, contains a set of artificial attractions that is 12 moments and its duration about 2 hours. It's about accessible 12 points of interest, not all the 80 points of interest of the whole project. It has a specific thematic context, the multicultural character of the historic center, mainly with Western influences from the 6th DC, 1864, offers access to information according to the wish of the visitor, provides education and leisure, and at the same time. Okay. Museum education. Museum educational activities play a catalytic role in the learning process. Learning process becomes active based on the active participation of the visitor. Active learning takes place through the transformation of ideas, information, and the creation of meaning. The transformation of ideas, information is based on discovery learning theory of Brunner. So the educational model 5E provides a method to help visitors progressively move towards a deeper knowledge, giving them the opportunity to discover the meaning of information of their own through engagement, exploration, explanation, elaboration, evaluation. But for our project, there is a 6th E, Eureka, because we replace the preparation in the classroom because we thought that the surprise is the biggest thing for the children coming to Corfu to discover the old town. So, after all this, it's interactive learning because traditionally, educational trip is simply based on monument visits, is passive learning. If we manage to mobilize visitors, learning becomes more active. If you arouse the interest of visitors through more creative activities, then learning becomes constructive. But if we involve the visitors, then the learning becomes interactive. So, what's more interactive than gaming? We have rules, purpose, outcome and feedback, challenges, conflicts, interaction, and of course, historical narrative, as Faye says before. So, our motto is locate, interact, and explore. Let's play.
Okay, so I have the microphone. Okay. So I will tell you a little bit about how the game is going to be played physically, and Xenia is going to show you.
It's a transmedia game.
It's a transmedia game, and it's in the digitized version. It will be easier for everyone to access. So the script is as follows. The game starts usually at the hotel or at a gathering point where a family or a group of visitors are going to be. So if we have a hotel, for example, the teacher that might accompany the group of students, or the team leader that organizes the events for the organized excursions, receives the material from us, from the university, which consists of envelopes, which are 5 envelopes per each point. Also, a map of Corfu, which has been designed and customized for the game. So this is, I'm not sure, yes, the light is okay. This is the map of Corfu. It's like a map of the old town of Corfu around 200 years ago. So the first envelope, which is envelope 0, contains a QR code, which are used to be scanned by the leader of the team, of the group, and gives students the information that leads them to the old fortress, which is point of interest 1. The first point of interest out of 12. And then it is where the action begins. So, once the students have reached each point, the teacher opens the next folder and then the next folder, like a scavenger game, to use the information which are given from one point to another in order to reach to the final point of interest, which is the Eureka. And let's show the results.
we have the compass. Okay, we have the compass also. It's we have a time limit. That's why we are very speed. And so this is a treasure game, a traditional a traditional game, treasure game, with conjunction of AR and technology. So, through the Holograms project and an educational stream, which is a traditional form, both students go to the museum, so just see all these monuments, turns into a pleasant and exciting journey. Thank you.
in full speed.
Thank you for being so interestingly.
Chocolate.
So thank you for being in time and for being so descriptive about what you do. So if there are any questions, just few ones only, and we can go on. Go on to our next presentation. I hope this goes well, and I'm looking forward also to play the game.
You are going to be the first players.
I'm going to be the first player.
Not you, actually, but as collaborators of the
I also like that
yes.
it combines a suitcase, and yeah, it's a very interesting material.
This is a museo-pedagogical material that the teacher inherited to the school back to their town.
Okay, thank you again, and going on to our next presentation, which is also about video games, and it's titled Engaging Learners in a Table Role-Playing Game-Making Approach. So the paper is by Sofia Kyriafini, Ioannis Dionias, Varvara Karnelli, Vasilios Komnianos, and Ioannis Deligiannis.
Έχουμε το δείχνει στο projector για κάποιο λόγο. Έχουμε ανοίξει το PowerPoint. Αυτό λειτουργεί, πρέπει να πατήσω κάτι. Νομίζω λειτουργεί. Εντάξει. Τέλεια. Λοιπόν. Greetings, my name is John Dionias and this is my partner Sofia Kyriafini. Today we will present to you our paper and presentation, Engaging Learners in a Tabletop Role-Playing Game-Making Approach. First and foremost, it's important to know that tabletop RPGs allow the players to interactively create their story, through their verbal descriptions, all that within a fictional world. This interactive role-play character brings together the ideas and interests of the participants, providing an immersive social and creative experience. As Seymour Papert once said, the game becomes an object to think with. That means that the experience of game making, modifying, and sharing becomes meaningful and also inspiring. However, this approach has not been sufficiently explored in the context of tabletop RPGs.
Can you listen to? Okay, okay. This research argues that the design of a tabletop RPG provides a rich learning experience and motivates game makers to create a fully functional game, practicing the required steps of the game-making process. Therefore, the game makers were provided with a medieval stage full with historical and cultural elements to place their characters in game action. Imagination, brainstorming, and looking into the literature was the first essential steps of the design process. Then the game makers decided on the game mechanics and received feedback through several playtesting sessions. So, the research question that's formulated is, what effects do the tabletop RPG making process have on the participants' motivation and learning? 16 students were tasked to design a tabletop RPG inspired by medieval Corfu, a place familiar to them. In this presentation, we will show you one of them, and we will discuss it based on the game maker's comments.
Εξετάσιο Κόρσιρε, a tabletop RPG made by us. The board game is set in 18th century's Corfu, where a group of people meet in the city's center and become interested in the call for mobilization. After being handed their respective roles, they are tasked with meeting General Venieris down at St. Nicholas's Gate. Now, our character pool is comprised by the most well-known archetypes of the role-playing game culture, namely the ones that we specifically used are the cleric and the musician that form the supports of the team, the rogue and the scholar that are the most balanced ones, and last but not least, the soldier and the rifleman that are the damage dealers of the team. Each character has their respective backstory that allows their players to bond with them throughout the game and comes with a unique set of statistics. Now, the main objective of the game is that the players must ready themselves and defend the island against an inbound naval attack coming northeast of the city of Corfu. And the system is based on 3 main points. First and foremost, it is turn-based, which means that players play one after the other. Secondly, it is quest-driven. Players discover secrets, solve puzzles, and quite possibly will fight enemies and receive rewards in the process. And finally, characters' collective decisions can create and alter the interactive storytelling while depending on luck, the roll of the dice, in other words, and the difficulty of each situation. Our game's aesthetic. The game is inspired by historical facts, folklore, the designer's personal experiences, and much humor. The characters and roles were made to be as accurate as possible to that specific era, but with a playful hint of fantasy. The NPCs make the world livelier in their own unique ways, sometimes sassy, sometimes eccentric, and sometimes feeling out of this world. The maps were designed to be a mixture of old yellowed paper and weathered sailing maps, while the level design was based on architectural information of this era. Finally, the designers visited the old town in order to make sure that the game feels more authentic. All the game art has been, including the characters that have been shown and the maps, has been created by us. Here are some examples. On the left, we have the world map of Corfu that is mainly used by the game master, who sets up the story and guides the players. While on the right, we have an interpretation of 18th century's Pianada Square.
Okay. In order to play the game, as we said, you need a game master who runs it. The game master gathers around him the players, and after they choose their respective characters and introduce themselves, they can freely interactively create their own storytelling. For each action or decision they want to make, they have to roll a die. Their success depend on that roll. That one. Creativity, cooperation, and as we can see, good Go back. Thank you. Here. Good company are essential. This design process brought about some benefits, but also some drawbacks. Here are some examples. The tabletop RPG making was entertaining, creative, helpful, and exciting process. It helps us understand multiple game design environments, such as motivational power of storytelling, how to design game mechanics, choose and set a goal, aesthetics, etc. It was also very inspiring and the starting point of a project we want to continue. On the other hand, the design was bigger and more complicated compared to what we were asked to do. Thus, its management was challenging. The game was tested by university students, but in the future we would like to evaluate it with different age groups, visitors to Corfu, and a larger sample. In conclusion, the design of a tabletop RPGs motivates students and engage them in the process. Although the content integration is usually a difficult process, tabletop RPGs can be used to highlight historical, cultural, and artistic elements. It's a hard process, but it still can be very pleasant and inspiring. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It seems that in the future we will have a lot of video games regarding the island of Corfu, which is very, very interesting. So if you have any questions for the presenters and the game developing. So we go on with our next presentation, which is again by Xenia Kaimara, Ioannis Deligiannis, Andreas Ikonomou, and George Miliotis, under the title of Design and Development of Inclusive Educational Games, the Significance of the Transdisciplinary Approach. Okay, you're ready to go.
Παίζει. Το ξεκίνησα. Okay. Hello again. Our paper is about design and development of inclusive educational games, the significance of transdisciplinary approach. We began with the definition of inclusiveness of educational purposes, games for learning, technological pedagogical content knowledge games, the concept of transdisciplinary research, our transdisciplinary team, and the WIM is our transmedia application. An estimate of 240 million children worldwide live with disabilities. Disability is one of the most serious barriers to education across the globe. Like all children, children with special educational needs and/or disabilities need quality education to develop their skills and realize the full potential. Inclusion is the most effective way to give all children a fair chance to go to school, learn, and develop their skills. Inclusive systems value the unique contribution students of all backgrounds bring to the classroom and allow diverse groups to grow side by side to the benefit at all. We can see the three pictures is about the mainstreaming. That is the original situation of our schools. Integration is like to put children at schools and to support them, to give them the opportunity to participate in the lessons. But inclusion is to take out the barriers. There are 12 structural elements of games: fun, play, experience, rules, purpose and goals, adaptability, outcome and feedback, conflict and competition, problem solving, interactivity, social interaction, storytelling, and win state.
In the digital age, games take on a digital form, with contemporary research recognizing their potential to grab children's attention and to motivate them to explore the limits of their capabilities, skills, and knowledge. TPAC refers to the general technology used in education without specific guidelines for teaching through games. Hughes et al. Proposed the technological pedagogical content knowledge games. TPAC games consist of game knowledge, game pedagogical knowledge, game content knowledge, and game pedagogical content knowledge. TPAC for games demands transdisciplinary collaboration. The cost of transdisciplinary research for educational games differs from multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. There are three key elements to transdisciplinary research. First, it is a collaboration between the disciplines with the sharing and application of tools, skills, approaches, and philosophies of the different disciplines. Second, the research is organized and coordinated under a real-world theme or problem that benefits from being tackled by multiple disciplines. And third, the research includes input from stakeholders outside of the academic disciplines, for example, practitioners and policymakers. This helps prevent groupthink. For our inclusive educational game, we used the ad-instructional design model. At the analyze stage, we identify and collect the parameters that are relevant for our games. In the design stage, we design the game and maximize those parameters. In the development stage, we actually create our game, and in the implement stage, we deploy the game to inclusive educational settings. Evaluation is constant and influences all stages in the model, especially after and during the implementation. The whole process is used again to produce the next version of the game if necessary. In this light, the need of transdisciplinary team for the design and development of educational games arose. Usually, a transdisciplinary team consists of production manager, focuses on the managing process and securing relevant documents. Educational project designer is responsible for the management and quality of educational content and acts as project manager, designs and initial game design documents to discuss them with the team and makes decisions. Content experts focus on content and learning objectives as they know the content in depth and has teaching experience. Educators focus on learning. They have professional experience and fully understand the needs of teachers and students. Content development experts, that is designers, screenwriters, artists, and game developers. They develop different aspects of games depending on their field. Evaluators focus on the overall quality of the game, identify problems, measure results, and make suggestions for improvement. Our transdisciplinary team of WIM project consists of ex-students. Now they have their diplomas of our department, and Dr. Deligiannis, who was the supervisor of our team, me, and Dr. Miliotis give system design and development and VR programmer. Waking up in the morning, WIM, is our inclusive system based on the new Transmedia methodology developed to combine traditional games with modern film production processes, as well as new media such as 360-degree video, gaming and gamification, virtual and augmented reality. The educational content of WIM focuses on teaching the activities of daily life.
I'm not a doctor. Just to explain, I cannot. So I'm more on the practical part of this project. I'm going to explain to you what is going on here. This is all the tasks that we had to do. It's not very helpful to look at exactly what everything is. The most important thing is that no matter how complex and how many parallel processes you need in developing a game, the transdisciplinary approach is not about this. All these people, they also work separately on their own and collaborate, but transmedia means that they all sit at the table and they all contribute something at every stage. So it is not just working on your own, it's not just sitting at the table and comparing deliverables, and it's not someone taking deliverables and combining them as his job. Everybody works together. This is the augmented reality part of the game. The game has, well, typically it has 4 parts. One part is an augmented reality application. Anyone who's not familiar, there is an application that runs on your phone, uses your camera to identify what you see through the camera to a template stored in the phone. So we have all these tokens. They're stored in the phone, and whenever you look at one of them through the phone, you are actually telling the phone to do something with it. For example, this one here indicates that I want to brush my teeth. The whole goal of the project is to teach children what to do in the morning, their morning routine. So get up, brush your teeth, use the toilet, have breakfast, when to change from their pajamas or not, before or after food, and that kind of thing. So the classical type of the game is you change the shape of the steps, it's in order, and a child with a disability can eventually figure out what the order is. So in that way, it's a learning outcome. The AR game moves this into the electronic realm with identification of the tokens. So as they take a picture of a token in order, the game tells them, well done. There is a narrator in the camera, on the screen of the phone, telling them that, well, this was not a good choice, maybe try something else, or in that case, it says, congratulations, you completed the game. So there's an assist in the application helping the child figure out what it is. That is 2 parts to the game for now. There's the 3rd part, which is virtual reality. That's a stock image. We don't have children so young. But this is a real image. And what happens is, instead of imagining you're waking up in the morning and doing things, you can see a child doing it. I have a video to show you in a second. What happens is they form teams in the classroom of, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 pupils or students, as you might want to call them. And usually one of them has the mask on, plays the game, and the others can see on the tablet what he does or she does. And they're actually giving him tips, and they're all working together. And then another one in the group goes, then the 3rd one, etc. So it's not only an individual learning experience, it's also a group learning experience. In that case, if anyone gets stuck, because a lot of these people are very sensitive if something goes wrong, if they feel trapped or they reach a dead end in the game, it's good to have help from others. And obviously the teacher is there as well. I'm going to show you a very quick video to see how this appears. Okay, so just give me a sec because I have to change the settings here. There we go. I have to do it this way because I have to see the video, otherwise I can't control it from here. I can't see on the screen. This is the video. It is an old presentation of the whole thing. I'm going to show you just the VR parts. This is a part of the AR application as it appears on the phone. So it's not just a video and taking picture of tokens. There's text and helpful things as well. It's just too long to present completely. This is the narrator. And this here is the VR part.
Same thing. I am now going to show you a bit.
Yes, that's me talking over myself. We're going to stop that. There we go. So you have a child in your field of view. So there is someone doing the things in the morning. It's not you. Because if it's you, you see your hands, you see yourself touching things, and it's confusing for some children with disabilities. So you need a person to identify with, but not too much.
But this is a very good aspect for persons with autism, because they can identify to another person, because this is the biggest problem, the perception and the pretend.
This is how it appears. It's a bit blurry because it's high resolution. As you probably imagine, all the VR helmets have extremely high resolution because they're very close to the eye. So they don't present very well here. But there are two icons there. They are the same icons as those on the tokens of the AR application and the game, the physical game with the wooden tokens. The one on top is a sketch of a bathroom, and the one just underneath is a sketch of a bedroom. So you can move around the house by looking at these, using your field of view. You point to it with your eyes, and they activate. You will see how now. So you don't need a controller. You don't need a VR controller to do this. She goes in a room, in a scene. There you go. That's how it's activated. So now she's going to the bathroom. We had to film all these videos, and the idea is that eventually educators could actually film their own game. So she goes in the bathroom, and now it's a different scene. And again, you have different icons, usually on the doors. And there are things you can do in the bathroom. You can brush your teeth. You can wash your hands. You can go to the toilet. Obviously, here I'm using a cursor and a mouse. So that's going to the bedroom, and that's going back to the that's the kitchen again. Yes. So here, for example, we can wash our hands. You see that as the child looks around, they don't move. It is important that they don't move because, especially in tight spaces, that's not going to help at all. You need control over the field of view, the point of view, and you don't want them to mix with the child in the video. If you could move forward, you'd actually walk into the child. So the choice of having an actor in the videos means that you can't move. There are technical ways to make it move, but you'd have to be the actor.
Να δείξω και το άλλο, γιατί πρέπει να τελειώσουμε λίγο, Πρόεδρος.
Τι θες να δείξεις?
Να συνεχίσουμε.
Okay. Right. I'll just quickly tell you about the fourth part of the game, and then we'll finish up. There is a text version of this. Someone mentioned text-based games. We made one. This is for the teacher. He can set up the game and test his scenarios by typing, for example, bathroom, kitchen, as if he's moving the child around. And this will tell him what video will play, what criterion is satisfied to go to school, because that's the whole point. Go to school with clean teeth and clean hands and all that. So that's it from me.
Παίξτε μου όμως ένα διαπραγματικό. Έχει χάσει το τέτοιο. Κόλλησε. Θέλω και τους. Κόλλησε. Θέλω τη σημείωση. Okay. This is a 12-year-old boy with autism disorder spectrum, and I saw him for the first time of my life, and it's very difficult for persons with autism disorder spectrum to identify and to communicate with people and unknown people. This is the power of digital learning. Not just he grabbed my head and the tablet, but also he looked me in the eyes, because they have a very big problem to communicate with the eyes. Θα παίξει.
Τώρα, τι να κάνει Βίκη τώρα, τι να κάνει μετά. Το βάλεις πριν το κομμάτι. Μετά όταν πλένεις τα χέρια σου, μετά τι κάνεις. Μετά, μπράβο. Έλα να βάλουμε τώρα και αυτό, να το αναγνωρίσει. Μπράβο!
So, our vision is for inclusiveness, not just to go to the inclusion, but the WIM, as is the name of the project, to take out the barriers like the fence. And so they give the opportunity to children to engage and to participate on all these activities. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. That's another very interesting game development, also aiming kids with disabilities. Are there any questions? No. Okay, so we can move on to our last paper for tonight, which is for this session, which is titled Digital Culture and Sustainability in Higher Education, Challenges and a Culture of Renewal. So this is by Maria Tapascu, Agni Papadopoulou, Iakovos Panagopoulos, Andreas Yanacolopoulos, and Andreas Floros. Mrs. Maria Tapascu is here. Our PhD candidate is ready to present this paper.
Everyone, I know I'm the last one, so I'll try to make it short. I know that you probably are all tired, so I will just point out some important things of our study. So, as it's been taught, our paper is entitled as Digital Culture and Sustainability in Higher Education, Challenges and the Culture of Renewal. So, these are all the context of our paper. We mainly try to focus in the relationship between sustainability and higher education to show the reasons for the partial success. Okay, so I'm saying again. The context, as I said before, was mainly focused on describing the relationship between sustainability and the higher education, to describe the reasons why there is only partial success of the existing models about the sustainability, and also to refer to the actions and the initiatives who play an important role in changing the norm. Finally, we believe that sustainable culture is a new form of sustainability, and that digital culture plays an important role into changing the norm that we wish for. So, focusing on sustainability, which aims to improve the quality of our lives, protect our ecosystem, and preserve natural resources for future generations, the document Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, sets new goals by emphasizing the importance of higher education in the efforts for a better future. So far, more than 300 higher education institutions have signed declarations about sustainability. However, little has been explored the need of changing the norm throughout the cultivation of a new culture in higher education in the digital era. Based on that, this theoretical study aims to examine the relation between digital culture and sustainability on the axis of higher education. The common fields and goals are underlined. So, as it's been said, the concept of sustainable university and its influence as a role model to society consists a great interest for the last 30 years. According to Brundtland's report, the emphasis is placed on ensuring ecological, social, and economic development. Sustainability goals underscore the importance of higher education in striving for a better future to the newest goals. The document Europe 2020, a strategy for smart, sustainable and inclusive growth initiative adopted in 2010 highlights the central role of innovation, education, digital society, training and lifelong learning in the necessary sustainable development. It's been said that education is capable of leading to solutions and exploring new paths to a better future through the preparation of leaders and citizens. The key features of sustainable university are the harmonious connection of research and education in a complex and at the same time transparent ways, ensuring an interdisciplinary balance and the optimal use of its social, economic and natural environment in a cooperative spirit with all members of the university community. As it's been said from Velázquez, which is one of the greatest researchers in this field, that a sustainable university has a responsibility and must promote environmental, economic and social actions. In other words, the goal of higher education institutions is to include and promote at regional or global level the minimization of the negative environmental, economic, social and health impacts caused by their resources. Al-Khatib et al. Argue that education will meet the needs of people if it complies with a framework of sustainable development and guides the community to ecological and livelihood stability, as otherwise it loses its value. Higher education institutions can engage with communities and benefit society to a great extent as they get to stand as leaders in all areas of research, teaching and learning, sustainability and community commitment. Though there is a common acceptance of the need for appropriate action that lead universities to a pioneering and dynamic position, these changes remain far from making full use of their systemic potential for their transformation. However, the progress of universities in becoming green is influenced by various challenges and obstacles. Various researchers have noted several factors that are broadly related to physical, environmental, economic, informational, managerial, and organizational categories. The literature has noticed a predominant focus on technological, positivistic, and operational approaches, and relatively little attention to strategic and socially reflexive activities. The journey towards sustainability is mired in this complexity, and so characteristic is said a wicked problem in the sense of often being ill-formulated, cutting across boundaries, being highly resistant to resolution, constituted by multiple agents and decision-makers with conflicting values. Becoming sustainable is a challenging problem in terms of communicating and controlling characteristic values, behaviors, and attributes to guide actor and installation behavior. Existing models seem to have put an effort to create an appropriate evaluation with positive dimensions, yet their usefulness seems to be limited to the characteristics of each university individually. This paves the way for a broader investigation of an appropriate framework with universal quality indicators, while it is also highlighted the need for each higher education institution and university to set its own standards to achieve a change on a personal level. Higher education institutions began to individually integrate environmental sustainability initiatives in their education, administration, and research. The most common initiatives include green building management, energy, water, and others. Sharp, who has been on the subject since 2002, argues that a campus can be successfully turned green by laying the groundwork for initiatives with an understanding of a university culture, flexibility, dynamic action, and an open mind through an adaptive process. Something that is not well pointed out, but only implied, is the usage of the digital forms of communicating, planning, and organizing these actions. However, although there is data from green initiatives and actions that make the operation of a university more sustainable, the literature only recently and with few references records and examines the value on the culture of the axis of the green university. Pointing out the need to change the existing norm as the main factor to achieve it, following an inductive course from each department which drives to the general community, university community. Based on the above, it is demonstrated that the impact of culture through actions on appropriately sustainable behavior at the academic and social level has not been adequately studied. Next to the above, COVID-19 has catapulted technology as an essential cultural tool to entertain, educate, and connect with others. As for the creative and cultural sector, digital art and media have generated completely new platforms to tell stories, reach audience and fans, and distribute cultural content. From cultural heritage regarding sustainable culture, it can be said that either maintaining the cultural heritage or creative industries. Culture is both a factor and a driving force of the economic, social, and the environmental dimension of sustainable development. Culture is defined as a set of beliefs, morals, methods, institutions, and collections of human knowledge. Cultural sustainability, as it relates to sustainable development, has to do with the preservation of cultural beliefs, practices, preservation of the cultural heritage, and culture as its own entity, and the question whether or not there will be certain cultures in the future. Cultural sustainability has been categorized in the social pillar of the three pillars of sustainability, but some argue that cultural sustainability should be an autonomous pillar due to its own growing importance in the social, political, environmental, and economic sectors. The importance of this lies in its impact on people, as decisions made within society are largely weighted against the belief of that society. However, the theoretical and the conceptual understanding of cultural sustainability within the general context remains unclear. Culture can also play other roles in connection with the sustainability. It can be a new pillar. Several European researchers, collectively known as COST, have worked together for many years, suggest at least three types of roles. Culture is perceived holding different roles, such as in sustainable development, for sustainable development, and as sustainable development. However, it should be emphasized that these subdivisions were outcomes of process of scientific analysis. They more or less constitute ideals, and as with any other ideals, there is much way for them to be achieved. When it comes to this, a digital culture is a concept that describes how technology and the internet are shaping the way that we interact. It's the way that we behave, think, and communicate. It is the product of the endless persuasive technologies around us and the result of a disruptive technology. Digital technology should be a tool for positive change, expanding creativity, connectivity, and contributing to the health of the planet. Positive environmental impacts such as virtual experiences replacing high-carbon travel are real solutions. The digital is shaping, with increasing intensity and speed, social change with profound impact in terms of sustainability. So while COVID-19 disrupted all facets of daily life, education was one of the sectors most severely affected. Beyond this initial impulse, however, there have been few pedagogical, philosophical, or organizational consistencies in how this shift has transpired both internationally and at the national level. In this context, the ability to exhibit digital competencies or digital literacy is critical as competencies for conscious and intentional participation, not only in consumption but also in digital production and the most diverse areas of life, creating digital citizens. This indicates that digital competencies will be necessary to build a sustainable digital society in the development of digitainability, digitalization and sustainability together. Given that digital literacy is pivotal for an individual to be effective and efficient, both personally and professionally in this technology-dominated century. So after the study, we came up to conclude that there are four common characteristics and aims between sustainable culture and digital culture. First one is social connectivity, which as a digital technology benefit, connectivity seems to be one of the main factors for sustainable culture, promoting communication, education, and planning actions. Second is communication speed. Digital teaching or learning is based on the transmission of information. Either the context of the course or the conversation, speed is a stepping stone to conquer the key elements for each matter. Participation and collaboration are the third key to our research. Either for sustainable culture projects or for digital class, it is pointed out that working and dealing with others play an important role. The social factor adds in shifting mindsets. This is what we want after all. Finally, we want learning opportunities. We need to better understand what is sustainability, especially when it comes to culture, but also to understand how we can get closer to that through technological tools. Both sustainability culture and digital culture offer and promote knowledge. Digital competencies are important for all generations, but also maintaining or changing a norm presupposes to comprehend the present one. So, after our study, we came up that digital culture presupposes all these digital competencies, such as communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving, which are crucial for managing all the knowledge around us. Among the numerous competencies individuals must have to move effectively in this digital world, there are the hard skills and, of course, the soft skills, which include communication skills, self-motivation, and willingness to learn, among several others, which are essential for the development of sustainability. Shaw and Sherpa refer to the benefits of digitalization for sustainable development as unavoidable, stressing out that only those countries and systems that fully embrace an education that fosters digital competencies will equip their citizens with the competencies needed for them to thrive and succeed, both in personal but also in professional spheres. Based on the previous, it seems that digitalization is an important norm transformative factor. Culture is in, as, and for sustainability needs new tools to achieve either the heritage culture maintaining or to promote a new mindset through digital media and arts regarding tertiary education. Aiming to examine the relation between sustainable culture and digital culture, this theoretical study ended up underlining that this relationship leads to a numerous directions regarding both the terms around sustainability, but also the countless ways digital tools can be used. Through bibliography research, the beneficial role of digital culture obviously promotes sustainability in education and other contexts. However, educational models and approaches based primarily in technological tools for sustainability keep on promoting a positivistic knowledge as the social factor loses its value. More inclusion of cultural sustainability needs to be added either in the curriculum or the institutional management. So, the character of the study, as I told you, was theoretical. This formulates a conceptual basis for better understanding the context of the terms examined. However, since no data-driven methodology has been used, we cannot generalize the conclusions. Turning to the above direction, we aim to further investigate the relationship between sustainable culture and digital culture through an extra direction, through digital arts for sustainability in the context of higher education following a mixed methodology process. A project has already begun. But as Ivan Illich said, a good educational system should have three purposes. It should provide all who want to learn with access to available resources at any time in their lives, empower all who want to share what they want to find, those who want to learn, and finally, furnish all who want to present an issue to the public with the opportunity to make their challenge known. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I'd like to thank our presenter and announce that this is the end of our session. There's another one to follow. If there is just one question, we just have 1 minute and then break or go on with the next one. Okay, thank you. Very interesting, and thank you all for being here. Let's take a short break because we are too much over schedule. So please, just for 5 minutes, just to prepare for the next session so we don't be too late. Okay?
Μιλάω.
Chairman.
Ωραία. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning the fourth session of the DCAC 2022 conference, which is entitled Artistic Perception, Vision, Art and Technology. And we begin with our first speaker, Mr. Doctor, Professor, Mr. Angelos Papavlasopoulos, right? Okay. Who's going to present us a presentation entitled Familiarizing with Dread, the Monstrous and the Player's Narrative Engagement in Elden Ring.
Hello, everyone. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank the rest of my professors and the team for the supervision and the collaboration of this project. So what we did try to achieve was to seek how dread and monstrosity and depictions of brutality in video games, such as the genre of Elden Ring, are capable of achieving a narrative engagement with the players. So regarding the genre, starting about the depictions, as I said, of dread, monstrosity, horror, splatter, and anxiety. We have a plethora of games such as the Dark Souls series or the Bloodborne, Demon's Souls, and now we reached to Elden Ring. So as its predecessors, Elden Ring encompasses many of the features that the previous games have in their gameplay, so which is the grotesque and will finally meet the ludic sublime following. So what we try to seek is how players tend to familiarize themselves with the portraiture of horror. And why are we gravitated by the dread? Why this monstrosity and depictions and such that are depicted with such a visceral way gravitate as players? So Kalua mentions the sensation of ilinx or vertigo, as he describes it. So vertigo or ilinx is the sensation that we want to experience so vivid and rough and raw emotions, such as the panic or fear or ecstasy. This is the way why we, as humans, some of us, like we use hallucinogenic mushrooms, or we visit amusement parks, or we whirl ourselves until we feel dizzy and lay down. So in order to achieve these states of ilinx, as humans, as adults, we have created a plethora of machinery or constructs. And this will work toward why we try to encode ludically and how we're trying to encode ludically the dread and the monstrosity. So it's the same reason of ilinx, and why do we seek ilinx? The same reason why we are watching horror films or thrillers. So even though we know that we probably scare ourselves, we see thrillers or horror movies. We do use roller coasters in amusement parks until we feel dizzy, or we visit haunted houses in amusement parks as well. So where's the connection? Where's the connection between this feeling, a sensation of ilinx, and how this keeps the players maintained, engaged within our game? So regarding the games and their borders, the limits. So a game is a closed system, as we heard before. But the nice thing about games is that they're a nice and safe environment for us to fail. A safe environment for us to experience the defeated state. A safe environment for us to be scared. So what not only fail, but what else we could do in a game. And I'm asking you, what we could do in a game that we don't have allowance to do in reality. It's one thing. I'm actually asking. Yes? No? Yeah, we can do that too, but we cannot die. Yes. We only have one life to live here, and we cannot die here in real life, but we can in games. And actually, we can die a lot, like really, really a lot. So, I'm encouraging you to die in a video game from now on. So, video games are a safe environment for us to fail. See the portraiture of failure, get horrified, die. And we get the chance to experience these emotions, and we have no other way reaching this emotion in real life. Like, I know it's only a fragment of what's the actual experience of dying, but if you think about it, even if we're close to only 1% of this experience, or 10%, living in through a game, it's a success. So why not try to elaborate more on that? Not only shock ourselves, or try to fight our fears and our nightmares, and fight back. So I'll move forward to Elden Ring itself. This is Queen Marika, the Eternal. So in Elden Ring, sorry, I'll try to minimize the spoilers from now on for you that don't have played the game. So long story short, you play the role of a tarnished one. So Queen Marika had the Elden Ring, and she saturated the Elden Ring among 7 pieces, where 7 demigods took only one part, only one fragment of the ring. And your job as the tarnished one, you're being chosen to find and recollect all these fragments of the ring and reassemble them, and then you'll be the Elden Lord. So, as we said, we'll try to approach this through a textual analysis. So anything that will be shown from now on, it's not random. Like, I really want you to pay close attention to that. So we have 7 demigods. The number is not just a random number, and sorry for the spoilers. And if you see Queen Marika itself, this scene is, I think, one of the first scenes that you see when you start the game. And if you try to decipher and decode this scene, you'll see even the posture of Queen Marika, her crown, the deer on her forehead, and even the halo that she has around her arms and skin. Nothing is by chance. Everything is targeted specifically to provide you this sensation and to make a constant juxtaposition between this and something else, food for thought. And this is the halo of Holy Mary itself. So if you could see, not even the pattern is same with depictions of flowers and vines, but also the circular shape of it, even how do you see it from, and how it matches nearly completely. And here's again this posture. So we have this painting from Rio and the crucifixion of Jesus. You can see the assemblances between the two images. And we leading towards other depictions of gore and splatter, blood and massacre. And the correlations with pre-exceeding paintings in art history. This is from the Florence Baptistery. It's a depiction of Satan, actually, and how he's devouring people. Here we see again the devourer of the snake. So we're reaching towards trying to define what is a monster. Really, what's a monster? So how do we portray a monster in our heads? So probably it's predetermined. If I collect data from all of you, probably most of you tell me the same things. It has to do with the size, with the actions, with the power, the raw strength, the amount of correlation that it has between looking like a human creature, its stats, behaviors, and others, which are all codified, as we say here, can computed, and we tend to familiarize with what is a depiction of monster in a game. Again, some correlation between Kronos and the devourer of the Rykard. So this is Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. Even the names are like so next to religious and gore. So the story behind Rykard, I won't spoil too much. So the actual depiction within a game, it actually takes the whole screen. And when you finish fighting this boss, you realize it was just like a startup. When Rykard is a depiction of a snake at first, and then he turns his head, and you see the real face of the demigod, and just a sword from the mouth of the serpent, and as you can see here, it's full with blood, and quite spooky actually when you play in the game. And some other depictions from the game. See the massacres. Pastel. And we reach to the grafted skin. So this is the first boss you encounter in the game. And this is quite interesting actually, because you're not actually, designers don't believe that you won't win against the grafted skin. It's an over-leveled boss and probably shot you to death. You literally have no chance or zero chance to leave this experience. And there is a cinematic after this boss that actually welcomes you to the lands and to the world of Elden Ring. But why? Why did the designers place grafted skin at the start of the game? Why? It's an over-leveled boss, and we can, but it's nearly too impossible to win it. Why? Why? They want us to experience defeat. They want us to see how it's to die. And they encourage us to die throughout the game, because you die a lot, and you have to get accustomed with this feeling a lot. So how do we achieve narrative engagement? So through all these depictions we have till here, there are places and cases that we humans, the people, tend to seek for specific stimuli, and we're more likely are unpleasant and provide us with discomfort. They're threatening even more. And in Elden Ring, there is also a depiction, an experience of the restriction of what we know as a player, the viewpoint, the knowledge. So Elden Ring encourages us to explore, to seek for the lore, because we have so limited knowledge regarding what the lore of the game is. And we're trying to explore the world, see what's happening, realize, make our own assumptions, and see what's happening. I don't know if I am approaching an end game boss or merely a creature. I'm not aware of that, and this is on purpose. So I mentioned previously the ludic sublime, and I'll close with that. So what we're trying to do in these games is approach this state. This is an emotion. Thank you very much. So this is an emotion that we're experiencing when we're exploring, seek for pathways, seek for new roads within a game. And the ludic sublime is a specific. How could I describe it? So an object that actually evokes this sublime does because it appears to be unshooted and is to our presentative faculty as it were to do violence and provoke our imagination. What do we mean? We mean that we're trying to find the object that has the least connection with the actual world and tend to play with it, seek, explore it, find with dissimilarities or similarities. I'm seeing signings over there. I might have to explore it. Or I'm seeing something that has nothing to do with my experience of the prior world whatsoever. Here are my references for the current talk, and please thank you for your attention, and I'm currently ready to ask any questions.
Thank you.
German.
We have time for maybe 2 short questions.
Bravo, Angelos. Very interesting. I don't have questions for you. I need your comment on 2 specific remarks, let's say. The first one is quite straightforward. You talked about dying. Have you had any look on the so-called rogue games? These are games where you develop a character, but once you die, when you die once, then you lose everything. So there may be a connection there. And the second comment I'd like from you has to do with this connection you've made between the horror and the e-links by Kahlua, which yes, it's understood and it's there, but still sometimes we choose to put ourselves in a convention. So, for example, in an escape room, you may see a zombie. If you think that this is not a real zombie, and you think I am in an escape room, or I am in my living room, or anywhere else, you are detached from this horror. So, would you say that the more you approach the e-links by Kahlua, the more you approach also the other edge of this axis, the mask. So you accept to put yourself in that position of horror.
Okay, I'll try to answer this quickly. But, first and foremost, regarding the rogue games, I was not aware of the actual title of the genre, but I know the games with the permadeath condition, and probably this is what you're referring to. In case you lose something, you'll die once, you permanently have a dead character, you cannot replay them, you have no access to your equipment, etc., etc. Yes, this is also a very inspiring subject because we see the new bonds that actually emerge from these relationship. The new bonds that player and game achieve to create, because this is the matter of temporality. You only play this character once. So this is the one aspect. The second one, and correct me if I'm wrong, so you're saying that the immersion of the player is actually affected by the amount of vertigo the game has. So as you're raising the vertigo, the e-links, you're losing immersion. Is that what you're...
Not quite. I mean that up to a point, up to a degree, you let yourself become horrified. But at any point you can say, oh, I'm out of this because I am in my living room. So it reminds also Kahlua's mask, interpretation of the mask. The reason we play theater, for example, the reason we do not lose our character in e-links, but decide to play another character.
So from my point of view, this has a little bit to do with transgressiveness. Also, how do you play the game? Do you want to play the game, or are you enforced to play the game? Because game is a convection. Okay, it's 10 more seconds to answer.
Please,
okay.
Sorry for this rude
okay, will
interruption, but stress. Thank you again.
Thanks again for your time.
And now we're going to call the next speaker. It's going to be and we are calling the next speaker, who's going to be Yorgos Drossos and Stella Klimatsaki, to talk about zombies and inbreeders, wild romances in contemporary films. 15 minutes as usual.
So, hello. We are very happy to be back in Corfu for a live conference session. And we'd like to thank you all for being here as well. This paper focuses on the convergence of monstrosity and romance by way either of the zombie trope or the depiction of incest. Essentially what we have here are two cases of a sexual and or romantic relationship between a normal human being and a zombie, and another two cases where the sexual act itself is monstrous. So we'll begin with Warm Bodies, which is a film set released in 2013. It was based on the novel of the same title, and the novel itself was based on Romeo and Juliet. The world of the film is a post-apocalyptic one, where humans live in enclaves, and zombies and another kind of entity, the bonies, are free to roam the outskirts of the cities and the countryside. The human in the love story is Julie, and the zombie is called simply R. He does have the appearance of a zombie in physical and visual terms. He's pale, as you can see in the picture, is overly pale. His look is mostly eerie and perplexed, but he does possess a high degree of consciousness. We hear him in his inner monologue, as well as his voiceover, which is mostly in the present tense. And apart from that, he does do a lot of things that are heroic in nature. This is his group of zombies, and I'm sorry. The first encounter between Julie and R takes place in a fight scene between the zombies and the living. Actually, what happens is that Julie throws a knife at him and cuts through his heart. Of course, he does not die because he's a zombie. But gradually they become romantically linked, and they do a lot of things, even though they do not consummate their love. They do a lot of things which you can see in romantic comedies, such as listening to vinyl albums, or taking car rides, or even crying in the rain. As mentioned earlier, the world in which R and Julie live in is divided into zones. The human zone is run on a biopower, state of emergency, military law approach. The head of the human group is Colonel Grigio, who is Julie's father. The humans only leave their enclaves to get supplies, and that's where they might encounter zombies. And during the encounter, the climax of the film, what happens is that Julie finally kisses R, and this brings him back to life. And at that point, the humans and the zombies decide to work together to extinguish the third party, which is the Bonies. After that, gradually the humans become, the zombies, become humans again, and all the divisions, all the walls that divide our world into different zones for different entities are torn down, with R and Zombie looking down on the whole process from a romantic spot and having become an actual couple. Now, Santa Clarita is a different kind of tale. This is not post-apocalyptic. Zombies, of course, do exist. But they're not, I'm sorry, this is not a viral epidemic. It's based on a medieval curse, and zombies are isolated cases, not a horde. Of course, they might not bleed, and their parts of their bodies might fall off, but in general, they have the appearance of an actual zombie, of an actual human, I'm sorry. So they carry on with their lives. Sheila and her husband, Sheila is the main zombie of the series, is a realtor. She carries on with her life, except for her need to eat human flesh. Her confidence and her libido is actually augmented by her zombification. And her family and friends are the only ones who are privy to her secrets. So it's basically a take on the trope of the dark secrets of suburbia, except a gorier and more humoristic one. Sheila's relationship with her husband, Joel, is already a loving one before the series begins. And if anything, it helps them, the fact that she becomes a zombie helps them be even more supportive to each other. Also, they have the support of their daughter and her best friend. What they do is that they decide consciously to only kill people that have a harmful or negative traits. So their first kill is a sexual predator. They also kill a scamming nurse. Oh, I'm sorry. And they also kill a group of neo-Nazis. Other than that, Sheila is very supportive. She shows great solidarity to the other zombies she encounters or she creates. Because the show was canceled, we did not know if there was going to be a viral spread of the zombie state from then on. We do know that there was a cliffhanger where her husband was going to decide on whether he was going to become a zombie as well. And I'm handing over to Stella.
Thank you, Yorgo. I will present a second part, which is about depictions of weird as monstrous love affairs. In Delta film, an estranged son returns after a long period of absence to his homeland in the town of Delta of Romania. He finds his mother living with a man and a grown-up sister he did not have. Brother and sister, both estranged by their families and their social environment, start a romantic, incestuous relationship, which will end tragically. Hello? All right. We see here the protagonist portrayal, the brother, who is entering the family's house, a quiet, crouching person who avoids looking others in the eye. Sister behind wooden construction, looking curiously at the stranger who is her brother. This one and the previous one are their first encounter. We see here the protagonist portrayal as part of their society. Brother and sister are surrounded by the white nature of the river, the villagers and fishermen, a stepfather, and the narrow space of the pub. The change of non-existing familiar relationship to love affair is subtle, gradual, and implied, giving time to spectators to suspect the subtext of their emotional and physical transition to incestuous feelings. The visualization of their relationship is being portrayed rather discreetly. Their kisses are hidden from the camera and the viewers, and their sexual intercourse is not shown. Instead, the continuous sequence of the half-naked sleeping lovers and the moonlight river accompanied with a strident, violent solo music insinuate their incestuous sexual activity. Besides the relationship monstrous frame, there are times of caring by sharing the only available food, by helping with the building of the house, by loving. Love, care, and tenderness do exist in this monstrous relationship. However, as it appears, by inviting the outer world in their remote sanctuary of love, they did not intend to stop their relationship. It seems as if they ask for acceptance, their social environment's acceptance. However, they were both slayed by the villagers as such a monstrosity is not accepted. The second film is Strela, A Woman's Way, of 2009. In this film, Yorgos is being released after serving 14 years in prison for a murder he committed at his home village. He spent his first day of freedom in a cheap hotel at the center of Athens, where he meets Strela, a transgender prostitute. Soon they become couple. Okay, then soon they become couple, and Yorgos is trying to to trace his son Leonidas, and after a while he's aware that he's Strela's father. And realizes that Strela already knew it, even before they become lovers. This is a protagonist portrayal, the father, outside the prison in a hotel room. The son, as Strela, he invites George in her room, and here performs a song as Maria Callas. This is the protagonist portrayal as a part of their society. Excuse me. Well, although there are two sequences of George's hometown and a brief glimpse of villager, film's sociocultural environment is mostly consisted by trans people, their homes and their workplaces. It seems as if outer society and its people do not exist. This environment is the only environment where a story evolves. This is the portrayal of the sexual intercourse besides Delta. This is a quite straightforward, figurative and exponential portrayal. Here we see pictures of two of them by loving, doing things together. And their society's cinematic reaction to their Their relationship is reconciliation, understanding, and coexistence. Well, this is our conclusions. Warm Bodies in Santa Clarita depict romantic and sexual relationship between a human and a master, i.e. a zombie. In Delta and Strela, it is the romantic sexual relationship itself that is monstrous. The romantic affairs are portrayed just like any cinematic affair, despite the negative frame of their relationship. The depiction of monstrous sexual relationship varies from non-existent in Warm Bodies, veiled in Santa Clarita Diet, discrete in Delta, to figurative in Strela. It is usually the sociocultural cinematic reality which labels this monstrous relationship as ghastly, Delta and Strela, as it mirrors the sociocultural actuality and normalcy against the taboos. In Santa Clarita, the zombie-human relationship is not commented upon. In Warm Bodies, it is labeled as wrong because zombies and humans are at war. A closed society reacts with violence to restore normalcy. In Strela, the protagonist's immediate social environment is more accepting because the trans persons who constitute it are also living outside the norms of society. In Warm Bodies, the affair between the zombie and the human is frowned upon, and humans try to violently end it. However, zombies and humans end up collaborating against the bonies. Zombies are brought back to the living state and the world returns to normalcy. In Santa Clarita, Scylla's zombiness remains a secret for the most part. She and her family have an impact on society in that they attack people who have a negative, harmful behavior. The fast popularity of zombies has led filmmakers to first depict them as love interests, second, seek new ways, story tropes by which to represent them. One of them is a romantic story. Incest as a subject matter did exist in films and TV series since 1920, but rather as a side topic. However, nowadays, as awareness is more accepted, incestuous couples are represented in different terms. Even so, a relationship between a human and a zombie is more tolerable than an incestuous one. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stella and Yorgos. And as I was informed, we have to not to leave the questions for the end of the session in order to speed up. So I call Eva Vlahu for the next presentation, which is entitled Meta-referential Greek Cinema, the Appearance of the Medium in No-Budget Story and Αυστηρός Κατάλληλο.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Eva, and this is my paper called Meta-referential Greek Cinema, the Appearance of the Medium in No-Budget Story, and Αυστηρός Κατάλληλο. In this research, I'm going to examine the appearance of the medium, literal or metaphorical, in the two films, and I will try to analyze the moments where the hidden procedure of filmmaking is exposed. Both Renos Charalambidis and the directorial duo Repas Papathanasiou have made the specific choice of exposing the cinematic medium in the two films I'm going to examine. The similarities between No-Budget Story and Αυστηρός Κατάλληλο do not only concern the resemblance in relation to the plot. What connects the two films is their aware choice of referring to the medium of cinema in a variety of ways and using those references to construct the whole story. In No-Budget Story, a young director is in search of funding for his upcoming film. His search pushes him to encounter a former porn producer and cooperate with him. And in Αυστηρός Κατάλληλο, two filmmakers this time are also trying to find ways to finance their movie. They also meet a porn producer who agrees to help them, but he secretly uses their cinematic equipment to shoot a porn film when they are not around. As far as cinema is concerned, there are a lot of ways of being self-reflexive. Comments on the procedure of movie making or the appearance of a movie star that signifies another film or television program are some of them. Other ways, as listed by Jean-Marc Limoges, are exposing the presence of the camera or the microphone, allowing characters to address the audience, forwarding, rewinding, burning or cracking the celluloid, revealing the set, technicians or special effects, introducing the actors or even the directors as themselves within the daigesis. I argue that both films use a very specific form of self-reflexivity called meta-reference that specifically refer to the appearance, literal or metaphorical, of the respective medium, in this case, the cinematic medium. What that means specifically for a movie is that references are being made concerning the medium of cinema. For Jean-Marc Limoges, self-reflexivity is given in any device that intentionally reveals the enunciative apparatus of the film itself. They continue by explaining that this does not necessarily mean that the actual devices used for the shooting of the film are going to be exposed, but a procedure that is otherwise being hidden from the audience will be revealed. This is exactly the case in the two films I'm going to examine. Fractions of this hidden reality of movie making are being incorporated in the film's plot in one hand, no budget story, or being the entire subject of the film on the other hand, in αυστηρός κατάλληλο. And this definition of self-reflexivity is what Limoges considered to be included in Wolff's concept of meta-reference. And another important factor is whether we can assume that any embodiment of the cinematic equipment can be characterized as a meta-referential detail. In this case, Limoges draws the attention on the intention of the artists and whether they choose to expose the cinematic equipment intentionally or accidentally. I argue that since in both films we deal with directors that they try to create a film, we can assume that any appearance of the medium is intentional. Now, the first movie. After the two directors approach a porn producer, him and his work associate, who is also his ex-wife, discuss about the scam they want to perform on the directors. Since the Greek porn film industry is experiencing a downfall, they plan to shoot a blockbuster film by using the setup, plot line, and costumes of The End of Passion, the artistic film of the protagonists. So while in the morning the production is shooting The End of Passion, every night they shoot a porn film with the same leading actress. The actress is presented extra feminine and, as usual in sexist narratives, stupid. The one director falls in love with her, placing them in a position where they experience a paradox love affair. The film begins in a highly self-reflexive manner with a voiceover describing exactly what is about to happen. The voice of the one of the two directors describes the shot and the appearance of the titles, which implies that he's describing his vision to his work associate, but in reality he's describing the beginning of the movie we watch, αυστηρός κατάλληλο. The fact that the film begins in such a self-referential way implies its course. In their first meeting, the porn producer with the protagonists are having a conversation about the director's vision and art cinema in general. In that moment, a storm of cinematic references begins. The producers have changed the decoration of their office from porn film posters to respected feature films like Blow Up, Cinema Paradiso, 8½, and other examples, with one of the producers stating how much they love quality cinema. As the directors start to pitch the script, there is a comic dialogue with the producers pretending to understand what the artists are saying, and the artists ridiculously stating their artistic manifesto. The references to the medium of cinema and its artistic history are endless, and αυστηρός κατάλληλο is certainly a pastiche of random cinematic information. When later the deal is sealed, the movie moves to the space that most of the scenes are being shooted, the set of The End of Passion. This environment is exactly as a cinematic studio with all the equipment and the working crew, filled with cameras and technicians. The central scenery of Αυστηρός Κατάλληλο is highly meta-referential. Not only the equipment is being shown, but we witness the procedure of shooting. I will now describe a sequence in the movie that, in my opinion, is one of the most meta-referential moments in the film. While the directors are trying to guide the lead actress, she continually forgets her lines, and as a result, the crew is forced to do numerous takes. This is a moment of intense meta-referentiality, since through this repetitive procedure, the aesthetic illusion is broken. Limos states that the aesthetic illusion is maintained when the appearance of the medium or of the procedure in general is part of the diegesis, and in our case it is. But regardless that, I believe that specifically this repetitive situation of cut and retake contributes to the deconstruction of the aesthetic illusion and forces the viewer to be aware of the filmmaking process. The second film is No Budget Story, Charalambidis' film. In this film, a young artist who is dedicated to the importance and elegance of cinema is in a desperate search of financial support in order to probably shoot one of his many scripts. While he wants to refer to himself as a scriptwriter and a director, he is forced to do works below his level, like act at a commercial about hairless products and ridicule himself. A producer approaches him through an ad at a newspaper. After that, their collaboration begins, with the director trying to maintain his high standards and the producer trying to persuade him to film a more commercial movie. Later, it is revealed that the producer was also involved in the creation of pornography in the 70s. They tried to sell the porn film that was shooted in the 70s at a video shop by pitching it as an innovative and more artistic project in order to gain money for the production of their movie. But they failed. Contrary to Αυστηρός Κατάλληλο, No Budget Story has been studied by Andrew Horton in his essay titled Renos Charalambidis' No Budget Story, Cinema and Manhood as Radical Carnival, and has also received awards from Istanbul Film Festival and Thessaloniki Film Festival. And I say that because this information suggests that the film is of some sort of artistic recognition. On the subject of meta-referentiality, the film begins in the set of a DIY effort to shoot one of the director's films. The microphone falls and enters the shot, something that happens all the time in film shootings in real life. This is a humorous reference to the procedure of filmmaking and an actual appearance of filmic equipment. We observe the first encounter with the cinematic medium from the very beginning of the film. This can be characterized as a meta-referential moment, since the enunciative apparatus is intentionally revealed. In our case, the equipment is not only revealed, but commented on, since it is revealed not as the equipment used to shoot the movie we watch, but as the equipment used to shoot the movie that is being shooted inside the movie we watch. But in our case, the limits of what is the movie we watch and what is the movie being watched are blurred. This scene is followed by one of the numerous voiceovers of the director. In this voiceover, one that is repeated later in the film, we hear Irineo stating that there is no business like show business, a statement that refers to the world of cinema and television. He continues by saying that if he tries to be patient as an artist, at some point he is going to be recognized for his talent. We can assume that these statements also represent the thoughts and agony of Charalambidis as a filmmaker. Since the director is also the lead actor, his voiceover can be read as the voice of the hero, but as the voice of the director, Charalambidis. This element is highly self-reflexive and blurs the boundaries between real life and fiction. There are other expressions of meta-referentiality in the film, like the screening of an old porn film or the appearance of the protagonist inside a video store. Those moments are meta-referential since equipment is revealed and it is intentionally exposed. a film could be self-referential without being meta-referential. In meta-reference, the connotation should clearly suggest the existence of shooting, pre-production, post-production, or the troubles of filmmaking. Although one might think that meta-referentiality would be more easily encountered in pieces of art of higher levels, it has completely reached mass and commercial culture. With all that in mind, I believe that those two films are not simply under the general umbrella of self-reflexive cinema, but they belong to the category of meta-referentiality. These are some selective references, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Continuing with the presentations, with the next presentation, which is going to be given by Maria Papadopoulou, and is entitled as Greek Cinema and Autism, Case Study. Ah, okay, sorry.
My name is Maria Papadopoulou, and I'm going to speak about Greek cinema and autism. This is a part of an extensive study about Greek cinema and how it introduced autism and autistic person. My research studies 5 films, Greek films, Live with Alkis by Kolatos, and Red Rose by Kolatos also. The other one is The Routine by Adjous, Éteros Εγώ by Tsafoulias, and Mother of Angel by Dimopoulou. There are, of them, only Mother of Angels is a documentary. Now, I'm not going to say a lot of things about what is autism, and, but according to the American Psychiatric Association, we used to say autism, but we really mean autism spectrum disorder, and this is what I mean when I say autism also. And I have to say that autism is a scale with low fiction autism and high fiction autism. Some people, they're around us, and they do not know that they have a high fiction autism. We used to say Asperger's syndrome as a high fiction autism. It's the same thing, but now we don't use Asperger. Now, the first movie that introduced in the whole world autism was Rayman. And the same time that Rayman goes to cinemas, released, the same time released and Live with Alkis here in Greece. We don't know this film, it's not well known because it's a very cruel film. It shows the autism, what exactly autism is, and it's not like Hollywood, because Hollywood shows very kind characters, very polite characters, and through these characters, they are trying to audience to feel, to touch emotionally by these characters. Red Rose, it's another film of Kolatos. It's about autism also. Kolatos, he used to have, his son died last year. He had a son with autism, and in these films, his younger son played the autistic character. And all these films are about their life and how, as a family, they work with autism. Red Rose, we can say that it's a very cruel film because it suggests that parents, when they are old and they cannot help their children, they should be allowed to kill their children. It's not exactly what they say, it's symbolic, but it's very harsh to think about it. And it's very important that in Greek, all Greek films, the artistic characters does not have special abilities. Another film, it's very realistic and has a very modern point of view about autism is routine. A more famous of these movies is Éteros Εγώ by Tsafoulias. In this movie, the character has a high function autism, and nor this movie attempts to make a character look polite. They don't try to make the audience to love this character. And the important thing is that this character has not got special abilities, but it has got, he's an outstanding scientist in his field because he's very focused in his film and in his science. Last, I have Mother of Angels. It's a short documentary about autism. It tells the stories of the mothers who has got children with autism. And it's a very unique perspective of autism. It has got a very unique perspective. Sorry. Now, in Greek filmography, what we can see, we see that Greek filmography does not distort autism, present the hard side of autism. It also presents people with autism that they have sexual needs, and they don't hide these needs. In Rain Man, when a very beautiful girl kisses in the mouth Reynold, the artistic character, he says that he said that I don't like the kiss because it's wet. That means that I'm asexual. No, people with autism, they are not asexual, and we can see that in Greek film. And everyone who took part in this research mentioned at the end that we need for our society to help people with autism. And a lot of them, all these people, they're trying to show us that through their films. Let's try to... γιατί δεν το παίζει το βίντεο? I'm trying to... Through this research, I produced a film, a documentary, and I want to show you a very part of it. Αν δεν το παίξει, δεν το παίζει. Όχι. Ευχαριστώ. Εντάξει. Δεν έχει ήχο. Εντάξει, έχει γράμματα, δεν πειράζει. Δεν
πειράζει, έχει υπότιτλους.
The last thing that I want to say that all the writers, they had a person with autism in their social environment, and some of the directors also, they had a person in their life with autism. Thank you very much.
Move forward to the next one. Alkis της Γεωργίου, The Unexpected Surprises of a Flanos. How it's spelled. Due to technical reasons, we're gonna change the series, the order. And I think that Christina Kapetanou should Christina Kapetanou should come now in order to finish, to present the presentation, you and I, and then Alkis will continue, will finish.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me like that? I don't know, we don't really have a sound. Okay, now it's okay. So I'm going to present you and I. It's my dissertation into the postgraduate program Audiovisual Arts in the Digital Age in the Ionian University under the supervision of Valianatos Honorato Tiligadis. So, I have used the facial expression recognition library for model training and development in the browser and Node.js. The so-called Face API from Google TensorFlow, it's open source, lightweight, and easy for beginners, as I am, and for more professionals. Actually, it has data quality. It has been trained by publicly available data sets and images in the World Wide Web and uses separable effects, step, and tightly connected blocks. Yet, there are some drawbacks. It is difficult to debug, and if someone wears glasses, it reduces the accuracy of the prediction results, and it is stated that it is maybe slower or maybe at the same pace with PyTorch, but there are not many researches upon that. the most the greater drawback is like that it has changed a lot of times, this API of TensorFlow. There are many potentials for use to recognize sex, age, emotion, face, and also anyone can train the model with new faces. But there are some problems with the AI face detection worldwide. I believe also that interfere in people's lives real time and in public cameras in countries such as in China. Due to inadequate training, racist, discriminatory methods of operation, and deprivation of privacy and anonymity. So I have this thought of creating an artwork to recognize only emotion and leave all the rest out. And then I use this open source software, the Face API.js, implemented with JavaScript. My project is participatory, generated by human existence, involvement into the space, and machine motion interpretations. You and I is a hybrid cosmos of rhizomatic audio visualization of AI motion recognition. For me, you embodies emotional values, humaneness. I is this data, all this data we can use from machines. And we can have some human-machine complementarity here. Simultaneously, this work exists as an interactive installation and a web-based environment. In the installation part, we have an inner space and an outer space. Actually, it's going to be a mirror film that separates the space into two. The inner space has a column, like a mirror screen, at the height of a face, where a digital observer can appear and can interact with a physical observer only via expression, via their facial expressions, controlling the soundscape formation. Also, the outer space, we have a mirror film with slits, creating like a shape like of a vagina that is passable, okay? And you can enter and go out in the go out and inside, and you never really know if you are out or inside. This is something interesting. Also, in this, let's so-called outer space, I want to state here that this inside and out that I'm mentioning, keep mentioning now, is like a convention for me, just for people to understand what I'm going to create. But in the actual work, when you go inside this installation, you really lose the feeling of the in and out. And this is the point as well. But in this outer space, there are reflections of the natural observers upon the mirror film, prismatic projections activated by the sound, and overall, this project is a human-machine interaction. The website, there are two portals on the website. A green one, where digital entrants can enter from everywhere, and the black, which is held only for the people on the installation. In both cases, camera opens lively in a lifetime. There are facial expression recognition that happens on each of these portals, and the data for 7 emotions are collected, and the average value of each emotion every day actually is collected in order to enter the Maximus P program, and where we have 7 sound libraries that in which there are tracks from which randomly the tracks are played randomly and from a random point. And I'm going to explain that each emotion controls a sound, and actually the intensity of this sound and also of the others. Each emotion is heard at a random point in the panoramic landscape or stereo, in stereo mode, And the emotion that dominates every moment presses the others through compressors. So we have something like a sound cloud. I want you to imagine like something really a sound cloud influenced by human digitally and physically synchronously. If we don't really have participants, both digital or physical, then we have absence of emotion and the system is closed. Actually, the whole interaction is closed, but we still have a monophonic soundscape in the background. But we don't really have visuals. And when there is action, participation, physically or digitally, we have emotions. And we have stereophonic soundscape, which actually works like that. The low emotional values that we extract from facial recognition are translated into some corresponding sounds placed on the one side of the panoramic space randomly. The middle emotional values are sounds, stereophonic sounds, and when we have high emotional values, these are our main sounds. Stereophonic and in a louder way are presented, are heard in the space. Suppressing via compressions the others. Yet we still want to maintain the overall cloud with the main sound. And we also have visualizations, as I told you. The soundscape generates these visuals, done with Touch Designer, are created like fluid structures, like in prismatic colors, like the colors of when the light hits a prismatic form, and we have all these rainbow colors. And these colors reflect all the simultaneous and complex emotional states humans experience every moment. But we also need some presence detection, human detection in the front area in order to activate all these prismatic visuals. Okay, I want to mention here that in any case, repetition, it's something that I was really interested in this project. And that is why, because as Safer told, the repetition of a physical symbol through recording helps us in two ways. Exhausting the curiosity, deep curiosity we all have about something new, something we don't know, something that hits us. And also it gradually imposes the sound object as a concept worth studying of its own. So it's like it takes a form. The repetition creates make people really evaluate the repetitive object or idea or everything in front of them. So in my project, the repetition of the grains of the sound or the visuals of the emotions create this need to analyze them as whole entities in front of us, awakening all this first-hand curiosity. Also, this project, I want to show how human and machine can complement each other via interactivity. I want to connect human emotions with artificial intelligence through sound and graphics, and experience an environment of coexistence without discriminations. I would like also to thank you for presenting you little. I think that something has happened to my presentation and the sequence is not well, so this should be before. But never mind, I will keep going with the objectives and then I will show you also the video. Okay, I wanted also to expand and show how technology expands the physical world and the experiences we live. And I wanted also to give freedom to the people to contribute with their emotions and really drive the whole artwork and co-create it in order to understand all this continuous evolving and becoming. I'm really thankful to Panagiotis Pandis, who really helped me go to the level I wanted the soundscape, since I'm not really a sound technician, and he really helped me. And also, I would like all of you to call you to dive into your emotions, and let's all dive into our emotions, so this repetition of the grains of our emotions, translated via sound and image, can result in us seeing our emotions taking shape and color in front of us. And you can really have the opportunity to see this work next week in the old castle in Corfu. And actually I can also show you this small video on YouTube as well. A small part, let's say. I don't know if the sound is going to play. We don't really have a sound, okay? This is like a demo. It's only a demo. And since the emotions, drive the soundscape, and the soundscape drives and has an impact on the visuals, then the visuals as well are representations of our emotions every day. And this whole system, this whole artwork, exists every minute, every day, in a different way, in a different manner, with a different abundance of emotions and people there, physically and digitally. And the point is not exactly to see if the artificial intelligence here does a good work and really understands human emotions, because even humans, we don't really understand every minute our emotions. The point is that, to learn how to dive into our system and how to really communicate and co-create with humans and machines in our current era and our current world. Okay, I think I need to stop. Time is off. Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Μπορώ να ξεκινήσω. Okay, hello. Good evening to all of you. Last but not least, I think deep inside I wanted Κάνω κάποιο λάθος. Okay. So, it's very, very interesting and really, really touching the fact that the 4th International Conference is getting back to its reality, the after-COVID era. So I think slowly, slowly, we will get back to normality. I'm really happy to be here live, talking to you. So, the following presentation, called The Unexpected Surprises of a Flanaise, voila, la Flanaise, is a theoretical approach to a creative writing exercise through the writing of short stories, which will lead to the creation of a book that will be part of the practice-based PhD research, the recipients of Death in the Art of Digital Age, an interactive script, and the creation of digital stories. So the theoretical framework on which this exercise will be based is working art, anthropocentrism in art, photography as a way of awakening, and creative writing. So here you can see them as keywords. Now, how are all these connected? Can somebody produce art by walking? Of course. Walking art exists, and walking now functions as a tool, a way of exploring the city, the street. So art needs to be tested and confronted with the natural and historical complexity of the landscape, and its presence acquires a different meaning when it adapts a fluid and kinetic character, which includes the goals of walking art. The essence of this open art presents its different forms, which include the realization of the walking body as an artistic means, and its multiple needs for solitary or group exploration, overcoming limits and mental or physical obstacles, integration with nature, but also political protest. In an era of unstoppable technological development, walking can, with the sincerity of necessity, cross borders, fences. The person protesting in the street, the refugee walking towards hope, the artist activating the body in a process of ambulatory observation, they all move towards the reality they want to determine, almost without anything being able to stop them. Walking, perhaps, is the freest process of overcoming what we have been forbidden. As Richard Long says, walking, as an art, has given me a simple way to explore the relationships between time, distance, geography, and measurement. These walks are recorded in my work in the most appropriate way for its different idea, a photo, a map, or a text project. So I will work with a photo and the text project. Photography. Photography is the art of observation, as you all know. It has to do with finding an item in the most common places. I realized that it has little to do with the things we usually see, and more with the way we deal with them. So what does photography look more like? It looks like writing. Everyone knows how to write, but few are writers. So anthropocentrism, in art, as they call it, critically reacts to major ecological and social problems of today. Creative writing now. Creative writing refers to meanings from the very beginning, to ambiguous meanings from the very beginning. So if we say that the first synthetic is a little clearer, we cannot claim the same for the second. Arrietty has written that every creation is, in an essence, an endless search for a form that can never be completed. The questions now, the questions that this research revolves around are: to what extent can walking art, being an intangible art form, be transformed into something else based on objects or snapshots that emerge during a walk? Do the photographs of death awaken us, make us sad, or make us even more apathetic in the face of something inanimate? Can such an image take us out of inactivity? So stories begin through writing and creative writing exercise, but what happens when the story emerges through a photograph? As Roland Barthes wrote, the word, fascinates me with the idea that I'm going to do something with it. It's a savor of a future act, something like an appetite. This desire shakes the whole immovable table of language, in particular with the art of photography. The photos have captured forever, if forever exists, in a moment that is lost and by no way will be found again. What photography reproduces infinitely only really happened once. Barthes calls the energy a mixture of pleasure and effort that develops the subject to regain a detail of remembrance without enlarging it or making it vibrate. Think about how much more stress a photo that captures death can cause. Here you can see some examples of my heroes. Reproduces again and again the last moment of someone. In the past, though, they posed in physical poses and photographed the dead people in order to remember them. The endless representation, television, videography, cinema, is our environment, but when it comes to memory, the deeper marks are left by photography. The memory frames and immobilizes its basic unit in the individual image. Photography is like the quotation mark. It's like the aphorism of the proverb. The narration is probably more effective than the picture. The reason has to do in part with the duration of the time in which one has to look, to feel. She points out and concludes. I was talking about Susan Sontag at that point. The heartbreaking photos do not inevitably lose their power to shock, but they do not offer much help when it comes to understanding. Narratives make us, and we understand. Photos do something else. They haunt us. And so did these photos do with me, as you can see. I was haunted, first a grief over the death of the animals, then thoughts about whether they had eaten each other before, they all ended up dead, and finally, what and how were the happy moments in their lives? Of them, of him. He's my favorite, that's why he's alone. In the method of creative writing, the goal is to achieve Jung's philosophy, which emphasizes the importance of a choreography between the conscious and the unconscious, which is really common in art as well, with the ultimate goal of complementing each other. In the case we are examining, the researcher, which is me, photographs dead animals that she finds during walks. Apart from the sadness that the spectacle causes, it raises many questions. As I told you before, how they lived, how they got there, why they are dead. When art comes out of a closed space and returns to a degree to nature, it spreads in a primordial and at-touch environment. It is the art of life, and along with the art of life, there is also the art of death. So returning to an enclosed space with photos of animals, they will begin to write their stories. Stories of an ode to life on the day of their death. So I had prepared the story as well, but I think that everybody's maybe tired enough, and hopefully you will read the stories in 1 year from now. So here is my references, my bibliography for this announcement, and here is my thank you. Thank you.
And with this presentation of Mrs. Alkis Georgiou, the DCAC 2022 is finished, is closed. Mr. President, before Michalis come to close the conference, does anybody want to ask something of to ask a question to the people that we didn't allow to receive questions? Okay. Any question? No? Okay, then I think, Michali.
Thank you, Dionysis. I want to thank everybody that is until now here in this room, because it's a little bit late and we are all tired for the whole day. So this is the end of the fourth DCAC. We've talked about that in the previous days, yesterday and today, how happy we are that we have this year in person, at least the one day. And actually, I want to thank all the people that worked for this conference. And first of all, our volunteers, the students of the Department of Audiovisual Arts and from other departments as well, because there is no way we could have this conference without them. Thank you very much, all of you. And of course, the president of the Department of Audiovisual Arts today at noon thanked everybody, so I don't want to take time to thank them again, the same people, because it's late. And I just want to conclude that as everybody saw today, we had all these interdisciplinary papers. We saw biology, we saw dance, we saw sound, virtual reality, museums, roots, everything. And we saw all this session about cinema. I think that that each one of the papers had to offer us something new, and help us think a little bit different, and maybe help us create new ideas for our next projects. So thank everybody, and hope we see you, every of you, next year, all days to be in person and not online. Maybe, okay, we have some online sessions also because it's useful. Thank you very much.